In his previous life, the male protagonist was a top-tier knight. But he was betrayed and met his end. Ultimately, carrying the memories of his past life, he regressed to the day the game descended upon the world. By relying on the Eye of Judgment, a piece of mythical equipment, he awakened a previously unknown hidden class, the Shadow Assassin. In this life, he will utilize his experience and the knowledge from his previous life to seek out treasures before anyone else. As it turns out, this is a game where lifespan is used as currency. The protagonist's punishment was losing half of his lifespan. But when a character reaches level 10, players can consume their lifespan to manifest everything into reality. By hunting monsters within the game, not only do various grades of weapons drop, but there are also equipment, skill books, and even lifespan as rewards. However, killing monsters is not the only way to obtain lifespan. In his previous life, Qin Feng risked everything, venturing into the ancient god ruins, just to obtain the Eye of Judgment. Who would have thought that a lifetime of hard work would only serve to benefit others? The Eye of Judgment hadn't even been in his possession for long before it was gouged out by his younger sister, Qin Feng. You are nothing more than an adopted son of my parents. We share no blood relation, yet you dare to call yourself my big brother. Seeing his sister and Song Fei mocking him from the side, Qin Feng gritted his teeth in bitter resentment. The moment the sharp blade pierced through, he closed his eyes, filled with burning hatred. He was reborn 9 years into the past. That was the very day the game, Divine Artifact, descended. In this life, he decided to live for himself. 2025. Qin Feng was stunned when he realized he had truly regressed to 9 years ago, right before the day the game began. At that moment, Tan Xiaoyu kicked the door open and barged in. She immediately questioned him in a rage because he didn't answer his phone. She kept hurling insults because he stopped her from supporting Song Fei. Looking at her frantic and crazed state, Qin Feng instantly remembered everything. Before the game appeared, Song Fei was a famous underground idol, and Tan Xiaoyu was his obsessed fan. But Qin Feng knew Song Fei's true face. He was just a predator who scammed money and exploited female fans. Because he didn't want his sister to be deceived, he had always prevented her from contacting him. But in Tan Xiaoyu's eyes, he was an interloper interfering in her life. She continued to shift all the blame onto Qin Feng, blaming him for cutting off her funds, preventing her from helping her idol rise in the rankings. Seeing Qin Feng remain silent, she became even more arrogant. But this time, everything was different. Before Tan Xiaoyu could finish her sentence, Qin Feng slapped her across the face. The slap was so hard that she fell to the ground. Blood trickled from her nose and mouth. She was completely stunned, never imagining he would dare lay a hand on her. Qin Feng looked at her coldly, declaring that he had no more time to waste on her. He threw all the money their parents had left behind at her. Money that he hadn't touched for all these years, despite living in extreme poverty. Then, he made it clear that from this day forward, I no longer have a sister like you. After speaking, he slammed the door shut, leaving Tan Xiao sitting outside in tears. Back in his room, Qin Feng recalled his previous life. To protect her, he had missed countless precious opportunities. Many secret realms and treasures required taking risks. But he gave them all up because of this burden. Now that he was no longer shackled, he wanted to see how far he could go. Qin Feng swallowed his medication, his gaze turning cold. In this life, he would utilize all his memories of the future to rise above everyone else. As for Tan Xiaoyu, he didn't care if she lived or died. But Song Fei, I will definitely kill him with my own hands. Not long after, Qin Feng entered the game. The scene of the class selection hall appeared, filling him with emotion. In his past life, he chose the warrior class to protect Tan Xiaoyu. But this time, everything had changed. Although the warrior class wasn't weak, it no longer suited the path he intended to take. Without Tan Xiaoyu holding him back, Qin Feng understood that his growth rate would be much faster. After careful consideration, he decided to abandon the warrior class and choose the assassin class to optimize his solo play capabilities and mobility. As soon as the selection was complete, the divine artifact, the Eye of Judgment, suddenly appeared and completed its link with him. The system immediately announced, "The unique power of the divine artifact has been activated." Thanks to this passive effect, the holder of the artifact, upon entering the game, will always receive the highest tier class and talent. Qin Feng was extremely shocked, but he quickly understood. The Eye of Judgment had always belonged to him. Even if it was stolen, the link was never truly severed. He even suspected that his rebirth was also related to this divine artifact. Immediately after, countless strands of dark energy flooded his body. The system notified him that he had obtained a hidden class and was completing the class advancement. When the process ended, Qin Feng officially became the Darkness. His body was enveloped in black shadows. His hair also turned pure white. Sensing his new power, he realized this was indeed a hidden class, the highest tier of the assassin system. Completely surpassing the warrior class from his past life, Qin Feng was even more shaken to learn that the rate of obtaining a hidden class was originally extremely low, yet the power of judgment directly raised it to an absolute certainty. System continued to explain, this is the most ancient and primal power in the universe, a power that can transcend both rules and order. However, currently, you do not possess divinity, so you cannot actively utilize it. Only the passive effects are functional. Hearing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but be deeply shaken. In his previous life, it wasn't until the 7th year that the first person stepped into the land of order, and humanity first learned of the power of order. Even so, for many years after, no one truly touched that level of power. Yet, right from the start, he already possessed a power even higher than order. Qin Feng immediately set a new goal. He just needed to leave the God-forsaken land, and enter the land of order. You will receive divinity. Only then can you unleash the full power of this authority. Then, the system requested him to set his character name. Looking at the notification panel, Qin Feng thought for a moment and decided to use the name Shadow. As soon as the name was confirmed, he was immediately teleported into the game world. The system introduced this as the God-forsaken land, a place teeming with dangerous magical creatures. A player must leave the town to hunt monsters, earn lifespan, and survive. If you die, half of your lifespan will be deducted. Qin Feng appeared at Shell Town, a safe zone, where players cannot attack each other. Countless new players around were in a state of confusion, discussing what was happening. Some even thought they were dreaming after working overtime. Listening to those conversations, Qin Feng understood that many people had already begun to be drawn into the game. Before long, countless powerful experts from all over the world would appear one after another. To stay ahead of everyone, he had to act faster than them. Qin Feng's unique appearance quickly attracted the surrounding gazes. people curiously discussed his class, especially when they saw the special effects covering his body. But Qin Feng didn't care and just quietly walked away. Nearby, a group of players, who had just died and returned to town, were lamenting their fate. They said the monsters out there were too strong. Just one hit took half their health. Even with 5 people working together, they only dealt a bit of damage. What's worse, after dying, they lost half of their lifespan. Hearing this, the whole group panicked. At that moment, Qin Feng noticed a girl in the group named Lazai. He immediately recognized that she used a longbow instead of the default shortbow, proving it was very likely she also possessed a hidden class. Seeing Qin Feng, Lazai took the initiative to approach and invite him to the team. She believed the monsters were too strong for one person to survive, so a team would be safer. Qin Feng just gave a faint, mocking smile upon hearing that, saying that their only experience was the experience of being killed. Then he bluntly refused and turned to leave. The group behind immediately showed contempt, thinking he was just showing off. According to them, if even 5 people couldn't beat the monsters, Qin Feng alone had no chance of survival. Lazai checked the information and found his character name was Shadow. She coldly remarked that he was too arrogant, then decided to lead the group to follow behind him. Her purpose was to observe Qin Feng's skills and see how miserably he would die out there. Qin Feng continued walking deep into Shell Town, while Lazai and her teammates silently followed behind. Lazai's heart was full of doubt. She felt this land was too strange and dangerous. Still, thanks to her years of gaming experience, she quickly formed a team to survive. Recalling the first monster in the novice village, the whole group was still terrified, because they didn't expect the opening monster to be strong enough to wipe out the whole team. Lazai's teammates also realized Qin Feng was very unusual. His weapons, equipment, and even his speed were far beyond those of an ordinary player. Especially his speed, which was even faster than a typical assassin. That made them even more curious about his identity. The more Lazai looked, the more she saw Qin Feng was not simple. So she decided to keep following to gather information. But just then, Qin Feng suddenly turned his head to look back, startling the whole group, making them think they had been discovered. Immediately after, black energy enveloped his body, and then he disappeared without a trace. The group panicked and searched around, but found absolutely no sign of him. They were astonished to realize this was likely a stealth skill, right from the early stages of the game. Lazai, though annoyed, had to give up, and decided to lead the group back to town, to find another opportunity to level up, because it was too dangerous outside. The whole group quickly left, but in reality, Qin Feng was still standing there in stealth, observing. Looking at the description of the Shadow Lurk skill, Qin Feng knew that while in stealth, if he was attacked, he would be revealed. However, the first attack after breaking stealth would have its damage greatly increased. Furthermore, the Shadow class also had stealth mastery, which helped extend the duration and increase the stealth level. Qin Feng immediately realized this was an extremely overpowered ability. At the early stage, almost no player or monster could detect him. After that, he continued to head deeper into the forest. In Qin Feng's mind, the town was only a temporary shelter. There was absolutely no way it could help a player grow stronger. In this game, the weak would sooner or later become prey for magical creatures. A moment later, the stealth status ended. Qin Feng checked his status panel and noticed the duration wasn't long yet. But in return, the cooldown started from the moment of activation, so he only needed to wait a few more seconds to use it again. He continued to look at his attribute panel. The character Shadow currently had all basic stats, far exceeding those of an ordinary person, especially agility, which was boosted significantly. Additionally, he had 5 free attribute points. Based on his experience from his past life, Qin Feng understood that most new players made the mistake of putting points into strength or spirit to increase damage. But in reality, during the early stage, the monster's damage always overwhelmed the players. To survive in solo effectively, the most important thing was speed. Therefore, he put all 5 points into agility, pushing this stat to an extremely high level. Just then, a sound from ahead caught his attention. A level 1 creep was devouring something. Qin Feng immediately recognized this was the monster that had killed Lazis group. The monster quickly detected him, and then charged straight at him. Qin Feng remained perfectly calm. While dodging, he observes the wounds on its body. Through that, he deduces the previous group had managed to drain a significant amount of its health. Crucial information immediately flashes in his mind. After killing a player or a monster, an entity can absorb the victim's lifespan to evolve. After dodging, Qin Feng draws his short blade, preparing to counter the black mist. Once again, dark energy shrouds his body as shadow stealth is activated. Qin Feng instantly vanishes from the creature's sight. The creep loses track of its target, looking around in confusion. Right at that moment, Qin Feng appears directly above its head. He unleashes sneak attack, aiming straight for the creature's nape. With just one strike, the creep is killed instantly on the spot. System: player caused 174 points of damage and successfully eliminated a level 1 creep. Even Qin Feng is somewhat surprised, as this damage is excessively high. Although hitting a weak point triggers a critical hit, a one-shot kill still exceeded his expectations. The system immediately explains that the backstab skill has been activated. When attacking from the enemy's blind spot, damage is doubled. Only then does Qin Feng understand why the damage was so terrifying. Multiple effects of the dark profession stacking together turned the first strike into an extremely powerful lethal blow. Thinking of this, he cannot help but recall his past life as a soldier. Back then, even a critical hit only dealt about 40 damage. To kill one creep took a very long time, and he himself would often be severely injured. Memories of sharing his lifespan with Tan Xiaoyu flash through his mind, making his eyes grow even colder. Immediately after, the lifespan from the corpse of the creep turns into energy, merging into his body. System: Qin Feng has received 3 days of tradable lifespan that can be traded, and over 54 years of non-tradable lifespan. Hearing the result, he is slightly surprised. Lazis group had 5 people, each of whom should have lost at least 15 years of lifespan upon death. Combined, it should have been over 100 years. But after being absorbed and converted by the monster, the remaining amount is only half that. However, Qin Feng does not pay much attention to it, because non-tradable lifespan is not yet very important at the moment. Just then, the system continues to issue a new notification, startling him. Judgment Authority has been activated. Congratulations on obtaining a primordial tier talent, Infinite Evolution. This talent allows him to, when soloing monsters, have a chance to receive evolution points to upgrade skills. Besides, every 24 hours, he automatically receives 5 additional evolution points. If he solo defeats a boss, he receives 100 evolution points directly. Looking at the 5 points already available, Tan Feng's eyes immediately brighten. This is clearly a heavenifying talent, enough to help him grow far beyond all other players. Tan Feng looks at the system board in astonishment, upon discovering that the infinite evolution talent can even upgrade skills. In his past life, he had never heard of such a heavenifying ability, because in the game, whether it was equipment or skills, once dropped, the quality was fixed, nearly impossible to change. Only now does he truly feel the terror of this authority, capable of transcending both rules and order. Without hesitation, Tan Feng immediately uses his evolution points to upgrade Shadow Stealth and Back System for evolution points consumed. 2 skills are simultaneously enhanced. Shadow Stealth has increased from common to bronze. The stealth duration is extended. Damage after breaking stealth is greatly increased, and the cooldown is reduced. Backstab has also been upgraded, increasing the damage dealt from behind significantly. Seeing the results, Tan Feng is extremely satisfied. With the new Shadow Stealth combined with Stealth Mastery, his invisibility duration is nearly doubled. This allows him to almost maintain a state of perpetual stealth. As for the upgraded back, it is even more dangerous. As long as he finds a good angle, even an elite monster can be killed instantly. At that moment, nearby, the voices of a man and a woman are heard. A young man named Kang Zai is boasting that this game is very simple, while the girl next to him constantly flatters him. Kang Zai also boasts that he will protect her. Tan Feng listens coldly, observing, then suddenly discovers that behind the two, a monster is silently approaching. While Kang Zai is still going on, wanting to show off in front of Tan Feng, he immediately leaps backwards and activates Shadow Stealth to vanish. The girl is left confused, as she no longer sees Tan Feng, and Kang Zai laughs, thinking he was scared of him. But only seconds later, the two discover the danger right behind them. A terrified scream erupts, and not long after, only 2 piles of flesh remain. The one who just killed them is a bronze-tier boss named the Nourisher, accompanied by a swarm of In his state of invisibility, Tan Feng quickly assesses the situation. This boss has about 1,600 health, far exceeding the capabilities of a normal level 1 player. Not to mention the supporting But to Tan Feng, this is the perfect target to test his new power. He immediately lunges forward, activates Sneak Attack, and thrusts straight into the boss's head. The Nourisher immediately shrieks in pain. The first blow dealt 338 damage, surprising even Tan Feng. After the strike, he immediately reactivates Shadow Stealth and disappears. The boss loses its target, crazily destroying everything around it in anger. Hiding behind a tree, Tan Feng silently observes and quickly realizes the boss looks like it's attacking wildly, but in reality, it is trying to force him to reveal himself. As for the surroundings, they remain in a state of high alert. Tan Feng does not rush to close the distance, but decides to verify his hypothesis by picking up a stone to test it. The stone hits a weak point on its body. It instantly deals nearly 300 damage. Tan Feng immediately understands where his massive damage comes from. The power doesn't just lie in the direct attack, but also comes from the combined effects of Shadow Stealth, Backstab, and Sneak Attack. This means that even throwing a rock can deal extremely high damage if the right effects are triggered. After grasping the mechanism, Qin Feng adopts a cold, methodical playstyle. He waits for Shadow Stealth to come off cooldown, finds an angle, and lands precise blows on the weak points. Repeating this process, the boss's health drops rapidly. Not long after, in Shelltown, a server-wide announcement rings out. Player Shadow has defeated the Bronze tier boss, the Nourisher, and became the first person to reach level 2. All players are immediately shocked. No one can believe it. While the majority are still struggling with common monsters, someone has already solo-killed a boss. Lazai, seeing the announcement, is even more stunned. They immediately realize that Shadow is Qin Feng, the person who had just left earlier. The group is completely unable to understand why one person could be this unreasonably strong. Even Kang Zi and the girl, having just respawned, are terrified to learn that the spider boss that killed them in a flash was defeated by that person so quickly. In the forest, Qin Feng looks at the victory notification. He receives 300 EXP, leveling up to level 2. Gets 2 more evolution points, unlocks the town leaderboard, and gains 1 point of reputation. Simultaneously, the system announces his feat to the entire region. After absorbing energy from the boss, Qin Feng feels a bit regretful because after the boss died, the spiderlings all ran away. If he had killed them first, he could have received quite a bit more EXP. Next, the loot rewards appear, making his eyes shine. He receives 46 days of tradable lifespan, a corrosive short blade of bronze quality, and a rare skill book. Greedy hands. Upon checking the skill information, Qin Feng is immediately overjoyed. This is an extremely rare assassin class skill, allowing the user, after learning it, a 20 fun taram chance to receive additional loot from monsters. In his past life, he once witnessed someone in the term Thine Godslayer Guild who, despite having ordinary combat ability, still became an extremely sought-after person solely thanks to this skill. It helps with farming equipment and loot much more effectively, especially in the late game. But immediately after, Qin Feng suddenly thinks of something more important. If Greedy Hands is combined with the talent Infinite Evolution, wouldn't the chance to receive additional loot be raised to an absolutely terrifying level? Thinking of this, Qin Feng's eyes immediately brighten, because he knows he has just held in his hands a path to extremely fearsome growth. In the real world, Tan Xiaoyu still maintains a stubborn attitude, refusing to apologize to her brother, thinking she did nothing wrong. She even blames Qin Feng for preventing her from supporting Song Fei. Zhao Yu's friend can only sigh, both jealous that she has a brother who always cares for her, and sorry that she doesn't cherish it. Arriving at class, both are surprised to see a crowd gathered at the door. Inside, a male student named Zhang Wei is becoming transparent before the panicked eyes of everyone. The news quickly spreads across the internet. This phenomenon is happening all over the world, and the cause is still unknown to anyone. The classmate immediately calls her family to be careful, and advises Zhao Yu to call her brother, but she coldly refuses, even spewing spiteful words. Meanwhile, in the game world, Qin Feng has just finished upgrading Greedy Hands from bronze to gold. The chance to receive additional loot increases drastically, and it also helps him gain more evolution points and lifespan. Qin Feng is extremely satisfied, because with just a little more, he can push this skill to a level that is nearly perfect. He understands clearly that before long, the whole world will realize the power in the game can be brought out into reality. And when that happens, the struggle for resources will surely explode. To stay ahead of everyone, he must hunt bosses continuously. After equipping the corrosive short blade and activating shadow stealth, Qin Feng continues to venture deep into the forest. Not long after, sounds of combat ring out from nearby. Looking down from above, he discovers a group of players surrounding a bronze tier boss named the Sprinter. Observing closely, he immediately recognizes the leader as Wang Mang. Just like the rumors in his past life, Wang Mang's team consists entirely of people with rare, hidden professions. Wang Mang uses a shield to block hidden. The mage continuously casts fireballs. The archer provides covering fire, and the priest maintains heals for the team. Looking at this lineup, Qin Feng quickly assesses that each person is much stronger than an average player. But despite the strong formation, the Sprinter is too difficult to deal with due to its superior speed. The boss continuously breaks through the defense line, making Wang Mang struggle. Wang Mang decides to prolong the battle to drain the boss's HP. But Qin Feng immediately realizes this is a mistake. In the wilderness, fighting too long only makes it easier to attract more monsters. Sure enough, not long after, a group of level 2 polluted ones appears behind the formation. The swordsman immediately rushes forward to block them, severing a monster's arm, but their defensive layer is very thick. Immediately after, the mud-spitting monsters jump everywhere, causing the entire team's speed to be significantly reduced. When one polluted one is about to lunge at the mage, the team immediately falls into danger. Right at that moment, Qin Feng takes action. A blade flash streaks through the shadows, and the monster's head drops instantly. Before they can even recover, the remaining ones are also killed by him with a single blow. Wang Mang's entire team is stunned, because no one saw clearly who had just attacked. Qin Feng silently collects the loot, receiving EXP and evolution points, lifespan, and especially the venomous dart skill book. Without hesitation, he immediately used his evolution points to upgrade this skill to the silver tier, transforming it into a powerful long-range ability with continuous poison damage and a weakening effect. But at that very moment, the battle took a turn for the worse. The fast runner monster suddenly burst forth, piercing through Wang Mang's defenses and lifting him into the air in agony. Wang Mang's teammates were immediately panicked to see him. Controlled by the boss, the healer tried to cast healing spells, but it was completely useless. Wang Mang's HP was plummeting rapidly. He could only grit his teeth and endure, ordering his team to retreat quickly. Just at the most critical moment, a ray of light tore through the wind and lunged forward, striking the forehead of the fast runner boss. In the blink of an eye, the boss lost nearly half its HP, leaving everyone stunned. Immediately after, the continuous poison damage erupted, with huge waves of damage raining down one after another, causing the boss to scream in pain. Within a few seconds, the bronze-tier boss collapsed from the tree. Qin Feng calmly watched the system interface pop up. He had dealt the majority of the damage, so all the loot belonged to him. At the same time, he leveled up to level 3, receiving additional evolution points and a large amount of tradable lifespan. Qin Feng also quickly realized the terrifying power of the venomous dart after upgrading. This skill not only dealt continuous damage but also resonated with his job's passive ability. This meant he could remain invisible while throwing darts continuously, making him nearly invincible in the early and mid-game. Below, Wang Mang looked at the boss being killed in an instant, terrified by the damage. Such damage was completely beyond their imagination. When the loot glow disappeared, Wang Mang immediately understood that the mysterious person had taken all the rewards. He looked around, then proactively thanked the person for saving his life. Tan Feng's cold voice rang out from the shadows, reminding them that, in this wilderness, one should never easily trust anyone. The whole team remained silent upon hearing this. Wang Mang understood and did not continue to press. Before leaving, he still politely thanked him again, introduced himself, and offered that if Tan Feng ever needed help, he could reach out. One team member even wanted to add Tan Feng as a friend, but was pulled away immediately. Watching the group leave, Tan Feng silently judged Wang Mang to be more reliable than expected. More importantly, behind Wang Mang was the Daxia government faction. With immense financial resources, this could become an ideal trading channel for items he wouldn't need in the future. Afterward, Tan Feng continued to use his greedy hand to process the loot. The system awarded more evolution points, lifespan, and a new piece of equipment: bronze hair, sprint leg armor. After equipping it, his defensive capabilities, elemental resistance, and cooldown speed all increased significantly. Tan Feng was quite satisfied with this hunt. His backpack now contained quite a few items and skill books for various professions. He decided to wait until his backpack was full before returning to town to sell everything in exchange for tradable lifespan. Thinking about his current growth speed, which was 100 times faster than his previous life, Tan Feng's gaze grew cold. In his mind, there was only one goal: to find Song Fei soon and settle their old score. At Shelltown, Wang Mang's group fell into a desperate situation as monsters swarmed in greater numbers. Before the team could retreat, another giant monster suddenly appeared. It immediately unleashed countless sharp vines, sweeping toward the entire group, taking them all down in an instant. After respawning in town, Wang Mang was filled with frustration because he realized monsters moved in packs and knew how to flee when low on HP, making them extremely difficult to hunt. To escape the game, one had to reach level 3. But that was nearly impossible. Someone suggested forming a larger party, but it was immediately refuted, as larger groups attracted more bosses. Even a 40-man team had been wiped out by a bronze tier boss, losing over 30 lives in a single strike. Everyone grew increasingly desperate, because if they couldn't escape to the real world, their bodies would starve while in a coma. Lizai was angry but remained calm, asserting that the group could absolutely not die again. Just then, the leaderboard updated. Shadow had risen to level 3, leaving everyone behind. Lizai immediately understood that only this person knew how to break the stalemate. She decided to spread the news. Whoever found Shadow and helped her reach level 3 would receive 10 million in cash. Meanwhile, Tan Feng continued hunting monsters and quickly gathered enough evolution points to upgrade Greedy Hand. The skill was upgraded to level 6, which not only significantly increased the drop rate, but also provided a 20 fun Taram chance to increase the quality of drops. Tan Feng immediately realized this effect was overwhelmingly powerful, beyond his imagination. Shortly after, he discovered an extremely dangerous bronze tier boss, the Cursed One. This boss was absorbing lifespan in preparation to evolve into silver tier and had clearly slaughtered many people. Tan Feng wanted to kill it, but his backpack was full. so he decided to mark the location and return later. Back in town, he opened a stall for 10 minutes. The array of rare equipment and skill books immediately caused the area to stir. Everyone was shocked to see Shadow not only fully equipped in bronze gear, but also selling a pile of rare items. A masked girl approached and asked to buy the ice prison skill. Qin Feng set the price at 100 days of tradable lifespan. After consulting with her teammates, the girl gathered enough lifespan and successfully completed the transaction. In the blink of an eye, Qin Feng's tradable lifespan soared. Right at that moment, Lazai finally found him. Full of confidence, she directly offered a cooperation deal, as long as Shadow helped her reach level 3. Once they returned to reality, she would pay 10 million in cash immediately. The crowd around them immediately buzzing, as the rumors turned out to be true. But upon hearing Lazai's identity, Qin Feng's gaze instantly went cold. He recalled that she was Zhang Le. In his previous life, this woman was the leader of a criminal organization, infamous for using money to lure others into selling their lifespan and then forcing them into illegal work, even murdering those who resisted in the real world. Qin Feng secretly cursed Zhang La as human trash. He immediately refused, without a second thought. Zhang La was slightly stunned, but quickly switched to an enticing tone, offering money and power to sway him. She said that even if Qin Feng was strong in the game, he would still need support in the real world. If he followed her, he could have money, houses, cars, or women, whatever he wanted. But Qin Feng coldly replied, "If you aren't buying, don't obstruct my business." In his heart, he found it ridiculous, because cash at this stage would sooner or later become worthless paper. The only thing of true value was the tradable lifespan. Being rejected bluntly, Zhang La immediately flew into a rage, threatening that in the real world, she would definitely teach him a lesson. Hearing this, Qin Feng's eyes turned icy. He directly warned her, "If you speak another word, I will make your lifespan drop to 0. A murderous aura surged fiercely from Qin Feng, causing everyone around to tremble and step back. Jiang Le's companions were also terrified, immediately pulling her away in chaos. Just then, the system notified him that another item had been sold, helping Qin Feng further increase his lifespan. After selling out all the items, he quickly closed the stall. His next goal was clear: to return and hunt the cursed one. At this time, no one understood the true value of tradable lifespan, nor did anyone know that it could be converted into real-world power. Qin Feng immediately activated Shadow Step and vanished into the crowd. No one realized that the divine game, God's Domain, was about to completely destroy the order of reality. But fame, money, or the status people were once proud of would eventually become meaningless. In the end, only one's own true strength would be the deciding factor. After disappearing from the town, Qin Feng left everyone bewildered, because no one knew when he had left. Meanwhile, Jiang Le and her subordinates ran quite a distance. Before daring to stop, she was grinding her teeth in anger, hating the rejection, and furious at being threatened by Shadow. She thought to herself that once they returned to reality, she would definitely track him down and deal with him. Just then, a man named Mao Letuo appeared and initiated a conversation. He claimed to have reached level 2, understood how to level up. In return, he wanted confirmation that the bounty was still valid. Initially, Zhang La was suspicious, but upon hearing Mao explained the strategy of dumping all stat points into agility to outspeed monsters. She immediately understood the issue. The key to survival in the early stages was speed. She was even more irritated knowing she had poured all points into strength. After some consideration, Jiangla agreed to cooperate, but drove the price down to 5 million. Mao Letuo happily agreed and even mocked Shadow for being a fool for passing up such a large sum. At the same time, Qin Feng had returned to the area of the cursed boss. He discovered the boss had evolved into its power surging, but still in the process of finishing the evolution, not missing the opportunity. Qin Feng immediately launched venomous darts from his stealth state. The surprise attack dealt massive damage, compounded by poison causing the boss to bleed HP. Caught by surprise, the cursed one went berserk, madly unleashing area effect magic to wipe out everything around it. Qin Feng realized this was a magic-type boss with high area effect damage. With his current stats, getting hit once meant certain death. Therefore, he patiently dodged, constantly using Shadow Step to maintain distance. After a struggle, the boss started to tire. Qin Feng immediately seized the opportunity to land another critical attack on its weak spot. The boss's HP dropped straight to a dangerous level, causing it to turn and flee. But this time, Qin Feng didn't give it a chance. He lunged forward and finished the boss on the spot. The system immediately blared a series of notifications. Qin Feng received a massive amount of experience, jumping directly from level 3 to level 5, collecting for evolution points, and over 100 days of tradable lifespan. It didn't stop there. After using Greedy Hand, he received 2 more bonus rewards, totaling 12 evolution points and 372 days of tradable lifespan. One piece of loot was even upgraded straight from silver to gold tier. Qin Feng was extremely satisfied, as this boss brought benefits far beyond expectations. However, the sheer number of items dropped, left his backpack nearly full. He began to realize that constantly hunting bosses and returning to town to sell gear was too time-consuming. So he hoped to soon obtain a storage ring to expand his carrying space. Just then, the scene shifts to Wang Meng. His team finally succeeded. They reached level 3 and exited the game. The whole team was overjoyed to have returned alive. Everyone kept praising Wang Meng, but he humbly said it was a team effort. While everyone was chatting, the leaderboard updated once again. The name, Shadow, had jumped from level 3 straight to level 5. Everyone instantly fell silent in shock. Anyone could understand that to level up so quickly. He must have just taken down a boss, a truly terrifying one. The group couldn't help but marvel at the massive gap between them and Shadow. Afterward, Wang Meng reminded everyone to quickly return to reality, to inform their loved ones, because the God game might soon cause the world to fall into chaos. Not long after, Wang Meng woke up in the real world. His teammates immediately surrounded him with concern, because earlier, his body had become transparent as if it were about to disappear. But as soon as he opened his eyes, Wang Meng bolted up in a panic. Without time for much explanation, he immediately requested to summon everyone right away, because he knew a terrifying event was about to occur. In reality, the government began an emergency meeting. After hearing the report from Wang Meng, he confirmed he had teamed up with several people possessing hidden classes, but they were nearly wiped out. Fortunately, a person named Shadow saved their lives. What amazed everyone was that at the time of the rescue, Shadow was only level 3. But in a short period of time, he had jumped straight to level 5. Everyone immediately speculated he must have just defeated an extremely powerful boss. The entire meeting room wondered why Shadow had not yet returned to reality. Some even suspected he was the type of lone genius with no ties to anyone. A female officer named An Wu half-jokingly said that she thought Shadow was exactly like a transmigration character in a novel. The captain quickly restored order to the meeting, then announced shocking news. Data showed that those who died too many times in the game had all died for real in real life. This meant if one's lifespan in the game reached 0, their life in reality would also end. The government immediately identified this as a global crisis related to superhuman powers. They were forced to establish a vanguard team to explore the God game and seize the initiative. An Wu was appointed as the captain. Wang Meng was made the vice. The mission, the most important task, was to find Shadow's true identity and attempt to cooperate with him. Meanwhile, at the school, the students were also in a panic, discussing the God game. Everyone was worried for their relatives, because if they weren't strong enough to exit the game, there would only be death waiting for them in reality. Qin Xiaoyu was still clutching her phone, full of resentment. She was annoyed that after such a big event, Qin Feng still hadn't taken the initiative to apologize to her. In her mind, she constantly blamed him because until now, every time she got angry, Qin Feng would always be the one to back down first. Thinking back to the matter of going to Songfest's concert, Xiaoyu suddenly had a thought. If sleeping meant entering the game, then her idol must definitely be in there too. As long as she entered the game, she would have a chance to meet Songfei again. At this thought, her face flushed with joy. After that, Xiaoyu messaged Zhang Wei to ask about the secret to leveling up. Zhang Wei secretly rejoiced because his goddess sought him out. He immediately pointed out, the most important tip is to put all initial attribute points into agility, to avoid being crushed by monsters in the early stages. He also said, as long as someone in the town reaches level 5, the teleportation array will open. At that time, teaming up to level up will be much easier. Hearing this, Qin Xiaoyu was extremely smug, because she had found someone who could carry her to level up. She also secretly thought that after entering the game, she would definitely surpass Qin Feng. When that time came, she wouldn't bother helping him anymore. Meanwhile, inside the game, Qin Feng was still checking the loot from the silver boss. As soon as he saw the first item, he was immediately delighted, because it was a gold-quality cursed ring. This ring increased all attributes by 8 points, added shadow element resistance and increased damage. Multiplier 2 weak points. Qin Feng quickly realized the value of this item was absolutely terrifying. It was almost equivalent to the total base stats of an average player. Enough to push his power up another level. Qin Feng continued to check the loot, and immediately noticed a powerful new skill, named Shadow Shield /. This was an assassin class skill, allowing a very fast forward dash, dealing ARI effect damage, while instantly entering a stealth state. This skill wasn't just for attacking. It was also extremely useful for mobility and retreating. Realizing how broken it was, Qin Feng learned it immediately without hesitation. Then he used evolution points to continue upgrading Hand of Greed from Jade to Diamond rank. After the upgrade, the rate of receiving extra loot skyrocketed. Even the probability of increasing loot quality was significantly higher. This meant that every time he killed a monster, The benefits he received were nearly triple that of a normal player. Qin Feng was extremely satisfied because his resource power had increased by another major tier. Still having evolution points left, he continued to upgrade. Shadow Shield slash from silver straight to platinum. The dash distance was further, the stealth duration longer. The number of slashes increased, and the damage was also visibly stronger, although the cooldown did not decrease, making him slightly regretful. In return, this skill was now powerful enough to help him maintain a state of near continuous invisibility. The remaining loot was mostly unremarkable. Only the warrior skill book, Warcry, still had value to be sold. Just then, 3 level 4 monsters suddenly rushed to attack. Qin Feng was not panicked at all. On the contrary, he saw them as perfect test subjects. He immediately unleashed Shadow Shield slash. His figure blurred like a bolt of lightning. In just a blink of an eye, all 3 monsters were cut down on the spot. The test results made him extremely satisfied because his monster clearing efficiency had greatly increased compared to using toxic darts, which took several hits to bring down a target. Now, the combat speed was much faster, meaning the risk of unexpected occurrences also decreased significantly. After checking again, his tradable lifespan had reached 618 days. Qin Feng quickly calculated that, to be able to extract skills and equipment from the game into reality, he needed at least about 900 days of tradable lifespan, along with the level 10 requirement. That meant his goal now was very clear: continue hunting bosses, gather more lifespan, and level up quickly. Then turn all the power from the game into real-world strength. Qin Feng continued through the curtain of rain. At that same time, Zhang Li was completing a trade with Mo Li. After being boosted to level 3, Zhang Li kept her promise to pay once back in reality. She even wanted to buy up all of his tradable lifespan at an extremely high price. Mal Legion immediately became smug, thinking Shadow was truly a fool for refusing such an easy money-making opportunity. In his eyes, the game was just a tool to exchange for money, and those who knew how to turn power into money were the ones who were truly smart. At the same time, in Shelltown, Qin Feng had successfully activated the teleportation array. The system announced he had become the first person to light up the town's teleportation gate, receiving reputation points and the right to teleport for free once per day. However, Qin Feng quickly realized that currently, this did not bring too much value because the gate only worked 2 ways. Once another town successfully activated theirs. He immediately remembered Song Fei was in Firefly Town, and set an alert so that when that place opened its gate, he would know right away. Even so, his most important goal remained unchanged. He had to quickly reach level 10 and head to the continent of the Forgotten Gods, where the real game truly began. Afterward, Qin Feng continued to open a stall to sell equipment and skills. His appearance immediately caused a stir in the whole town. Players crowded around, because everyone knew Shadow's items were all top-tier goods. When the Warcry skill book was displayed, the warriors immediately scrambled to buy it, to the point that in a flash, someone closed the price at 300 days of lifespan. No one thought that price was expensive, because owning this skill meant one's farming speed would increase sharply, and they could completely earn it back in a short time. After exactly 1 minute, all of Qin Feng's items were swept clean. In total, this trade round brought him an additional 650 days of lifespan, raising his total tradable lifespan to 2,174 days. Although this number was already extremely terrifying compared to most players, Qin Feng still understood it was still too far to meet the conditions for extracting all game power into reality. While the crowd felt regret for not snatching any goods, a girl suddenly stepped forward and offered a special item. It was a rare spatial storage item, increasing storage by 12 slots, without occupying an equipment or backpack slot. As soon as he saw the item, Qin Feng was instantly amazed, because its value was incredibly high. This was the type of equipment with an extremely low drop rate, but its practical value was immense, especially for someone who always had to hunt bosses and collect loot like him. In his past life, a 12-slot ring like this was once sold for over 3,600 days of lifespan. Recognizing the rare merchandise before him, Qin Feng looked directly at the girl and asked, "How much do you want to sell it for?" Jin Li smiled and spoke frankly. She didn't need lifespan. What she wanted was just to befriend Qin Feng and ask him to lead her team to hunt a boss. Qin Feng immediately agreed. After the friend request, he asked what the boss was. Upon hearing the description of an old ship appearing in the middle of a swamp, Qin Feng immediately realized it was the Gold Ghost ship, an extremely rare special boss with a frighteningly low spawn rate. This was the type of boss that every time it appeared, it caused countless guilds to fight over it for its extremely valuable loot. Qin Feng was secretly astonished that such a rare boss would appear right in the beginner town. Furthermore, the person who discovered it was also a member of Wang Meng's team. He began to suspect the girl in front of him was Jin Li, the legendary girl who possessed Heaven-fying luck, whose name he had heard of in his past life. Jin Li recounted that after logging out for dinner, while waiting for her teammates, she took a walk around and accidentally discovered the boss under a cliff. Hearing this, Qin Feng was even more certain. His speculation was correct. The girl felt a bit shy when she saw him staring, while Qin Feng only calmly replied it was nothing, then told her to set off. At the same time, a group of bad people had been secretly following the two from inside the town. The leader immediately led his lackeys to follow, with ill intent. On the way, Qin Feng quickly agreed on the terms for dividing the loot with Jin Li. If the boss dropped items or skills suitable for her, he would yield them, otherwise, everything would belong to him. Jin Li agreed, only adding one small request, that if he sold items to Wang Meng's team later, she hoped he would give a slight discount. Qin Feng also nodded immediately. Upon knowing the target was to hunt a gold boss, Jin Li's face instantly turned pale. She was both a mage and lacked any stealth skills. He had no idea how to survive. But Tan Feng only said coldly, "I am enough. You just need to stand back and watch." That absolute confidence left Cam Lai stunned. Right at this moment, Tan Feng suddenly used shadow stealth and vanished right before her eyes. Cam Lai was panicked, not understanding what happened, while far away. The group of stalkers thought that Tan Feng had abandoned the girl alone, so they immediately lunged forward. They were eager to capture Cam Lai, but they had no idea that Tan Feng was already standing right in front of them. In just an instant, he unleashed Shadow Blade slash. A streak of light flashed by, and the group of 5 was instantly executed on the spot. The system notified him that he had killed all 5 players, but the total loot was only 12 days of lifespan. Tan Feng thought with disdain that this bunch was so poor they weren't even worth killing a few small monsters. After finishing them off, He returned to where Cam Lai was, as if nothing had happened. She curiously asked where he had just gone. Tan Feng only replied briefly that a few people were following, so he had conveniently sent them back to town. Hearing that, Cam Lai innocently nodded, even seriously, assuming he had gone to take care of personal business. After that, she started wondering aimlessly about whether the invisibility skill helped with using the bathroom. If it was more convenient, she even asked if things that fell out of the body would also turn invisible along with her. The bizarre question left Tan Feng completely speechless. Not wanting to continue this strange topic, he immediately switched to the main matter and said bluntly, "Lead me to that gold-tier boss immediately." Tan Zhao, you finally logged into the game. And upon entering, she was extremely excited, because every sensation was unbelievably realistic. Looking at the staff in her hand and knowing she possessed a hidden class, Life Priest, she immediately thought this must be a powerful profession, enough to be worthy of Song Fei. But then, she became annoyed when she remembered Tan Feng, feeling that he only knew how to control her all day long, and when it came to important moments, he was of no help. She told herself that now she had a hidden class, and Zhang Wei promised to carry her in levels, so there was no need to care about Tan Feng anymore. Just then, the leaderboard appeared. First place, Bong Toy Darkness, level 6. Second place, Grey Rose, level 4. Third place, Ba La La, level 3. Tan Xiaoyu was immediately astonished. She never expected Bong Toy to have reached level 6. The more she looked, the more she found Zhang Wei, who was only level 3 but still showing off, to be laughable. In her mind, a thought immediately popped up. If she could be guided by Bong Toy, her leveling speed would surely surpass Zhang Wei. It was just a pity she didn't know where to find that person. Nearby, a team was worried because they lacked a babysitter and couldn't continue hunting monsters. Hearing that, Tan Xiaoyu immediately stepped up, introducing herself as a hidden life priest and wanting to join the team. Meanwhile, Tan Feng and Cam Lai had arrived. The boss appeared. Looking down below, Tan Feng confirmed the boss was indeed the gold-tier ghost ship. He told Cam Lai to stay put in the heights and hide carefully while he would go down to handle the boss. After using shadow stealth to vanish, Tan Feng appeared below and received a notification that the area around the boss had become a berserk zone. Lifespan depletion rate increased by 100 times. He quickly calculated that being here for 15 minutes was equivalent to losing 1 day of lifespan. But the impact was still within an acceptable level. Observing the boss, he saw the gold-tier ghost ship was level 5 and had over 45 minutes of existence left, so there was still plenty of time. Without hesitation, Tan Feng immediately unleashed Shadow Blades / dashing across the hull, dealing 3 consecutive waves of damage. Right after that, he continued to throw venomous darts at the weak point, triggering armor-piercing strike, causing the boss to continue losing massive amounts of HP. While fighting, Tan Feng remembered the 3 most dangerous points of this boss. First, the real weak point was not in the hull or the skeletons, but in the ghost bell on the bow. Second, when the weak point was hit, the boss would control the surrounding water, creating a terrifying wide-area attack. In the early stages, almost only warriors wearing full silver gear could withstand it. Thankfully, with his current speed, he could still dodge it. Third, after the long-range attack, the boss would summon 12 rotting water ghosts, each as strong as a Silvertier boss. If dealt with slowly, every 3 minutes, the boss would summon another one, eventually causing the whole team to be submerged. But with Qin Feng, things were much simpler. Because he was always in a state of stealth. He just needed to choose the right angle. And he could completely wipe out the minion mobs in a single blow. Thinking so, he continued using Shadow Blade / and immediately wiped out all the newly appeared water ghosts. Above, Cam Lai witnessed the entire scene and was stunned to the point of being speechless. She trembled in fear at the overwhelming power of Bong Toi, feeling as if she were watching a ghost, constantly appearing and vanishing, while the boss had absolutely no ability to resist. In just a short time, the Gold-tier ghost ship had lost 13 of its HP. Just then, from below, Qin Feng suddenly shouted that he was dying and called out to Little Black. Cam Lai heard that and was dazed, not understanding what was going on. Qin Feng just calmly told her not to do anything. Just wait for him to respawn. Hearing Qin Feng call her Little Black, Cam Lai immediately blushed with embarrassment. She confusedly asked why he said that, when he was clearly still in the dominant position. Moreover, the name Little Black sounded extremely strange. When she heard Qin Feng call her that because her name was He Bulin, Cam Lai immediately felt torn between laughter and tears, feeling that this name was no different from a name for a dog. At that time, the group that Qin Feng had dealt with before had returned for revenge. They were furious because they had lost face. So this time they brought along a whole crowd, determined to kill Bong Toi at all costs. The leader aggressively declared that this time they had gathered all their brothers and definitely wouldn't let Qin Feng survive. From above, they quickly spotted Cam Lai standing on the cliff edge, while Qin Feng was fighting the boss alone at the foot of the cliff. Below, Qin Feng remained calm, engaging the Gold-tier ghost ship, but in his mind, he understood clearly. The most dangerous challenge had arrived. This was the boss's most terrifying mechanism. It would emit a wide area soul wave, forcibly locking onto targets for 5 seconds, which was almost impossible to dodge. Right after that, the situation changed completely. Cam Lai was terrified to see Qin Feng's body being wrapped tightly by thick, mud-like black slime at his feet, completely losing the ability to move. The next moment, the slime shot into the air and slammed straight down on him. A heavy blow hit him instantly, causing Qin Feng to take over 1,000 damage and be defeated right on the spot. The system immediately notified him that he had died, simultaneously losing a large amount of lifespan, including both his regular and tradable lifespan. 2 orbs of light fell from his corpse, representing the lost lifespan on the cliff. The Revenjiking group saw this and became excited to the extreme. The whole bunch laughed loudly in triumph, mocking Bong Toi for being too arrogant, just because he was called a big boss for daring to challenge a Gold-tier boss alone. When seeing the giant orb of light fall, their eyes immediately lit up with greed. They guessed the amount of lifespan inside must be up to several hundred days, or even more. The whole crowd immediately changed targets, wanting to both steal the lifespan and seize the chance to finish off the boss, which only had about half its HP left. In their eyes, this was clearly the biggest profit-making opportunity. The leader laughed even more crazily, believing that today he could not only get revenge, but also scoop up the entirety of Qin Feng's loot. But just as they were all sinking into joy, thinking they had won, the scene that happened right after left the entire group stunned. No one dared to believe their eyes. The group that just tried to ambush him was wiped out by the boss and respawned in Shell Town. Everyone was furious because the boss was too strong. As soon as they entered the swamp, they were swept dead by a water pillar, and were surrounded by small monsters, so they were extremely bitter. But they still decided to go back. Meanwhile, at the swamp, Qin Feng respawned and was surprised to see items lying everywhere. Cam Lai told him that a group of people had just rushed in but were all wiped out by the water pillar. Qin Feng immediately understood, even laughing because that bunch was too reckless. He remembered that in his previous life, he had struggled with the Gold-tier ghost ship, so he was very familiar with this boss's mechanism. The boss only used its control skill once, but when at half HP, it could teleport, so it was very hard to kill. Having grasped the pattern, Qin Feng used venomous darts to attack the wind chime on the bow, making the boss enraged. He quickly went into stealth and continuously launched attacks, since he already knew its movement patterns. Above, the thugs respawned and also came back. Seeing Qin Feng continue to fight the boss, they immediately hatched a plan to steal the credit. Cam Lai saw their conspiracy, so she was angry. Deciding not to let them ruin the plan, she cast lightning magic and struck the thugs, leaving the group scorched black. Those who were still alive immediately spotted Cam Lai and went mad, demanding to kill her. Cam Lai was scared and turned to run away, calling for help while running, with the thugs close behind. Nearby, there was another group silently observing everything. On this side, Qin Feng was still quietly soloing the boss. Seeing the boss's HP about to run out, he breathed a sigh of relief, but also realized the battle had lasted too long because his current damage was still low. He also soon discovered many groups hiding around. They were all waiting for him to kill the boss, to steal the loot. Not long after, the toxin took full effect, causing the boss to collapse. The system notified Qin Feng successfully defeated the Gold-tier ghost ship, gaining 4,800 EXP and leveling up to level 8. Receiving 7 evolution points and 216 days of lifespan. Right after killing the boss, he immediately went into stealth and watched the boss dissolve, laughing inwardly because that group had miscalculated. The server-wide system immediately issued a notification that player Bong Toy in Shell Town was the first to take down a Gold-tier boss and received 3 reputation points. All players were shocked, because no one believed anyone was strong enough to solo a Gold-tier boss at this stage. Tan Xiao Yu, after reading the news, also became more determined, wanting to find Bong Toy to ask for help to get stronger. After the boss died, a series of treasure bags fell, making the group waiting in ambush extremely greedy. They assumed Qin Feng was scared and had fled, so they immediately ordered Quang to use a tracking skill to find his whereabouts. Quang fired a spirit eagle to break the stealth, but Qin Feng just silently observed, because his stealth level far exceeded the opponent's detection ability. Unable to find the target, Quang concluded that Qin Feng had run away. The leader immediately felt triumphant, leading the whole group toward the item drop area, waiting 5 minutes to claim the loot. While the whole bunch was dreaming about the loot about to belong to them, black energy suddenly spread, accompanied by a series of slashes cutting their throats clean. Qin Feng stepped out from the shadows, with a cold gaze, easily disposing of the entire group. Looking at the area, it was now silent. He suddenly remembered Ginli, but he decided to process the loot first. With the accumulated evolution points, he upgraded the Hand of Greed skill to a new level. The skill now has an extremely high rate of obtaining extra loot. Simultaneously, all additional rewards are increased by 1 rank. Qin Feng immediately used the skill on all the dropped items. A powerful burst of energy erupted in the middle of the lake. The system continuously issued notifications. He received a massive amount of evolution points, lifespan, and rare items. Most notably, he obtained 2 Ghost Fire Spirit pills. Holding the 2 bells in his hand, Qin Feng was extremely excited, because these were extremely rare items. The bells can help the user avoid losing lifespan upon death and greatly increase the lifespan drop rate when killing monsters. They even have a large S-scale crowd control skill, making all enemies within a range of 100 meters immobilized for 3 seconds. Just as Qin Feng was still rejoicing over the loot, Jinli's panicked cry for help suddenly rang out. Hearing her voice, he immediately startled, remembering she was still in danger, and hurriedly called out to find Xiaohei's location. Hearing Jinli's voice, Qin Feng immediately spoke up to find her. But on the other end, Jinli was falling into the encirclement of a group of thugs. They closed in step by step, constantly uttering threats and forcing her to surrender. Pushed into a corner, Jinli fearfully glanced down at the ravine below. Having no other choice, she grit her teeth and jumped straight down before the astonished eyes of the whole group. Her body fell hard onto the ground and impacted so hard the stone foundation cracked. Blood splattered everywhere, then her body gradually vanished. The leader was stunned. He didn't expect this girl to be so tough, to the point of choosing suicide over falling into their hands. At that moment, Qin Feng also heard Jinli's voice coming through. She reported that she had died and respawned in town. But fortunately, the entire tradable lifespan of the team was on Wang Meng, so there was no major loss. Hearing this, Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He told her to just wait in town. When he returned, he would give the items to her. Jinli immediately thanked him gratefully. After collecting all the loot, Qin Feng was very satisfied because this trip was a huge profit. His tradable lifespan skyrocketed, while also gaining 21 evolution points. He intended to continue upgrading Hand of Greed, but the system notified that the skill had reached its level limit. To evolve further, now required 20 evolution points. This startled him, as the upgrade costs became more terrifying later on. Thinking for a moment, he decided to set Hand of Greed aside for now, and prioritize upgrading combat skills to increase damage. First, he poured points into Shadow Shield / pushing this skill from Platinum straight to Diamond. After the upgrade, the dash range was further. Stealth duration was longer, and the number of slashes increased significantly. The damage of each slash also skyrocketed. Next, he used the remaining points to upgrade the passive skill, Backtrack. The effect now increased. Damage from behind, up to 30 Fun to Ram. After 2 enhancements, Qin Feng immediately felt a clear surge in power. His growth was remarkable. Shadow Shield / was now twice as strong as before. A single cast of the skill was enough to deal about 3,000 damage. If combined with stealth and attacking from behind, the total damage could explode to 6,000 to 7,000. Even a gold boss would find it hard to endure. Then he checked all the loot. Thanks to the terrifying effect of Hand of Greed, this time he obtained 11 pieces of equipment, along with a gold skill book, plus 2 platinum items and a platinum skill book. Among them were 3 items perfectly suited for an assassin. The first was the platinum grade Ghost Ship Twin Blades, an assassin weapon with extremely high attack and strong bonuses to agility, attack speed, and armor penetration. Its special effect made each normal attack deal double damage. Although Qin Feng mainly relied on skills, he still highly valued the stats that this weapon provided. The second item was the gold grade, Ghost Fire Armor. This armor provided strong physical defense, fire resistance, damage reduction, and specifically increased health by 419 points. Qin Feng was shocked, because he barely increased his constitution when leveling up. His current HP wasn't even at that number. This armor alone caused his vitality to surge, enough to turn him into a tank. In the current stage, the final item was the gold skill book, Vague Ghost Image, a passive skill that increased dodge rate by 15 funtarum, and upon a successful dodge, it grants immunity to all damage. Initially, Qin Feng was slightly disappointed, as this was originally a rather weak skill in others' eyes, due to the extreme difficulty of increasing dodge stats. Normal players wanting to build dodge would have to sacrifice many other important attributes. But for Qin Feng, it was completely different. He had the infinite evolution ability, so he could increase dodge without trading off any other stats. To him, this was a pure and extremely valuable benefit. After learning the skill, Qin Feng decided it was time to head back. The items belonging to warrior, priest, and archer classes, he planned to sell back to Wang Meng at a more favorable price. Although the other party might not be able to afford them all yet, given Wang Meng's character, Qin Feng believed they could have a long-term trading relationship. Thinking of this, he suddenly remembered all the luck this time originated from Jinli. If she hadn't discovered the Golden Ghost ship, he wouldn't have been able to make such a huge haul. This time, he must properly thank that lucky, koi fish girl. Qin Feng calculated silently as he dashed off. Originally, he intended to find a suitable area to grind to level 10. But now that there were clues about ruins, everything had changed completely. In the memories of his past life, near beginner towns, 3 types of major ruins often appeared: ancient tombs, cursed ruins, and faith temples. Regardless of the type, the inside was filled with rare monsters, even bronze and silver grade bosses. To others, it was a death zone, but to Qin Feng, it was no different from a giant treasure trove full of lifespan and evolution points. Qin Feng entered the ruins and immediately recalled, in the early stages, 3 main types of ruins would appear: tombs, cursed ruins, and faith temples. Tombs were the most dangerous because they were full of difficulty-clear demons. Finally, there was a gold boss guarding it. Cursed ruins contained those cursed by the ancient gods. Some were once living people. Some had gone mad, and some had died and turned into ghosts. As for faith temples, they were gathering places for followers of ancient gods or evil gods. The terrain inside was extremely complex. If one could overcome the last 2 types, the rewards were usually rare items or skill books. Looking at the drawings on the stone walls, Qin Feng quickly realized this was a faith temple belonging to the ancient god of judgment. Just then, from deep within, a scream rang out, putting him on alert. Thanks to the eye of judgment on him, he was suddenly pulled into another vision. In the forest outside, Wang Meng and his teammates were fighting with extreme difficulty. A monster attacked continuously, sending Wang Meng flying and causing him to cough up blood repeatedly. A teammate immediately shouted for Qin Xiaowu to hurry up and heal, but she stood frozen in place out of fear, her mind completely blank. Despite being urged repeatedly, Qin Xiaoyu still trembled, not knowing what to do. As the monster continued to charge, the whole team became even more panicked. When asked to use her skill, Qin Xiaoyu was so terrified she crouched down and sobbed bitterly. As a result, the entire team was instantly wiped out by the monster. Not long after, they all respawned at Shelltown, everyone's face looking grim. Seeing everyone return so early, Jinli ran over in surprise to check on them, saying that the Shadow Great Lord hadn't returned yet, so they couldn't buy equipment. Immediately, a team member pointed straight at Qin Xiaoyu and lashed out in a rage. He was furious because she didn't know how to dodge, nor did she know how to use her skills, being a total burden to the team. Seeing this, Ginli stepped in to mediate, saying Qin Xiaoyu was just a newbie, so making mistakes was normal. But that defense made the other guy even angrier. He held up 3 fingers and emphasized that, in less than an hour, the whole team had died 3 times just because of Qin Xiaoyu. Hearing this, even Jinli was startled. But she quickly regained her composure, took out the necklace, and changed the subject, proposing to accompany the team next time. With the 2 items received from the Great Lord, Ginli became confident, asserting that as long as she joined, no one on the team would have to die this time. Hearing this, Wang Meng immediately agreed, thinking that having Ginli along would surely make things go more smoothly. Who knows? Maybe they could meet the Shadow Great Lord again on the way back. Outside, Qin Xiaoyu bowed her head and apologized repeatedly, appearing repentant. But inside, she was extremely frustrated. She blamed herself for being incompetent, while also being resentful for having to serve this group, just because they had a relationship with the Shadow Great Lord. Meanwhile, as Qin Feng continued to explore the ruins, he found 2 living corpses kneeling. They were the loyal believers of the ancient god, level 10, silver grade. He immediately attacked with Shadow Shield / but was surprised that such a strong attack only reduced their health by a tiny bit. Even with break stealth and backstab added, only half of their health was gone. This proved these 2 bosses were even tankier than the golden ghost chip. The strange thing was, instead of counterattacking, both knelt towards Qin Feng. Even though he was in stealth, Qin Feng quickly realized they probably felt the Eye of Judgment artifact on him, so they didn't dare to attack. He tried giving orders to lead the way, but seeing their dull expressions, he understood they had lost all reason and only had killing instincts left. Just then, the 2 monsters suddenly dashed off to attack a group of players who had just entered the ruins. This group immediately panicked upon discovering they had to face 2 silver bosses at the same time. In the end, before they could even run, they were wiped out. Observing while in stealth, Qin Feng recognized this was the group of the girl who once bought the Ice Finger skill, whose name seemed to be Grey Rose. He also concluded that with the current equipment standard, ordinary players simply lacked the strength to go deep into these ruins. After picking up the loot, Qin Feng was quite surprised when that group dropped over 100 days of tradable lifespan. It was indeed a big haul. However, after searching everywhere without finding any traps or treasures, he started to lose patience and decided to directly deal with the 2 bosses. 2 poisonous darts were thrown accurately, finishing them both in an instant. Qin Feng immediately received 4,000 experience points, leveling up to level 9. He gained 4 more evolution points and 188 days of tradable lifespan. Then he used Hand of Greed to harvest the loot and was extremely satisfied with the results. 32 evolution points. over 15,000 days of lifespan, 4 gold items, and 10 silver items. Most notable among them was the gold grade Believer's Necklace for Assassins, increasing agility and reducing cooldown by 20 funterum. It could even summon a silver believer to fight alongside the owner. After equipping the necklace, all of Qin Feng's skill cooldowns were shortened, helping his farming ability increase significantly. The remaining items required levels that were too high, so currently only he could use them. It was best to just keep them for now. Just then, a strange noise rang out from behind. Qin Feng immediately used shadow stealth to hide and looked ahead. A stone pillar slowly appeared. It made him realize immediately, only by clearing all the monsters in this area will the hidden mechanism of the ruins be officially activated. Qin Feng looked up at the stone column and immediately recognized it as the hidden mechanism of the ruins. Right after that, the stone column emitted a heavy sound and began to slowly descend. Looking at this strange operating mechanism, he quickly guessed it was like a secret elevator leading underground. As the stone slab above gradually closed, the surrounding space was also completely sealed off. After a long period of moving deep down, the stone column finally stopped. Qin Feng let out a breath. It felt as if he had just been taken several hundred meters underground. Observing the surroundings, he immediately identified this place as a secret maze hidden within the divine temple. According to experience from his past life, this type of maze usually appeared randomly in the ruins, filled with deadly traps. However, if someone goes ahead to scout the way, the danger level will be greatly reduced. It just consumes more time. But with his current stats, Qin Feng knew well that once a trap was accidentally triggered, it would almost certainly lead to death. Fortunately, he had just obtained a piece of equipment extremely useful for this situation. It was the gold-grade Believer's Necklace. Not only did it increase agility and reduce cooldowns, but it also allowed him to summon a silver-grade Believer to fight alongside him. Without hesitation, Qin Feng immediately activated the special effect. A loyal silver-grade Believer appeared before him, looking exactly like the monsters outside. He immediately ordered it to move forward to scout the way. Watching the subordinate obediently follow orders, Qin Feng was quite satisfied, since he now had a free meat shield to lead the way. However, he was still not completely at ease, because this maze was too dangerous. To be safer, Qin Feng decided to prioritize upgrading his passive evasion skill. After consuming evolution points, Phantom Blur was upgraded from gold to epic grade, pushing the evasion rate up to 75 funteram. This meant that the majority of attacks could now be completely evaded. Even when evasion was triggered, he would be immune to all damage. With this extra layer of insurance, Qin Feng finally felt more secure. Looking at the remaining points, he decided to continue dumping them into his strongest skill, Shadow Leap / After evolving to epic grade, this skill was comprehensively enhanced. Longer dash range, longer invisibility duration, increased number of slashes, larger strike area, and the damage per hit also increased significantly. For Qin Feng, this was a massive leap in power. While checking the results, he also quickly analyzed the skill evolution mechanism. Later on, the evolution cost would increase exponentially. Each time it ascended to a major grade, it would cost 10 times more than before. This meant that if a skill already had a high grade like epic, upgrading it to legendary or mythical would save a large amount of evolution points. Conversely, for low-grade skills, just upgrading them to epic already consumed an enormous amount. This was precisely Tan Feng's greatest advantage. He could use very low costs to push any skill to at least epic grade. In other words, from now on, his skill set would no longer contain any trash skills. After finishing the calculations, Tan Feng realized he still had 11 evolution points left, just enough to continue enhancing a few basic skills. Among them, the next priority would definitely be stealth. After consuming more evolution points, Tan Feng upgraded stealth consecutively to platinum, greatly increasing the invisibility duration to 24 seconds. The break stealth damage was also significantly enhanced, while the cooldown was reduced to 22 seconds. Even so, after including the current cooldown reduction effects, Tan Feng was still not truly satisfied, because stealth still needed over 16 seconds to recharge. Furthermore, the break stealth damage was still not explosive enough in his eyes. Right at that moment, the loyal believer ahead suddenly stepped on a trap. A giant boulder immediately fell, crushing the summon on the spot. Tan Feng only watched calmly, then decided to wait for the cooldown to summon a new one to continue scouting. This maze was clearly extremely dangerous. He could only explore cautiously, step by step. On the upper floor of the Divine Temple, the group that had just been killed had also returned. After checking, they confirmed that the two silver bosses had completely disappeared. The red-haired girl immediately understood that someone had killed the bosses and taken all the dropped lifespan. Thinking it over, the only person capable of doing that at this stage could only be the Great Lord's shadow. She remembered when she first entered the garden. She seemed to have seen a figure who was still communicating with the monsters. This made her even more wary of Tan Feng's unfathomable power. Meanwhile, down in the maze, Tan Feng continuously summoned new believers to scout. But one after another, they were destroyed by traps. After 3 hours of exploration, he finally believed that he was nearing the end of the maze. According to past life experience, if real people were used to scout in this type of maze, the death toll would certainly be counted in the dozens, or even hundreds. After another summon, the loyal believer walked up to a large stone door. Tan Feng immediately ordered it to open the door. But no matter how hard it tried, the door wouldn't budge. Feeling strange, Tan Feng stepped forward himself and placed his hand on the door. At that exact moment, the door immediately opened. From inside, flows of freezing cold air rushed out, making him instantly alert. Inside the sealed room was a strange sight. A mysterious girl was standing next to a large treasure chest. The chest was covered in sharp spikes and locked tight, looking extremely dangerous. Tan Feng tried to check the girl's information, but everything only showed question marks. This was the first time he had encountered a mysterious NPC, to the point where no data could be read at all. Immediately after, the girl made incomprehensible sounds, knelt before him, and then suddenly disappeared. At the same time, all the sharp spikes on the treasure chest also vanished. Tan Feng quickly linked this strange phenomenon with the Eye of Judgment on himself. Seeing the chest before him, emitting a brilliant light, he immediately determined it was an extremely high-grade chest, capable of containing epic-grade items. Even so, he still did not dare to be careless, because treasure chests of this type usually came with traps or guarding monsters. Following his cautious habit, he continued to let the loyal believer step forward to open the chest for him. When the lid popped open, a dazzling golden light immediately erupted from within. Looking at the item that appeared, Qin Feng could not hide his surprise. Inside the chest was a skill book specifically for the assassin class. Furthermore, it was the rare type of skill that possessed both active and passive effects. Qin Feng opened the treasure chest and immediately received the epic skill book, Mercy of Release. A powerful assassin skill, with a passive that hits weak points, 100 fun terum, and doubles weak point damage. The active skill, Throat Cut. The next strike would deal additional damage over time for 3 seconds, causing the burst damage to skyrocket. After calculating, he realized that with just one 300 damage hit, he could deal a total of 1,200 damage. The power had nearly increased several times over. Since this was an epic skill, it only required 10 evolution points to be upgraded to legendary, which made Qin Feng extremely satisfied, as this trip was indeed a huge harvest. He immediately contacted Jin Li, telling her to call Wang Meng back to town to trade equipment. When returning to Seashell Town, before Qin Feng's eyes was a scene of chaos, as countless players had already gathered, waiting for him. As soon as he appeared, the crowd immediately went wild. Some asked to be friends, some wanted to be his lackeys. Others even invited him to join their factions. Someone even brought their younger sister to introduce him, while others said ridiculous things just to build a connection with Great Lord Shadow. Looking at that chaotic scene, Qin Feng understood immediately that the teleport portals between towns had opened. This also meant he could now go to Firefly Town to find Song Fei. Not wanting to be disturbed, he immediately used Shadow Leap to turn invisible and quietly left, leaving the crowd behind to argue loudly. Meeting Jin Li, Qin Feng called out too little Black and told her to call Wang Meng over to trade. But right at that moment, he unexpectedly saw Tan Zhao Yu standing with Wang Meng's group. This made him instantly alert, because he knew this girl was not simple at all. And he was even worried that Wang Meng's group would eventually be dragged down by her. Qin Feng understood very well that even though Shadow's reputation had spread everywhere, he absolutely must not reveal his real-life identity, because he was still not strong enough to protect himself. Slip up, and the countless enemies targeting him would strike immediately. On the other side, Tan Zhao Yu looked at Qin Feng with eyes full of admiration, secretly marveling that Shadow was indeed far stronger than the people around. She was even calculating that if she could cling to Qin Feng to level up quickly, she would soon be able to meet Song Fei. In the meantime, Qin Feng began trading with Wang Meng, bringing out a series of gold and silver equipment, along with skill books suitable for their team composition. The total value reached 2,200 days of lifespan. Wang Meng was instantly stunned upon hearing it, because the amount of lifespan was too large, completely exceeding the group's ability to pay. But Qin Feng calmly said they could owe him for now. This statement made Wang Meng extremely grateful, because he didn't expect the Great Lord to trust them so much. He sincerely promised that if Qin Feng ever needed help in the future, the whole group would certainly do their best to assist him. Upon receiving the new equipment and skills, Wang Meng's entire group was immediately overjoyed, because their combat power had increased significantly. In just a blink of an eye, everyone was amazed by Shadow's generosity, trusting and respecting him even more. As for Tan Zhao Yu, she only stood aside watching silently, her eyes full of expectation as she looked toward Wang Meng's group. After Qin Feng finished the trade, Wang Meng suddenly realized His team still didn't have any gear for a priest. Tan Xiaoyu immediately spoke up, asking for equipment and skills for herself, even proactively sending a friend request to Qin Feng. But in return, she only received a gaze as cold as ice, full of killing intent from him. Immediately after, Qin Feng used Shadow Leap and disappeared, leaving Tan Xiaoyu standing there frozen, not understanding what had happened. Wang Meng's group could only comfort her, saying next time there would be gear for priests, while a teammate nearby bluntly remarked that the Great Lord simply didn't care about her at all. Jin Li was still mesmerized, exclaiming that Great Lord's shadow was truly a divine dragon whose head is seen but not his tail. The more she looked, the cooler he seemed. On the way out, Qin Feng thought to himself that in his bag there was actually still a gold scepter and even an extremely rare priest skill book. But to him, giving those valuable items to Tan Xiaoyu was no different from a waste. Compared to the benefits of long-term cooperation with Wang Meng's group and the power behind them, a useless person like Tan Xiaoyu was completely not worth the investment. Tan Feng immediately decided he had to find a truly strong priest to replace her. The first person he thought of was Ju Yu, a top-tier priest from his past life with the hidden class, White Bird Divine Priest. She possesses recovery abilities and physical strength that are incredibly powerful. She even soloed an epicrit boss once. In Tan Feng's eyes, Tan Xiaoyu's abilities are not even worth carrying her shoes. Recalling that Ji Yizu is also in the same town as Song Fei, Tan Feng immediately stepped into the teleportation circle. He arrived at Firefly Town. As soon as he arrived, he went into stealth. At that moment, he heard two players who had just respawned cursing loudly because they were robbed of their boss and lost their lifespan. From their conversation, Tan Feng immediately captured vital information. The culprit behind this was Song Fei. He immediately tracked the trail to the Tanshan Valley, a level 5 monster area infested with fire-type monsters. Here, a chaotic battle was taking place. Around the Silver Great Boss, the two-headed flame-splitting beast. The scene was extremely chaotic, as many players were attacking the boss while killing each other to compete for the loot. Tan Feng hid behind a cliff to observe, and quickly spotted his target. In the center of the battlefield was Song Fei, being protected by a group of fanatical female fans. What left Tan Feng speechless was that this lineup consisted of all sorts of people. Some fat, some thin, but none stood out for their appearance. The two players who had chased him caught sight of Song Fei and were furious, rushing forward to kill him and seek revenge for the stolen lifespan earlier. One shield bearer even loudly declared that he had prepared skills specifically to counter mages and deal with him. But before he could act, a chubby female mage rushed out, wielding a staff, smashing it straight onto his head to protect her idol. Seeing this, Tan Feng only found it too familiar. In his previous life, Song Fei was known as the heaven-defying mage god, using fanatical fans to build a freakish team composition designed solely to serve him. His female fans not only handed over all their equipment and skills to him, but also transformed themselves into all sorts of strange mages. Some built pure damage into glass cannons. Some put points into agility to become harassers. Some dumped all their points into constitution to become meat shields. Some even invested points in strength, then used their staffs for melee combat. Thanks to this bizarre formation, in the early stages, Song Fei rampaged almost everywhere, stealing the lifespan of countless players, with no one able to stop him. However, Qin Feng also knew very well that such a lopsided team composition was only strong for a short time. Eventually, these fanatical fans would all perish one by one. At this moment, that chubby female mage was still aggressively charging forward, screaming and swinging her staff down with full momentum. Song Fei at this time continued to display a gentle facade, using caring words to incite his female fans to be even more fanatical. Hearing their idol speak a few pitying words, the whole group was immediately moved to tears, rushing forward wildly to protect him, even chanting slogans about crowning Song Fei as their king. Just as the boss suddenly fired a fireball towards him, a female mage, without hesitation, dashed out to take the hit for him. Song Fei immediately pretended to be worried. This only moved that girl to the point where she was willing to sacrifice herself. All the while, the mob of fans kept raining magic attacks down on the boss. Everyone believed that as long as they could kill this silver rank boss, then Song Fei would overcome Shadow to become the strongest player. Song Fei was also secretly complacent. He assumed that Shadow definitely had some bug, which was why he was so strong. As for him, he only needed to reach level 8 to surpass his opponent. But just as he was dreaming of the number 1 spot, Qin Feng suddenly appeared like a phantom. In the blink of an eye, he grabbed Song Fei by the head and unleashed the Shadow Blade slash. A clean strike, so precise that Song Fei's head was severed from his neck. It didn't stop there. Qin Feng continued to dash through the group of female mages, slashing them all into pieces in an instant. At the same time, the boss was also wiped out within the range. The damage was terrifying. A series of numbers, nearly 2,000 in damage, kept popping up, leaving all the surrounding players stunned. Everyone was terrified witnessing a skill that could both one-shot the boss and wipe out Song Fei's entire team. People immediately realized that this could only be the master, Shadow, the only one capable of unleashing such terrifying power. No one dared to step forward to compete for the loot. They even voluntarily ceded everything to Qin Feng. In their eyes, the fact that Qin Feng killed Song Fei was nothing short of delivering righteous justice, helping everyone vent the anger they had harbored for so long. But Qin Feng only looked coldly at the crowd, because he understood clearly that this adulation was simply because they were afraid of his power. At Firefly Town, Song Fei quickly respawned, his face filled with panic, as the system notified him that he had just been killed by Shadow, losing over 1,000 days of lifespan, tradable, and over 18 years of fixed lifespan. He couldn't believe he had been taken out so cleanly, and he couldn't understand why Shadow appeared right in his town and stole the boss he was about to secure. At the same time, his group of female fans also one by one respawned in a daze. After being wiped out by Qin Feng, Song Fei and his fans respawned, shocked and furious. The whole group immediately blamed Shadow, claiming he only knew how to fight sneakily to steal bosses, shouting and swearing to take revenge. Just then, a blue-haired girl offered to join the team, saying she was an archer and had the eagle eye skill, which could counter stealth. The fan mages immediately opposed it because Song Fei's team only recruited mages to optimize rank climbing speed. But Song Fei continued to play the saint, gently opening his arms to welcome her, saying that love could overcome all boundaries, and everyone was welcome. With just a few sweet words, he made that girl cry tears of joy, and the surrounding fans became even more fanatical, vowing to follow him to the death. Song Fei took the opportunity to continue inciting hatred, turning all the resentment into a spearhead aimed directly at Shadow. The entire crazed group declared that they must capture Shadow, control him, and let Song Fei handle him personally. The nearby players were left speechless after hearing this, feeling that these fans were truly brainless. As for Song Fei, he was secretly pleased that his plan had succeeded. He believed that, as long as there were enough people surrounding him, a lone assassin like Shadow would eventually fall before him. Meanwhile, Qin Feng didn't care about those people at all. He leisurely collected the spoils with his greedy hand, receiving an additional 16 evolution points and 217 days of lifespan. Thanks to the massive amount of resources he just earned, he immediately upgraded the Mercy's Deliverance skill from epic to legendary. This skill was comprehensively enhanced. The chance to hit weak points soared from 100 fun taram to 200 fun taram. The throat slit effect also increased damage and significantly reduced cooldown. Qin Feng quickly realized this skill was now terrifying, to the point where almost half of the enemy's body could be considered a weak point. If combined with Shadow Strike, then almost every hit could trigger fatal damage. It was even enough to insta-kill gold bosses. After calculating the massive evolution costs at higher levels, he used the remaining points to upgrade backsp, increasing damage when attacking from behind to 40 fun to ram. Summarizing the haul, this battle alone helped him earn over 1,400 days of lifespan that could be traded. Clearly a huge profit. Qin Feng was preparing to leave when suddenly a female assassin rushed from behind to launch a surprise attack. But facing that sudden assassination attempt, he only tilted his body slightly to dodge it cleanly. The girl couldn't believe it, frantically unleashing more slashes, but all of them missed completely. Just as she panicked, dust rose all around, and a group of Song Fei's fans from above immediately appeared, surrounding Qin Feng. They howled with murderous intent, declaring they must avenge Brother Fei today. The girl holding a bow also raised her weapon. Her eyes locked onto Qin Feng, signaling a siege was about to begin. Just as Qin Feng went into stealth, the female archer immediately drew her bow, confidently declaring that her skill could track invisible targets. An arrow was fired into the sky, feathers falling all over the area. But ironically, the one exposed was the female assassin, who had just failed to assassinate Qin Feng. Song Fei's fans didn't realize they had targeted the wrong person. Instantly excited, they unleashed all their strongest skills directly at their ally. The female assassin screamed in panic, trying to explain, but it was too late. She was struck down on the spot by her own teammates. Even knowing they had killed the wrong person, the fans shamelessly defended their actions, claiming she wasn't a mage and wasn't loyal to Song Fei, so she deserved to die. Just as the group was in chaos, Qin Feng immediately used Ghost Flame to activate an area effect crowd control skill, causing all of Song Fei's fans to be immobilized for 3 seconds. That moment was their death sentence. A shadow streaked past like a flash of lightning. A flurry of explosive strikes erupted, sweeping across the entire battlefield. In the blink of an eye, everyone fell once again. Song Fei was hiding in the back, not yet realizing what had happened, when Qin Feng suddenly appeared right beside him. Leaning into his ear, he coldly declared that he was a dead man. Song Fei panicked and summoned a magic barrier, but all his defenses were meaningless. The poisonous dart of Qin Feng pierced straight through the barrier, striking him dead center in the forehead and finishing him once more. After collecting the loot, Qin Feng discovered that Song Fei still had about 2,000 days of tradable lifespan left. But what surprised him even more was that the fanatical crowd of followers had almost no tradable lifespan remaining. Clearly, they had sacrificed all their resources to Song Fei. Truly a bunch of fanatics who had lost their minds. At the respawn point, Song Fei revived with a face twisted in rage. Upon realizing he only had about 500 days of lifespan left to trade, he interrogated the female archer, demanding why her tracking skill was useless. She trembled, explaining that her stealth detection skill was only at level 1, capable of detecting only stealth, while the Shadow's stealth level was obviously much higher, making it impossible to lock onto his position. Hearing this, Song Fei became even more hateful. He could not understand how the Shadow could come and go like a ghost, killing and leaving without a single trace. Not daring to stay long, he continued to sweet-talk and reassure his fans, then led the group to a different area to level up. Meanwhile, Qin Feng returned to town. But not seeing Song Fei anywhere, he immediately asked the players around him. One pointed the way for him, and conveniently begged that if he killed Song Fei later, he should spare his girlfriend, as she was also in that group. Qin Feng indifferently advised him to get a new girlfriend and left immediately. But the problem was, even knowing the direction, he still didn't know the target's destination, so it would take a lot of time to track them down. Just as he was thinking, a silhouette flashed by, making him immediately realize it was Laz. Qin Feng immediately revealed himself and asked for her help. He offered for Laz to use her search ability to track down Song Fei. In return, he would sell her a plate scepter at an extremely low price. Laz was both happy and surprised, because this ability was a secret she had never told anyone. Even though suspicious, she still couldn't resist the attraction of the scepter and quickly agreed to the deal. After receiving the new weapon, Zhao Zu's face lit up as if she had found a treasure. Qin Feng lightly tapped her head, urging her to get to work. Zhao Zu then immediately summoned the white bird to begin tracking the target. In her heart, an incredibly strange feeling began to rise at this moment. Even though this was clearly the first time she met Shadow, the man standing before her gave her a sense of familiarity that was hard to explain. When she asked him directly if he was someone she knew in real life, Qin Feng only gave a slight smile and told her to guess for herself. Zhao Zu was too lazy to think further, focusing all her mental energy on the white bird. Her eyes brightened, because from now on, everything the bird saw was exactly what she could observe. Zhao Zu quickly locked onto Song Fei's position and reported the coordinates to Qin Feng. But she also warned him beforehand that those people could move at any time. Qin Feng immediately asked her to add him as a friend for easier tracking and constant updates. Then without hesitation, he dashed off to hunt them down. On the way there, while passing through a forest, his gaze suddenly stopped at an ancient tree trunk engraved with a strange symbol. Instincts from his previous life made him immediately realize that this place was not simple. Qin Feng asked Zhao Zu to use her search ability to see if there were any other trees nearby with similar marks. Though she didn't understand what was happening, Zhao Zu quickly identified 2 more locations. When Qin Feng touched the symbol on the tree trunk, strange lines of light immediately spread out, connecting with the other 2 points, and forming a complete triangle of light. Right in the center of the triangle, a gold grade treasure chest unexpectedly appeared, making Xiaozu's eyes widen in shock. This was a rare blessing from the ancient gods. Something that could appear randomly across the map. Sometimes it brought along extremely powerful monsters. And sometimes it contained rare treasures. According to Xiaozu's estimation, this chest alone was worth thousands of days of tradable lifespan. Qin Feng opened the chest with a calm expression. But when he saw the item inside, even he had to pause. It was a gold-grade skill book named Flower of Curses. This was an extremely overpowered skill that allowed casting a curse on the corpse of a player who had just died within 15 seconds. Afterward, a flower of curses would grow and continuously drain all the victims' tradable lifespan until nothing remained. After reading the description, Qin Feng's gaze immediately turned cold. He had heard of this skill in his previous life, but only now did he know its true name. With this ability, he only needed to kill the target and hold the corpse, and all the assets and lifespan of the opponent would be sucked dry, leaving absolutely nothing behind. In Qin Feng's mind at this moment, there was only one single thought. Song Fe's era of glory has ended. This time, I will force him to the point of quitting the game. Then quickly reach level 10, to transfer my power to reality and eliminate him completely. Meanwhile, in another location, Song Fe and his group of obsessed fans were still grinding mobs. After finishing off a boss, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, believing that he had run far enough from Shadow's pursuit. In his mind, he even began to calculate. I just need to take advantage of this place to level up. And when I return later, I will definitely pay him back with interest. But right at that moment, the fat female mage discovered another group of players fighting. A boss nearby, with just a casual remark from Song Fe that those people seemed to be fans of Shadow. The entire group of obsessed fans immediately went berserk. In their eyes, anyone related to Shadow was an enemy that must be destroyed. Without distinguishing right from wrong, the whole group charged straight ahead with overwhelming killing intent. The group that was fighting, the boss thought reinforcements had arrived to help. So they greeted them happily. Who would have thought that the response they got was a direct smash to the face from the fat female mage? The entire group was completely stunned, not understanding what was happening. They tried to explain that they had nothing to do with Shadow, but the obsessed fans no longer had the sanity to listen. Arrows and magic immediately rained down without mercy. In just a blink of an eye, the innocent players and the nearby boss were all wiped out completely. Song Fe's fans had now turned into complete fanatics. Just hearing the two words, Shadow, made them ready to kill everything in sight. Song Fei looked at the pile of dropped items and was overjoyed. Feeling triumphant inside, he immediately feigned a pitiful act, then turned to thank the obsessed fans. He didn't forget to shift all the blame onto Shadow's fans, saying that they were the ones who almost got him killed. Hearing that, the brainless fans were even more moved, weeping and swearing to follow him to the end, through life and death. But just as the whole group was still immersed in that touching atmosphere, Qin Feng had quietly appeared from a distance. He immediately activated Shadow Stealth, completely vanishing into the darkness. An ice-cold voice suddenly rang out, calling Song Fe's name directly, causing the entire group's faces to turn pale instantly. Song Fe had just started to turn his head in shock when it was already too late. Because at that very moment, his head flew off his neck. Qin Feng's voice rang out, coldly again, signaling his death like a pronounced sentence. The obsessed fans immediately began to wail and cry piteously, while Tan Feng also gradually revealed himself. Without wasting a single second, he directly used the skill he had just obtained, Flower of Curses. Immediately, a blood-red flower bloomed profusely from the neck of Song Fe's corpse. The scene was so eerie that it made everyone around freeze in terror. At the respawn point, Song Fe had just come back to life and went into a frenzy, constantly cursing Shadow. In his mind, he completely couldn't understand why he was being targeted like this. He even deluded himself into thinking that perhaps Shadow was jealous because he had so many female fans. But his expression shifted rapidly, his face changing from fury to panic, as the system incessantly notified him that his tradable lifespan was plummeting at a dizzying speed. In the blink of an eye, the number had dropped below 400 days and showed no signs of stopping. At that very moment, his followers respawned and hurriedly recounted the incident. A blood-red flower had sprouted from his corpse, appearing to frantically drain something from his body. Hearing this, Song Fe immediately understood everything. That flower was draining his own lifespan. His face contorted instantly with terror. He knew clearly that if he were to die one more time, it would all be over for him. Without daring to hesitate, Song Fe immediately ordered his entire group to log off and return to reality, to buy more lifespan before planning their next move. On the surface, he still tried to feign calmness, promising that after recharging enough resources, he would return to crush darkness. But deep down, he was already filled with hatred and panic. He gritted his teeth, swearing that the results of over 2.5 years of effort could not be destroyed so easily. And he believed that as long as he had money, he would eventually be able to crush Tan Feng. Meanwhile, on Tan Feng's side, the cursed flowers had bloomed on the corpses of Song Fe's followers, continuously draining their tradable lifespan until it was empty, then transferring it all to him. The system displayed a warning about an extremely high kill count, but Tan Feng didn't care at all. The only thing he paid attention to was that the amount of lifespan collected had exceeded another 1,000 days. It was clear that Song Fe's group had plundered quite a lot recently. When the absorption stream suddenly stopped, Tan Feng immediately guessed that they had logged off. High above, through the white bird, Zhao Zhu witnessed the entire process, unable to hide her shock. She finally understood why darkness could top the rankings. His strength was truly terrifying, enough to send shivers down anyone's spine. Tan Feng looked up and asked Zhao Zhu to confirm. And after knowing Song Fe had logged off, he immediately told her to continue monitoring him and to report back the moment that guy logged back in. Zhao Zhu obediently agreed. Just as she was about to leave, Tan Feng suddenly called her back, then made an offer that made her eyes light up. He said he still had an extremely powerful golden tier skill book, intended for a healer, called Judgment of the Holy Sword. Hearing about a golden tier skill, Zhao Zhu was almost instantly tempted. Tan Feng stated clearly, this item was worth about 500 days of lifespan, but he was willing to sell it for half the price, if she agreed to one condition. Hearing this, Zhao Zhu's mind immediately wandered, and she shouted in alarm that she would not sell her body. The remark left Tan Feng speechless. He helplessly explained that his condition was simply that he wanted her to join a 5-man team and become their long-term healer. Hearing this, Zhao Zhu breathed a sigh of relief. She agreed, but she also made it clear that if that team was too weak, she would just run away. Tan Feng only gave a faint, cold smile. Because the team he was targeting was Wang Meng's group. At the same time, in another location, Wang Meng had just finished off a monster with his hammer. He was covered in wounds and suffering from poison. But he finally let out a sigh of relief, as the battle had come to an end. He had no idea that a powerful healer, whom Qin Feng personally chose for his team, was about to make an appearance. After returning, Wang Meng immediately asked Tan Xiaoyu to cure him, as the poison had eroded his health to the brink of collapse. But this novice priestess was so clumsy that she used the wrong skill, casting purification on a tree instead of her teammate. It made Wang Meng so angry he nearly vomited blood, while the rest of the team stood in stunned silence. As a result, he was forced to teleport back to the town in total helplessness. Back in town, Wang Meng held his head in agony, with only one thought in his mind. I must replace this healer. Keeping this nanny around will sooner or later get the whole team killed. In complete contrast, Tan Xiaoyu didn't see any problem with her performance. Feeling excited that the game was easy to play, she had already reached level 4, and thought that if she kept going, she would surely meet Song Fei soon. Right then, Tan Feng sent a message to Wang Meng, saying he had a healer, a hidden class, divine official with impressive potential, and asked if his team wanted to recruit them. Hearing a recommendation from the big shot, Wang Meng immediately agreed without hesitation, and quickly led his team out of the conch town to head toward Firefly Town for the rendezvous. He used the excuse that the current area was too crowded, making it unfit for leveling, to leave Tan Xiaoyu behind. She realized immediately that she had been kicked off the team, grinding her teeth and cursing them for being heartless, then decided to go find the shadow big shot to lead her instead. Meanwhile, Wang Meng met Tan Feng and transferred 800 days of life force to settle the payment for the equipment. The remaining balance would be brought by their captain later. Hearing the mention of the captain with the surname An, Tan Feng immediately guessed it was An Yu. Sure enough, shortly after, a girl with the ID, Execution of Justice, appeared. Tan Feng only had to glance at her to confirm it was indeed An Yu, the only Dragon Knight, one of the 20 strongest experts in the world in his past life, and also the pillar of military power for the Daxia government. An Yu stepped forward, extremely enthusiastic, shaking hands while showing admiration for the shadow big shot. But Tan Feng knew very well, behind that friendly appearance was someone extremely sharp and skilled at probing others. Sure enough, after just a few exchanges, An Yu began probing his secrets, even asking half-jokingly if he was a transmigrator or a regressor, due to his terrifyingly fast growth rate. Tan Feng listened in silence, simply observing, convinced more than ever that An Yu remained exactly like in his past life, seemingly innocent and approachable on the surface, but in reality, incredibly shrewd and decisive. Then, An Wu straightforwardly proposed a long-term cooperation. She said they would buy every piece of equipment Tan Feng wanted to sell. The Jianghai city government was ready to collect them all. They were willing to purchase everything, even the traded lifespan. The current transactions were also being handled through her. She even jokingly asked him a question. Half joking and half serious, she asked if the big boss would kill her. Tan Feng calmly replied. He responded that he wasn't that insane. Cooperation was the most beneficial choice for both sides. Hearing this answer, An Wu flashed a meaningful smile. As for Tan Feng, he understood that from now on, she would be the bridge between him and the government, helping him save a lot of effort for his major plans ahead. In the real world, when the official announcement from the government was released, the entire fan base of Song Fei immediately fell into a panic. Only then did they realize that God's Forsaken game was by no means an ordinary game, because the lifespan in the game was directly linked to their life in the real world. Once their lifespan reached 0, death was real. The whole crowd turned pale instantly. Some were terrified, because they had given all their traded lifespan to Song Fei. Now, they only had a few days left to live. Some were in an even worse state for killing too many players. They now carried the murderer status. Once they died, their lifespan would be heavily penalized. The fat female mage was even more desperate when she realized she had exactly 1 day of life left. Due to dying many times and dealing too much damage, she was trembling with fear, completely unable to accept this truth. But just then, she discovered that Song Fei was buying up lifespan in the real world. Immediately, it felt like catching a life-saving straw. Without hesitation, she hurriedly put on heavy makeup, wore a red dress with all the accessories, in the style that Song Fei liked, and rushed to find her idol, hoping to be saved at the same time. At Tan Feng's house, Tan Xiaoyu also just woke up after logging out of the game. She quickly opened her phone to check the news, and was immediately stunned to see the exchange rate for lifespan had risen to 15,000 CNY per day. With over 200 days of lifespan in her possession, she suddenly realized she had become a wealthy person, a millionaire, but her joy didn't last long. Before she read the news that Song Fei had been killed by darkness 3 times in a row, Tan Xiaoyu's entire body froze. Tears almost burst out of her eyes out of pity for her idol. She knew very well that if the in-game lifespan ran out, he would die for real in the real world. And after being killed 3 times, Song Fei's lifespan must have dropped to an extremely dangerous level. Just then, the fan club group chat sent out an urgent notification, calling all fans in Shanghai City to go to Dock Square to sell their lifespan to Song Fei at a 1 to 10,000 rate, to help him overcome this crisis. As soon as she saw the message, Tan Xiaoyu immediately changed her clothes and rushed out. In her mind now, there was only one single thought. No matter what, she had to save Song Fei. She even felt lucky, because thanks to Wang Meng's group, she had earned over 200 days of lifespan, just enough to help her idol escape the clutches of death. While the fans in the real world were in a frenzy over Song Fei, inside the game, Tan Feng was still calmly hunting monsters on the coast as if nothing had happened. Monster corpses lay scattered all around. And after a period of sweeping through, finally, on the screen, the notification that countless people were waiting for appeared. Tan Feng officially reached level 10. His attributes increased significantly, and free points were added. Simultaneously, he also unlocked the class advancement system. But the most shocking thing was the series of successive achievement notifications. An announcement rang out. He became the first player to reach level 10 in Shanghai City, then the first in the Great Xia Empire, and finally, the first person in the entire world to reach this milestone. His received reputation skyrocketed, and the system also announced that when there are 7 level 10 players in Xia, the teleportation gate to the God's Forsaken continent will be opened. As the global announcement echoed, the entire world was instantly shaken. Because the name Darkness once again stood at the peak, players everywhere were talking incessantly. Everyone was terrified by his terrifying growth speed. Some admired him, Others were jealous, especially the foreign top players, when they learned darkness came from the great Xia Empire. In India, the top-tier players were even more shocked since their unique hidden classes were only at level 8, while darkness had left everyone far behind. But at this moment, Qin Feng didn't care at all about the talk from the outside world. He continued to use all his remaining evolution points. To upgrade his skills, he enhanced backstab from platinum to emerald grade, making the damage when attacking from behind increase by another level. After checking his attribute panel, Qin Feng saw he had reached level 10 at a monstrous speed. His agility stat was vastly superior to any player of the same level. However, he also understood that the 7,000 days of traded lifespan was still too little for his future plans. To leave the beginner village, he needed to wait for 6 more people to reach level 10 to open the array to the God's Forsaken continent. While waiting, he decided to return to reality to handle some more important matters. As soon as he logged out, Qin Feng immediately received the option to extract abilities from the game to the real world using traded lifespan. Without hesitation, he spent 100 days to extract the unique hidden class, Phantom, which greatly boosted his overall physique. Then he continued to spend 2,000 days to convert his level into actual power, directly pushing himself to level 3 in reality. Next, Qin Feng began extracting skills. What surprised him was that the cost wasn't calculated based on the current level after evolution, but on the original grade of the skill. This meant Hidden Shadow, even though it had evolved to Platinum, only costs 900 days of lifespan to extract. Much cheaper than he had anticipated. He immediately brought this invisibility skill to reality, then continued to extract the toxic dart. After a series of operations, his remaining traded lifespan was just over 1,200 days. But in exchange, Qin Feng had now become an existence far beyond ordinary humans. His strength and physique were both double that of a normal person. His reaction speed surpassed human limits. Coupled with the ability of near-infinite invisibility and long-range toxic darts, it was enough for him to confidently hunt and kill Song Fei even in the real world. Just then, he opened his phone and discovered Song Fei was frantically buying up lifespan. Thinking for a moment, Qin Feng understood this guy was planning to refill his resources and then return to the game for revenge. And the location for the purchase was Dojang Square, only a few kilometers away from his place. With his current speed, he only needed about 10 minutes to get there. As he was about to set off, his phone suddenly vibrated. A message arrived from Qin, the manager who always liked to act tough, using others' power, who had many times made things difficult for him. The content was still that familiar, arrogant tone, ordering Qin Feng to call back immediately. After reading it, he only gave a cold curse, then threw the number straight into the blacklist. To the current Qin Feng, those who used to sit on his head were no longer worth worrying about. He put away his phone, activated Hidden Shadow, and vanished into thin air. His gaze was terrifyingly cold, because very soon, those people would understand that God's Forsaken game was never just a game. Meanwhile, at Dojang Square, the scene was extremely lively. Crowds of fanatic fans packed the area, constantly shouting Song Fei's name like an idol fan meeting. Tan Xiaoyu was also present, her eyes full of worry as she looked at her idol sitting on the stage. Song Fei at this moment still maintained a leisurely appearance, sitting next to a girl of significant status, enjoying the cheers of the crowd with great satisfaction. The girl beside him smiled slightly, saying she had sent people to investigate the real identity of darkness. They even sent someone to Firefly Town to make contact. Their plan was very clear. First, use money to win over darkness, offering a price high enough that he couldn't refuse. But if he still refused to cooperate, then when he logged out and returned to reality, things would no longer be a simple negotiation. While Song Fei was still fantasizing about turning the tables, he was completely unaware that the Reaper had silently approached very close. Song Fei and the girl beside him were still confidently planning how to find Darkness's real identity, even intending to use money to lure him out and then capture him alive for torture. Right at that moment, someone in the crowd below suddenly questioned loudly, pointing straight at Song Fei. He knew well that in-game lifespan was directly related to real-life survival. Yet he still deliberately brainwashed fans to buy their lifespan, which was no different from harming people. Facing the wave of suspicion, Song Fei immediately switched to his familiar, pitiful face. He held the microphone, put on a sincere appearance, and began a highly emotional speech. From an apology, words of gratitude to the fans, to moralistic statements about positive love, social responsibility, and hope for the future. Every word and sentence was perfectly polished by him. He even shed tears, making the fanatic fans below instantly moved to the point of crying, continuously shouting that he was not wrong and didn't need to apologize. In just a few moments, those who had doubted him immediately became targets of attack. The fans turned to curse at that man, telling him to get lost and stop insulting their idol's sincerity. The fat girl even rushed straight onto the stage, confidently standing out as living proof. She loudly affirmed that in-game lifespan certainly didn't affect reality, even using herself as proof that despite dying many times and having less than a day of lifespan left, she was still standing here alive. Then she screamed fanatically, saying that even if it were true, as long as she could die for Song Fei, she would be perfectly willing. Those crazed words immediately ignited the emotions of all the fans. Each person began competing to declare that they wanted to offer their entire lifespan to Song Fei, regardless of whether they had only dozens of days, or even just a few final days left. Seeing the scene of fans being completely manipulated by him, Song Fei felt even more triumphant. He walked over to the fat girl, held her hand with a moved expression, and softly said that being loved by someone like her was something that moved him deeply. The fat girl immediately sobbed, so moved that she said even if she died right this second, she would be satisfied. But right at the moment no one expected, a sound of tearing wind echoed. Whoosh! A toxic dart flew in at a terrifying speed, piercing straight through Song Fei's head. No one could react in time. His face still held that fake expression of being moved, but the back half of his head had been blown away. Blood splattered all over the stage. Song Fei's eyes bulged as he collapsed onto the fat girl. The entire square instantly fell into a deathly silence, followed by ear-piercing screams echoing everywhere. The fat girl looked at the incomplete corpse of her idol and completely collapsed, sitting on the ground, wailing miserably. But before long, her body also disappeared on the spot, as if her lifespan had completely run out. The bodyguards nearby immediately escorted the Song family's eldest miss away in a panic. That girl fled, trembling, her mind in chaos but still trying to analyze everything. She had seen it very clearly. The moment Song Fei died, a sphere of light representing lifespan appeared on his body, but in the blink of an eye, it vanished. That could only prove one thing. The one who acted didn't just kill Song Fei, but also picked up his lifespan right at the scene. And to both insta-kill the target and act while invisible in a crowd like that. There is only one person in this world who can do it, Shadow. As the thought finished, just as she stepped into the car, another sound of tearing wind rang out. A second toxic dart pierced straight through her head. Blood sprayed everywhere, her head deformed instantly. The bodyguards could only scream in despair. In a hidden corner that no one saw, Qin Feng still stood there in stealth. His eyes were cold as ice. To him, this was only the beginning. Anyone who dared to touch me, both in the game and in real life, will have only one end, death. As evening fell, the entire social media was shocked by the news of Song Fei's tragic death at Dojang Square. Beside his body, there was also a crazed fan who had donated all their lifespan and died with him, making the incident even more sensational. After investigating, the police confirmed this was a murder using supernatural abilities. Seeing that news, Tan Xiaoyu completely broke down. Tears kept falling because she still couldn't believe the person who was on stage yesterday was now dead. Hearing her friend mention the invisible dart, a familiar skill of the assassin class in the game, Xiaoyu immediately associated it with Shadow, the one who had killed Song Fei many times in the game. From initial suspicion, she became certain the culprit was Shadow. In her heart, she felt both hatred and madness, thinking that if he could bring game power to the real world, then she must get close to him to become stronger. But deep down, her only goal at this moment was to kill Shadow, to avenge Song Fei. In another place, Qin Feng, the one who just killed Song Fei, was very calmly eating noodles. He quickly realized that even though players in the real world were in an invincible state, their bodies still consumed energy as usual. At this time, Yang Xiaoya sent a message saying, Fat Ho was furious because he was blocked, and even threatened to fire her. Thinking about the previous life, where she was a member of the Godslayer Guild, Qin Feng immediately advised her to quit, focus on the game, and told her to dump all points into agility in the early stage. Then, his thoughts shifted to Qian Shiqi, the eldest miss of the Qian group. In the previous life, she was the one who went to North America to establish the Alice Guild, a top power and also a great enemy of Great Xia. Qin Feng understood that, if he wanted to change the future, he had to take action against Qian Shiqi before she left Great Xia. Just then, a call from Xiaoyu interrupted his thoughts. With a voice full of anger, she announced she had earned enough money to buy a house. And from now on, she wanted nothing to do with him. However, Qin Feng's reaction was terrifyingly indifferent. He almost didn't care, only replied with a few brief sentences, then bluntly hung up. Looking up at the distant sky, he understood very well that, once the first person reached level 10, and discovered that game skills could be brought into reality, the whole world would be in utter chaos. As for Xiaoyu, even though her best friend advised her to apologize to her brother, she still arrogantly refused. She also said she had sold her lifespan to the Qian group in exchange for 2 million to buy a new house, and believed that, as long as she could get close to Shadow, her future wouldn't need to rely on anyone. At that moment, a young man approached and gave her the assassin skill book she wanted. but his lustful eyes also showed that this gift was certainly not free. Tan Xiaoyu immediately gave a fake smile, outwardly complying obediently. But in her heart, she was full of contempt, only seeing the man before her as a temporary pawn. She quickly messaged Wang Meng, asking him to tell Shadow that she had an extremely rare assassin skill book, ready to give it for free if he needed it. In Xiaoyu's mind, a plan was already laid out. She wanted to use this book as a bridge to get close to Shadow, step by step, gaining his trust, using him to help herself become stronger, and then finally, personally kill him to avenge Sung Fei. But reality was much harsher than she thought. Wang Meng quickly messaged back that the great boss wasn't interested in that skill, telling her to keep it and sell it for money. Just one cold answer was enough to make all of Xiaoyu's calculations shatter in an instant. At the same time, Tan Feng had returned to the game. As soon as he logged in, he heard chaotic screaming ahead. A group of players was being cornered by a level 8 gold boss. Someone was even slashed to death on the spot. With just a glance, Tan Feng immediately recognized it was the golden arthropod, an extremely difficult boss. With the ability to see through level 2 stealth, this meant that his stealth advantage was almost neutralized. Even so, Tan Feng still calmly rushed straight into the battle. Continuous slashes landed on the boss's body. Massive damage numbers kept appearing, leaving the surrounding people stunned. Even though the bonus damage from stealth was significantly reduced, thanks to the legendary equipment that amplified weak points, every hit on the boss's head or heart exploded with incredible damage. From afar, the girl who once bought Tan Feng's skill could only stand frozen in shock. She couldn't understand why Shadow's damage was so horrific that, with just one skill, nearly 16 of the boss's health bar was gone. Right after that, Tan Feng threw a toxic dart straight into the boss's forehead, causing additional fatal damage. Even so, he also realized the silver tier throwing knives can no longer keep up with the combat intensity. Currently, advancing his class has become more urgent than ever. Pushed into a corner, the boss immediately went berserk, continuously unleashing a barrage of attacks toward Tan Feng. But the scene that followed left everyone stunned. Amidst countless dense slashes, Tan Feng still moved as lightly as the wind, dodging every single strike perfectly. His reflex speed and his ability to read movements made everyone feel as if he had fought this boss 100 times before. For Tan Feng, it was all experience honed from his past life, when he was forced to survive countless life-or-death battles. While fighting, he recalled those harsh times, but it was those new experiences that forged his dodging and counterattacking skills. Finally, after completely overwhelming it, even the gold-tier boss began to have the intention to flee. But Tan Feng did not give it a chance. He drew his blade, rushed forward at extreme speed, and delivered a decisive strike, decapitating the boss on the spot. As the system notification sounded, the golden centipede was officially eliminated. Tan Feng received a massive amount of experience, evolution points, and nearly 500 days of lifespan. After taking down the boss, Tan Feng immediately used the greedy hand to loot extra rewards. The system continuously displayed notifications for extra evolution points and lifespan, leaving him extremely satisfied. Just one gold-tier boss alone had brought in 28 evolution points and nearly 2,000 days of lifespan. That was truly a huge windfall. Checking the loot, Tan Feng was surprised when the boss also dropped a top DA skill book called Dark Light Shield. This is an assassin class skill that can convert total evasion rate into a shield that grants immunity to damage for a certain period. With his current evasion stat, Tan Feng immediately realized this skill was perfectly suitable. If combined with Ghostly Shadow, his survival capability would skyrocket. Without hesitation, he used evolution points to upgrade the Dark Light Shield from Platinum to Epic tier. After evolving, the skill's effectiveness increased significantly. The duration became longer, and the conversion rate was also optimized. This meant Tan Feng could now create up to 7 layers of damage immune shields. Just thinking about it made him excited, because with this ability, many high-level bosses would no longer be a threat. After that, he continued to use evolution points to upgrade the Toxic Dagger. This skill saw a major boost in both range and damage, making its power much more explosive than before. Not only that, the boss also dropped 2 more assassin-class gear pieces. After equipping them, Tan Feng's stats skyrocketed, especially cooldown reduction, movement speed, and survivability. Now, the of Shadow Shield / had been significantly reduced, and his total health and defense were enough for him to withstand many more attacks than before. At this moment, the mage girl, standing nearby, could not hide her admiration, constantly praising him for being so strong, and hinting at wanting to buy gear or skills. Tan Feng immediately took out a gold tier skill book for mages and named a price of 800 days of lifespan. Initially, the girl felt the price was too high, but after listening to Tan Feng analyze the rarity and true power of the skill, she immediately accepted the trade. Thanks to that, Tan Feng pocketed another 800 days of lifespan. After leaving the area, Tan Feng quickly planned to return to the town to spread news and collect the locations of bosses, both silver and gold tier. As long as he controlled this information source, he would have an almost infinite supply of resources to grind levels at maximum speed. Just then, Wang Mang sent a message saying Tan Xiaoyu wanted to gift him a skill book. Hearing this, Tan Feng immediately guessed his younger sister's intention. He understood clearly. She both suspected Shadow was the culprit who killed Song Fei, and also wanted to get close to him. In other words, Xiaoyu both wanted to rely on Shadow to become stronger, and was harboring intentions of revenge. Thinking of that, Tan Feng just sneered, then told Wang Mang to refuse her directly. When receiving the answer that the expert didn't need that skill, Zhao Yu's expression immediately darkened. Immediately after that, Tan Feng called Wang Mang to town to trade. But before ending the conversation, Wang Mang suddenly asked a very sensitive question. Was Song Fei killed by Shadow? Tan Feng was silent for a moment, then frankly admitted, "That's right, it was me who took action." He knew very well that Wang Mang asking like this proved the government had almost guessed the truth. Moreover, in just a short time, when the first player reached level 10 and could bring skills into reality, this secret couldn't be hidden forever. Therefore, Tan Feng decided to take this opportunity to observe the Daxia government's reaction. He calmly asked in return, "Are you planning to arrest me?" When returning to town, Tan Feng quickly met with Wang Meng's group. As soon as she saw him, Anne, you immediately asked directly about whether he was the one who killed Song Fei. Tan Feng didn't beat around the bush and admitted it directly. Faced with that straightforward attitude, Anne, you also clearly stated that the government had investigated very thoroughly. Even though Qin Feng was the prime suspect, they also knew clearly that Song Fei and Zhang Lei were secretly opposing him. Even the Dazhang company had detained many players to force them to work. Therefore, from their perspective, the fact that Qin Feng took action to kill these two could essentially be considered self-defense. After hearing this, Qin Feng immediately understood the intention, because they couldn't uncover his true identity yet. The government still wanted to maintain a cooperative relationship for the time being. This also made him realize that this life was vastly different from the previous one, as every variable began to shift bit by bit, ever since he was reborn. Without much thought, Qin Feng immediately took out a series of equipment and unused skill books for trade. Just by looking at the pile of items before them, Wu Wangman's team was instantly stunned. All of them were platinum-grade items, and there were even extremely rare skill books. Everyone was astonished, unable to understand where Qin Feng got so many good things, because before this, they hadn't seen any world announcements regarding the defeat of a platinum-grade boss. Qin Feng only calmly said he was quite lucky to have found some high-level treasure chests. Even Tuat nodded, confirming that she had witnessed with her own eyes him opening the jade treasure chests. The initially tense atmosphere eased slightly as Cam Lai started bickering, because Qin Feng called her Little Black. Qin Feng even teased her back, making her blush, which made the whole group burst into laughter. After that, Qin Feng began quoting prices for each item, from skill books and weapons to equipment. Every single item was clearly priced. Finally, he bundled all 25 items into a single package, for the price of 16,000 days of lifespan. What surprised everyone even more was that Anvu barely hesitated, immediately agreeing to the deal without haggling a single word. Even Wu Wangman's eyes widened, not expecting their captain to be that decisive. But Anvu understood the value of this shipment very well. With that set of equipment and skills, the overall strength of Jianghai City would increase significantly, helping them develop ahead of other factions and gain a huge advantage in the future. After the trade was completed, Qin Feng was quite satisfied. The amount of lifespan he collected was equivalent to a massive fortune, but he knew that the government didn't lose out in this deal either. Not long after, Anvu actively invited him to join a campaign to rescue players being held captive by the Dazhang company. Qin Feng immediately understood this wasn't just an invitation to cooperate, but also a way for the government to pull him onto their side. However, he refused to participate directly. Instead, he revealed much more important news. Qin Feng stated bluntly that it was true he had used his in-game powers to kill people in real life. Once reaching level 10 in the game, players would be able to consume lifespan to bring skills into reality. Hearing this, both Anvu and Wu Wangman were struck dumb. Everyone understood how terrifying this information was. It meant that the world was about to enter a completely new era, where power in the game would shatter all old orders in reality. Qin Feng only left a brief reminder, telling them to make the most of their time before it was too late. Having said that, he immediately used Shadow Cloak and vanished from everyone's sight. After Qin Feng left, Anvu quickly made a new decision. She requested the team to split up for leveling, instead of staying together as before, because currently, the strength of the six was already very high. If they divided into smaller teams, the overall leveling speed would be much faster. Vuong Man nodded in agreement immediately upon hearing this. After organizing the plan, Vu ordered everyone to prioritize grinding to level 10 as soon as possible, while she would log off to report all this crucial information to her superiors. Meanwhile, in another area, Qin Feng continued to set up a stall in the town. But this time he wasn't selling items anymore. He shifted to purchasing boss location coordinates. The prices were clearly listed. Silver-grade boss coordinates traded for 30 days of lifespan, while gold-grade bosses were 100 days. Not long after, a guy with gaudily dyed hair approached, claiming to be from the Daijing Company, and conveying a message from their eldest miss, saying that as long as Darkness agreed to help her level up, he would receive 300 million along with company shares. But before he could finish, Qin Feng coldly cut him off, asking directly if he knew that the eldest miss of the Daijing group had already been killed by Darkness in real life. Hearing this news, the dyed-haired guy was stunned, and those around them began to gossip loudly, because they hadn't expected Zheng Li to be truly dead. In the heart of that man, a complex feeling suddenly arose. He had once helped Zheng Li lure and capture many players, but in the end, he was also betrayed by her, locked in a basement, and forced to endure daily torture and coercion to lure more victims. Now hearing that Zheng Li had been killed, he felt no sadness. On the contrary, he felt gratified. Looking at his expression, Qin Feng immediately guessed that this guy wasn't exactly a good person either. He said in a cold voice, exposing the fact that he used to help kidnap others, causing the other party to panic and deny it. Before scurrying away, Qin Feng couldn't be bothered to deal with such trash. Sooner or later, the government would handle him. Not long after, someone finally brought boss coordinates to trade, and Qin Feng quickly exchanged them for the information he needed. At the same time, in another town, Tian Thi appeared alongside two foreign men, instantly becoming the center of attention. Her reputation in the game had spread widely. Everyone knew this was the eldest miss of the Tian family corporation, the one who had killed quite a few players to steal their lifespan. But contrary to everyone's wariness, Tian Thi appeared incredibly arrogant. In her eyes, this game was nothing special. As long as you had money, you could buy skills and equipment, then become stronger than others and directly hunt down those who possessed a lot of lifespan. To her, this was just a game, a place where the strong preyed on the weak. What annoyed her the most right now was that the game caused her flight to North America to be delayed. She should have been there enjoying a luxurious life, but now she was stuck in Mad. During their conversation, Tian Thi did not hide her contempt for the men of Great Xia, continuously flattering the two Western men beside her. Afterward, when mentioning the death of Tong Fai, she only smirked with utter disdain, even calling him useless. But when she heard the culprit was Darkness, her eyes changed instantly. As someone who could kill Tong Fai and also top the world rankings, Darkness immediately sparked interest in her heart. In Tian Thi's mind, a new calculation quickly formed. If Darkness was strong enough to kill Tong Fai in real life, then he would be the perfect pawn for her plans. Thinking of this, the corners of Tian Thi's mouth curved with interest. She decided to log off immediately, preparing to send people to contact Darkness. Tian Thi secretly calculated very carefully. She believed that Darkness might not be interested in cash, but he would certainly find it hard to refuse 3,000 days of lifespan. To her, It was just a small price to pay for Tan Feng's life. And she was impatient to see the ending of the person who dared to reject her. Meanwhile, inside the game, Tan Tu Yudu was supporting a young man by healing him while he hunted monsters, even though she almost caused her teammate to die due to her slow healing. She kept her arrogant attitude, not caring at all. When her hunger bar hit critical levels, Tu Du immediately logged out to eat, leaving the other person fuming with anger, because he felt he was being looked down upon ever since she met darkness. Back in reality, Tan Tayudu quickly felt the harshness of reality. She was starving. But when she opened her phone to order food, she discovered that all the shops were closed. There was no one left to deliver, because almost everyone had rushed into the game to earn lifespan. At that moment, she involuntarily remembered the days living with Tan Feng, when everything was perfectly taken care of by him, from meals to daily life. But just for a fleeting moment, she quickly dismissed that thought, forcing herself to believe that leaving Tan Feng was the right choice. At the same time, Tan Feng was still sweeping through everywhere. In just over an hour, he had successfully soloed for silver-grade bosses, reaping a huge amount of evolution points in lifespan. His current equipment was almost entirely gold grade or higher. The significantly increased cooldown reduction made his combat power explode. But Tan Feng understood clearly that this was not the limit yet. To reach the next level of power, he absolutely had to promote his class and upgrade stealth to level 3 to be capable of facing a platinum grade boss. In his previous life, a platinum grade boss required at least 20 people working together to take down, but this time, he wanted to break that limit by himself. Returning to the town with the amount of lifespan from trades exceeding 100 years, Tan Feng was just planning his next move, when suddenly someone approached him. The other party claimed to bring an assassination order, requesting darkness to kill a person in real life, in exchange for 3,000 days of lifespan. Initially, Tan Feng didn't care. But when he heard the target was Tan Feng, his eyes immediately turned cold. He realized instantly that this was no ordinary hired killing job. The person behind this definitely had a grudge against him from before, and moreover, had enough money to pay such an exorbitant price. In Tan Feng's mind, a familiar name quickly surfaced, matching the personality, motive, and financial resources. Tan Feng quickly connected all the dots and immediately thought of Tian Thi. Yes, in his view, only this woman would have both the motive and the financial power to put a bounty on his head. But what made him find it interesting was that, with the power of the Tian family corporation, if they truly wanted to take his life, they could have easily acted before the game started. This proved that this hiring attempt definitely had another purpose. Tan Feng quickly guessed that Tian Thi most likely only wanted to use this opportunity to get close to darkness, and the matter of killing Tan Feng was just a convenient task to handle while she was at it. Thinking of this, he just smirked coldly. Truly interesting, he hadn't even actively sought her out. Yet she had delivered herself to his doorstep. After calculating everything, Tan Feng decided to accept the job, but set the condition of being paid half upfront. At the same time, the right to decide the timing of the strike remained entirely with him. The intermediary was a bit hesitant, but immediately contacted his superiors. Not long after, they agreed to trade 1,500 days of lifespan up front. The trade was completed. Tan Feng smiled inwardly. This deposit could be considered advance interest. As for Tian Thi, she could just wait. he would come for her himself soon enough. Upon receiving the target's information, Qin Feng glanced at the address, and his eyes flickered. The location was clearly recorded as Sun 2 and 2, which was also exactly where he was living. He calmly accepted it and told the other party to wait for word. The intermediary was silent on the surface, but internally he sneered, thinking that no matter how strong darkness was, in the end, he was just a pawn working for Miss Tian. At that very moment, a girl suddenly approached and blocked Qin Feng's path. She said she had the coordinates of a gold-grade boss and wanted to sell them for 100 days of lifespan. Qin Feng agreed immediately. After the trade, the girl happily led the way, saying this boss was located to the north of the town, quite far away, so they needed to travel a bit. Qin Feng asked for the boss's name, and when he heard the reply was, the plagues, his eyes immediately changed. He realized this girl was not lying, because this was indeed an extremely troublesome gold-grade boss. This boss possessed a toxic gas field surrounding it. Anyone who entered the range would have their HP drained continuously by the second. To take it down, there was only one way. That was to finish the battle in the shortest time possible. But with his current power, Qin Feng did not consider it a problem at all. He had already calculated the strategy in his head. Just a few precise skills would be enough to send this boss on its way. After reaching the cave entrance, the girl pointed inside and said the boss was hiding there. Her team had cleared out the small monsters, but were completely helpless against the boss, so they could only bring Qin Feng to the location. Just as they reached the end of the cave, a giant tree, shrouded in poisonous mist, appeared before them. Confirming the boss, Qin Feng immediately transferred 100 days of lifespan to the girl. But at that very moment, the girl suddenly looked panicked, then confessed the whole truth. It turned out this was a trap. As soon as Qin Feng engaged the boss, someone would immediately rush in to kill him. The opponents even prepared an item, level 2, anti-stab. What scared her even more was that they wanted to use this opportunity to investigate the true identity of Beng Toi in the real world. However, Qin Feng remained strangely calm. The girl quickly explained that she was forced to participate in this plan and was also being threatened by those people in real life. She just wanted to use Qin Feng's hand to deal with them. When hearing the name behind it was Dong Fuanghin, Qin Feng immediately remembered. This was the person who once competed for the Golden Ghost Ship boss with him, only to bow his head and offer a skill book to beg for mercy. In Qin Feng's eyes, this kind of person was not even worth worrying about. A plan so immature, yet they dared to use it to scheme against him. It is truly seeking death. He immediately told the girl to keep playing along, call all of Dong Fuanghin's people here, and leave the rest to him. After speaking, Qin Feng directly rushed into the boss's area. The girl stood outside, pale with fear. Before this, Dong Fuanghin had brought 3 teams, a total of over 50 people, to fight this boss, but they were wiped out in less than half a minute. The damage from the poisonous mist was terrifying. They hadn't even touched 5 funtarum of the boss's health. In her eyes, no matter how strong Beng Toi was, it would be hard to survive. But the reality immediately left her stunned. Qin Feng entered and immediately activated a series of skills, magnifying the weakness, and launched the Shadow Shield / With just one strike, more than half of the boss's health bar evaporated. The terrifying damage exceeded 80, leaving the girl outside completely petrified. One move had drained over 2/3 of the golden boss's health. This strength had far exceeded the category of normal players. After the attack, Qin Feng was in no hurry to finish off the boss, but immediately turned stealthy again. He secretly calculated the cooldown time, deciding to keep the boss alive a little longer, to wait for Dong Fuanghin's crowd to walk into the net. Indeed, very soon after, a loud shout rang out outside the cave. The ambushers had arrived, in high spirits, wanting to rush in to kill both the boss and Bong Toy. The girl immediately summoned a large shield to pretend to block them. Qin Feng took a look and immediately recognized it as a golden shield. No wonder she could be chosen as a pawn in this plan. But that was all there was to it. As the crowd rushed into the cave, Qin Feng's gaze immediately turned cold. A shadow shield swept across, and the entire group was insta-killed on the spot. No one could react. Immediately after, he continued to unleash the cursed flower bloom, making blood-red flowers sprout from the corpses, crazily draining their lifespan. The scene was so eerie that the girl standing nearby trembled all over. In just a few seconds, the entire ambush team had been wiped out cleanly. Only then did she truly understand why both Tong Fai and Dong Fuanghin had failed miserably against this man. Too terrifying, they were not on the same level at all. Too afraid, but also full of admiration. She immediately asked to befriend Qin Feng, and even proactively promised to provide the real-world location of Dong Fuanghin. If needed, Qin Feng just nodded and replied with one word, "Okay." After that, the girl blushed, and added that if Big Brother had special needs, she was willing to serve him for free for life. Hearing this, Qin Feng immediately understood her intention, but didn't bother to care, directly using Shadow Shield to leave. Right after that, he returned to finish off the boss. The plague-ridden creature fell, bringing him a large amount of experience, 7 evolution points, and 555 days of lifespan. Looking at the loot before him, Qin Feng just smiled faintly. The lifespan drained from over 10 people wasn't even worth one golden boss. Those people didn't know how to stay safe, but instead ran over to seek death. This outcome was inevitable. After the girl left, Qin Feng immediately used the Hand of Greed to harvest more. But when looking at the dropped items, his eyes brightened. It had been a long time since he saw an assassin-class skill book drop. It seemed his luck was really great today. Qin Feng unexpectedly picked up a very powerful platinum level skill called Dark Moment, which could create dark light, making all enemies within range blind. Just after reading the effect, he was immediately overjoyed, because this was the perfect skill for an assassin like him. As long as the opponent was blinded, even without being in stealth state, he could still activate explosive damage. Not only that, the boss also dropped the Platinum Level Plague Blade, a weapon for the assassin class with extremely high attack power, accompanied by a toxic burst effect. After 3 seconds, this harvest made Qin Feng extremely satisfied. Evolution points had reached 98, only a little bit away from the next evolution. Experience was also almost enough for a class promotion. Thus, he rushed straight into the nearby group of small monsters and began to sweep. The surrounding crabs and prawns didn't even understand what happened before they were wiped out. The remaining ones panicked and fled. After a period of crazy farming, finally, a golden light erupted around Qin Feng. He had officially completed the promotion of the Shadow Class 2 first tier. 4 attributes were strongly enhanced, especially agility, which soared. More importantly, all the core abilities of the assassin profession were comprehensively upgraded. Stealth duration doubled. Stealth level increased by 2, and damage when striking from outside the enemy's vision increased from double to triple. Tan Feng immediately realized the terror of this hidden profession. It was only first tier, but it was already unimaginably strong. No wonder. It was once the strongest profession in the assassin world. Right at that moment, the system suddenly sent a citywide notification. Jianghai had 7 players who reached level 10. And after 10 more minutes, the teleportation to the Land of Abandoned Gods would officially open. The leaderboard appeared. Bong Toi still held the number 1 spot, followed by a series of familiar names, like Grey Rose, Ha Tuet, and Thien Vuong Man. Looking at this list, Tan Feng couldn't help but ponder. In his past life, at this stage, the leaderboard was almost dominated by foreign players. But now the situation had completely changed. Clearly, his selling of so many pieces of equipment and skill books had created a huge chain reaction. The future of this world, perhaps, was really being changed by him little by little. At the same time, in the real world, the government was launching a crackdown campaign on the Daijung Industrial Group. Most core members had been arrested, leaving only a few who were still stuck in the game because their real bodies were in a state of holorization. High-level leaders quickly ordered to continue surveillance, waiting for them to get hungry to the point of having to log off, then immediately arrest them. Everyone understood that this campaign was going smoothly, mostly thanks to the efforts of Bong Toi. Not only providing criminal information, he also warned in advance that in-game abilities could be brought out into reality if they were even one step slower. When the group of Jiangla reached level 10 and successfully extracted their abilities, the consequences would certainly be extremely catastrophic. Even in many other countries, riots related to the game had broken out, causing thousands of casualties. In the eyes of the government, Bong Toi had now become a strategic asset that must be kept at all costs. Back in the game, the girl who had once helped Tan Feng sent a message with an admiring tone, saying that now he had become a hero who eliminates harm for the people. Tan Feng read it and just stayed silent. He understood very well that this was the government deliberately whitewashing the whole affair of killing Tong Fai and Jiang Le to make cooperation with him easier later on. But he didn't care. To Tan Feng, those things were no longer important at this moment. The only thing he cared about was his next goal. After quickly asking about the whereabouts of Dong Fuanghin, and still not having results, he immediately focused all his thoughts on preparing to enter the Land of Abandoned Gods. In his eyes, the town area was currently just a newbie village. Only by setting foot on that continent would this survival game truly begin? Outside, seeing Tan Feng suddenly disappear, the crowd immediately stared in confusion and started discussing. Some were suspicious, wondering who had just teleported him away. Others insisted that it was definitely the trick of the big boss Bong Toi. Some were not convinced, because they themselves were using level 2 anti-stealth and still couldn't see his whereabouts, but that only further proved the stealth capability of the other party had far exceeded the level they imagined. When teleported to the new location, Tan Feng quickly observed his surroundings and realized that everything was strangely familiar. The devastated landscape of Jianghai City was still exactly the same as in his past life. He understood clearly that players from every city, when setting foot on the continent of the Abandoned Gods, would appear in the ruins corresponding to their city, and the geographical location completely overlapped with the real world. This is a mystery that no one has been able to solve for years. Right at that moment, a blood-red gaze full of killing intent appeared behind him. A multi-eyed monster, with sharp teeth, rushed over as fast as lightning, aiming straight at Qin Feng. But the moment it took action, he had already disappeared. The attack missed completely when Qin Feng activated Ghost Image Blur, making his evasion ability soar. Not giving the opponent a chance to react, he immediately launched Shadow Shield / finishing off the monster in the blink of an eye. But before he could stop, a series of other demonic creatures continued to rush from all directions. Qin Feng leaped to dodge extremely quickly, then combined Gift of Liberation with Shadow Shield / wiping out the entire group of monsters in a flash. Looking at the items falling to the ground, he secretly understood that this place was completely different from the small, safe town before. In this desolate land, demonic creatures could hide anywhere and attack at any time. But if he could find a suitable shelter among the ruins, he could completely build a firm base to dominate one territory. But thinking about that, Qin Feng immediately headed towards the northwest. After moving for a while, he looked ahead, his eyes darkening when he realized that this place was the base of the Tramthan Guild in his past life. In the land of abandoned gods, Anvus group had also just been teleported to the location. Just seeing the desolate landscape before them, the whole group was amazed, because this place was no different from the ruins of a modern city. After observing for a few seconds, Tui Tuet and Tui Tuet both realized this was the ruin of Jiangnam City. But what worried them more than anything was that they couldn't see any sign of the big boss Bong Toy anywhere. Tuet just smiled, saying that with his stealth ability, it wouldn't be easy to find him. Just then, two monsters suddenly burst out from the ground and charged straight at the group. Vuong Man immediately shouted a warning, while Zhaozu quickly summoned her guardian spirit. A small bird emitted a golden light that enveloped the entire team. But the power of the monsters in this place was far beyond imagination. Despite using his shield to block, Vuong Man was still struck with a heavy impact and injured. Zhaozu immediately healed him, while reminding everyone that the monsters here were even stronger than the silver bosses near the town. A member used a bow to fire a binding skill, pinning the two monsters to the ground. Seizing that opportunity, Tuhak chanted an incantation and unleashed a great prophecy fireball. A massive sphere of flames plunged down, instantly incinerating both monsters. Though the victory was swift, no one had time to celebrate. Under Vuong Man's command, Zhaozu controlled her spirit beast to fly upward, to observe the surrounding situation, then quickly reported back the bad news. Monsters were everywhere in massive numbers. And furthermore, there were absolutely no safe zones. The whole team immediately fell into a panic, because this place had clearly turned into a true survival battlefield. Hearing this, Tuhak immediately suggested finding the Shadow Lord. For only by meeting him would they have a chance to survive. Zhaozu initially couldn't detect any human figure, but she soon realized that in the northwest there were countless lights. The dropped items were glowing brightly. She understood instantly. That was definitely the battlefield that the Shadow Lord had just swept through. Anvu immediately ordered a retreat in that direction. The team quickly maintained their formation, fighting while retreating under the increasing pressure from the approaching horde. Meanwhile, in another location, Qin Feng continued his frantic monster sweep. With just a single move, he easily wiped out an entire pack of demonic creatures, dealing damage in the tens of thousands. To him, this place was no different from a farming paradise. Afterward, Qin Feng finally reached his destination. Before his eyes was the most important hideout in Jianghai City. A massive underground palace lay deep beneath the ruins. This was once the base of the God-Slayer Guild in his past life, an underground fortress capable of housing thousands. He remembered very clearly that back then, it took 3 elite teams with 18 level 15 warriors, fully equipped, to barely capture this place. But this time, Qin Feng came alone. Step by step, he descended the spiral staircase. The system quickly displayed a notification confirming he had entered the hideout. Inside, countless strange soul monsters were floating like ghosts. These were level 12 gold-grade elemental souls. Extremely dangerous. However, Qin Feng's eyes remained cold and full of confidence. He activated Shadow Moment. Instantly, the entire area was plunged into a dense darkness, temporarily blinding the monsters. The moment they lost their orientation, Qin Feng burst with speed, using Shadow Shield Strike to charge straight into the middle of the pack, and began the massacre. Qin Feng moved like a storm. Wherever he glided, his sword keys swept away the soul monsters, leaving them with no chance to resist. One by one, they were sliced into pieces. Even many items that had just dropped were split in half by the sword key. In just a short moment, all the minor monsters in the main hall had been cleared out. Stopping to observe, Qin Feng quickly noticed that when enemies were in a blinded state, the damage he dealt increased to a terrifying degree, to the point where even normal attacks could level 12 monsters. Looking at the loot covering the ground, he became even more excited. He had only cleared one hall, yet he had already obtained a massive amount of items, while the soul-purifying land still had dozens of main halls and thousands of small rooms. With such a huge number of monsters, if he cleared it all, the evolution points would surely be enough to upgrade the Hand of Greed. One more time. Without bothering to pick up the items, Qin Feng continued to sweep through each area. After clearing another zone, he knew the crucial moment had arrived. When all the minor monsters are defeated, the area guardian will appear. Sure enough, immediately after, a giant blue monster manifested, bearing the appearance of an ancient warrior. Meanwhile, all over the world, more and more people were being teleported into the abandoned godly land. Whether in New York, London, or other major cities, everyone was terrified to find themselves appearing in the very ruins of the city where they lived. People gradually realized a terrifying rule. Wherever a person was, they would be teleported to the ruins corresponding to that city. But not everyone had the chance to adapt. Many people, having just set foot there, were ambushed and killed on the spot by monsters. Back at the Zhenghai ruins, Wuangman's group was finally temporarily safe, thanks to the area already cleared by Qin Feng. Looking at the ground covered in glowing loot, the whole group was filled with both shock and admiration. And Wu worshipped the Shadow Lord even more, admitting that their strength was still too far behind his. Tu Yuhak also felt fortunate, because without Qin Feng, the entire team might have been wiped out. After discussing, the group decided not to explore deeper for now, but to wait until the entire team reached level 10 before continuing their mission. At that moment, Zhao Zhu discovered very peculiar combat traces. The monster corpses were all sliced neatly into many pieces, proving that this entire area had indeed been cleared by the Shadow Lord alone. Vuong Man immediately contacted Tan Feng, asking for permission to pick up all the loot and convert it into lifespan to pay him back. Tan Feng agreed, while also saying he had a few pieces of equipment he wanted to trade. After ending the communication, his gaze immediately became serious as he saw countless bolts of lightning beginning to converge in front of him. The true guardian finally appeared. A massive boss named the Soul Purifier manifested amidst the lightning. It was a level 15 platinum grade boss, the strongest in the entire ruined city. Tan Feng remembered clearly that this monster had 750 HP and was divided into 3 stages. In his past life, the Godslayer Guild had to pay an enormous price to barely defeat it. But this time, he was much better prepared. As soon as the battle began, Tan Feng immediately used Shadow Shield Strike as an opener, but it dealt no damage. Without hesitation, he immediately switched to Cutthroat, causing the boss's health bar to drop sharply at once. The Soul Purifier flew into a rage and summoned a series of lightning spears, repeatedly launching them at him. Against the terrifying power of a platinum boss, getting hit just once would be enough to lose his life. But with his high speed and evasion capabilities, Tan Feng remained calm, weaving through every attack, as if walking on the edge of death. He dodged while calculating with extreme precision, with a burst speed exceeding Sishirmi Ordwinmel. As long as he maintained a perfect movement rhythm, he could completely evade all of the boss's lethal strikes. After a fierce round of attacks, Tan Feng immediately closed in for a counterattack. A devastating damage combo of Mercy Release, Shadow Shield, Strike, and Plague Blade instantly evaporated 250,000 of the boss's HP, causing the Soul Purifier's health bar to drop to only 23. But Tan Feng knew well that this was only the beginning, as next, the boss would enter Stage 2. The moment it activates an invincibility state and begins unleashing waves of lightning, even more horrific than before. Entering Stage 2, Tan Feng knew he had to immediately destroy 3 lightning orbs. Otherwise the boss would go berserk. In his past life, it was this state that caused his entire team to be annihilated and led to Tan Xiaoyu's mental breakdown. Without hesitation, he continuously threw toxic daggers, destroying each orb, while causing the Soul Purifier's health to drop sharply. When the last orb exploded, the boss immediately entered Stage 3. Its entire body erupted with lightning, continuously unleashing lightning strikes that covered the entire battlefield. If it were his past life, the guild would have needed lightning Gristin gear along with shields and healing to barely survive. Tan Feng quickly realized that on the ground, it was too difficult to close in, so he immediately changed tactics, choosing to attack from the air. He activated a skill, black light erupting around his body, his eyes cold as ice. Then he lunged straight down with a critical strike. A horrific collision directly took down the Platinum grade boss, even knocking its helmet flying. As he landed on the ground, a series of system notifications rang out, and Tan Feng could not hide his joy. He reached level 11, receiving additional attribute points, 20 evolution points, and over 1,500 days of tradable lifespan. It didn't stop there. He also became the first player in the world to solo a platinum boss, gaining 10 reputation points, and officially becoming the owner of the Soul Land. Standing amidst the piles of loot, Tan Feng clearly understood the true value of this hideout. It wasn't just a warehouse. It could also be brought into the real world. In the future, when modern weapons would gradually be disabled, From nuclear bombs to tanks, everything would become scrap metal. Human strength would only depend on the abilities taken from the game. A hideout with a magical defense barrier like this was no different from an impregnable fortress. Looking around the familiar scene, he thought back to his past life, where this place was once the base of the Godslayer Guild. Though there were beautiful memories, it also held too many betrayals and partings. Therefore, this time, he decided to walk alone, ascending to the peak by his own strength. Meanwhile, in another forest, Tan Xiaoyu's team was struggling immensely. Rain poured down while the boss continuously swung its axe in attack. Just as the team dodged, Tan Xiaoyu stood frozen right in the middle of the damage zone. She only had time to scream for help before being killed on the spot. Upon respawning in town, she had lost more lifespan. Her teammates immediately got angry, scolding her for not dodging. But Tan Xiaoyu argued back, placing all the blame on the person pulling the boss. The argument caused one member to leave the team in a rage immediately. Before things could settle, another person was also smashed to death by the boss and teleported back to town. Everyone was in a panic because their remaining lifespan wasn't much. They had to consider going back to farm normal monsters first. Just then, a server-wide announcement rang out. The player Shadow, in Jianghai City, is the first in the world to defeat a platinum boss and gain 10 reputation points. The entire player base was instantly shocked. Everyone was amazed that someone could solo a platinum boss at this stage. Tan Xiaoyu was also stunned after hearing it. She hadn't even encountered a gold boss yet. And yet that person named Shadow could already kill a platinum boss by himself. In her heart, she was both jealous and indignant, completely unable to understand why that guy was so absurdly strong. Returning to Tan Feng's side, after leveling up, he immediately poured all his points into agility to exploit the advantage of infinite stealth. With high enough speed, he could silently hunt bosses while taking almost no damage. What excited him even more were the 20 evolution points, just enough to upgrade the Hand of Greed. After it evolved to the legendary grade, this skill had become extremely overpowered, increasing the chance to receive extra loot from 300 Funtaram to 500 Funtaram, while guaranteeing a 100 Funtaram quality upgrade for dropped items. In particular, he also received an additional 100 storage slots. Tan Feng immediately used the looting skill and continued to receive a large amount of loot, along with another 100 evolution points. Checking his inventory, he saw 2 pieces of assassin gear and a highly valuable skill book. It's just that his current level was not yet enough to use them. Then he summoned a devout believer and ordered it to collect all the loot in the palace. With more evolution points in hand, Tan Feng continued to enhance a series of skills. Stealth was strongly upgraded, extending the invisibility duration, increasing damage for hidden strikes, and significantly reducing the backstab skill also had its damage clearly increased. His power at this time continued to soar another level. After continuing to enhance his skills, Tan Feng received an extremely dominant move, Black Light Burst, causing all enemies in a wide range to be blinded. The temporary area of effect soared up to 60 meters, and the duration also lasted significantly longer. But what truly shocked him was when Blooming Flower Curse was directly upgraded to legendary level. This skill can now be used not only on the corpses of players within 60 seconds after death, but it can also absorb 50 Fontaram of the lifespan remaining of the target. Even more terrifying, it can also absorb light spheres, containing not lifespans scattered on the map. Qin Feng immediately realized its incredible value. In high-level areas or frenzied zones around special bosses, the rate of life consumption is horrific, and the system prioritizes subtracting lifespan first. This means that in the future, I will almost never lack this precious resource anymore. This is truly a rare god-tier skill. Just then, the shield girl sent a message reporting good news. Dongfang Xian is finally offline. Furthermore, his family is preparing to host a party at Dinnam restaurant. Word says they are collecting a large amount of lifespan to convert into power in the game. After hearing this, Qin Feng's eyes turned cold. He praised the girl for doing a good job and reassured her that he would definitely handle Dongfang Xian. Ending the conversation, Qin Feng began clearing the loot. Thanks to the 100-slot backpack from Greedy Hand, he comfortably stuffed all the items into his bag and then went to find Wang Meng's group to sell goods. As soon as she saw him appear, An Wu excitedly ran over and called out. But Qin Feng remained cold as before, directly setting a price for 30 common and bronze items at a discounted price of 950 days of lifespan. An Wu happily accepted, and even proactively sent a full 2,000 days because the previous batch sold for a great profit. When checking the new batch of items, the whole group was almost speechless. Among them were not only silver, but also gold equipment. It even contains platinum items. The total value reaches 18,000 days of lifespan. It is tradable. An Yu could not hide her excitement. She exclaimed that he truly is an expert to even sell platinum equipment. With this batch of equipment, the strength of Jianghai City will definitely rise. It will soar to a new level. Zhao He, standing by his side, was curious. He stared fixedly at Qin Feng's backpack. He couldn't help but ask, "Why does your bag have so many compartments? Are you doorman or something?" Qin Feng calmly reminded everyone that their own backpacks were probably filling up soon. He took the opportunity to reveal a crucial piece of information. Beneath the stone statue in the center of the city ruins, there is a staircase leading to the teleportation array. It can take you back to the city. Initially, the first time you use it, it costs 500 days of your lifespan. Subsequent uses are free of charge. After saying this, he left immediately, watching his figure fade into the distance. Tan Xiaoyu became even more convinced that Qin Feng was otherwise, how could he know so much confidential information that seemed so illogical? She even had the crazy thought of trying to seduce Shadow. The group beside her was speechless, not knowing what else to say. Meanwhile, Qin Feng had reached a quiet place and began the most important step, synchronizing his power from the game to the real world. Without a moment of hesitation, he chose to synchronize his level and evolve his class. In the blink of an eye, 27,000 days. The tradable lifespan has been completely depleted to complete the process. But that was only the beginning. His gaze grew increasingly cold and sharp. As he continued the extraction process, the Shadow Step skill was upgraded to level 10. Followed by the enhancement of Greedy Hand Shield, Shadow Ghost / Blurred Shadow, Blooming Flower, Cursed Blacklight Shield. Then even equipment like the Hidden Thread, Golden Armor and Believer's Necklace, and the Golden Gear were all brought out. In reality, each extraction burned through a massive amount of his lifespan. After all was said and done, Qin Feng's remaining lifespan was extremely low. But, in exchange, his power in the real world had increased to a level that was completely different. After completing the extraction process, Qin Feng realized the believer's necklace was his true trump card. In truth, it not only drastically reduced cooldown times, but also allowed him to summon a platinum-tier follower. A nearly invincible existence in the real world at this moment. Even so, the price to pay was enormous. In just a single turn, almost all of his assets were burned away, leaving only 486 days of tradable lifespan. But in exchange, his current strength in the real world was now almost on par with his in-game power. Qin Feng knew he still needed to earn much more lifespan for the upcoming synchronization cycles. He then immediately left the game space. Returning to reality, black energy densely shrouded Qin Feng's body. He quickly calculated the situation regarding the spirit cleansing land. Since the location had been exposed, extracting the entire spirit cleansing land would actually require 1,300 years of lifespan. Clearly, this was impossible for now. So he was forced to find another temporary shelter. With a single thought, the greedy hand appeared. All the items in the room were instantly sucked into his storage space. Looking at the empty room, he couldn't help but be satisfied. This skill was incredibly convenient. After checking his phone, Qin Feng confirmed that Dongfeng Xian was at the Jiangnan restaurant, about 15 kilometers away. At his current speed, it would only take him about 10 minutes to arrive. Without hesitation, he leaped directly from the window. He darted like a ghost in the night, along the road. People only caught a glimpse of a black streak tearing through the wind. Meanwhile, at the Jiangnan restaurant, the Dongfeng family was hosting a very lively banquet. The group discussed their future with great ambition. They believed that the strength and lifespan gained in the game had started to affect reality. And this was the chance for the Dongfeng family to rise. Dongfeng Xian's grandfather kept praising his grandson for having built an initial power base within the game. The old man even declared he would use all the lifespan accumulated to buy equipment and skill books, helping core members quickly reach level 10, thereby establishing the clan as a dominant force, and perhaps even founding an eternal legacy. On the surface, Dongfeng Xian remained respectful, but deep down, he was filled with murderous intent. He cursed the old man for being power-hungry and stubborn, who, despite having one foot in the grave, still refused to give up the position of family head, and even dreamed of immortality. In his mind, he had already devised a plan. First, capture Shadow and force him to reveal all his secrets. Then turn him into a tool to farm lifespan for himself. Once he climbed to the top of the leaderboard, he would slaughter them all. When asked about the progress of tracking Shadow, Dongfeng Xian immediately purported that he had planted people to get close and extract information. Once the opponent's identity is confirmed, news would be available soon. The whole family raised their glasses to celebrate. Chants of "Long live the Dongfeng family" echoed throughout the hall. But just as the atmosphere was at its peak, the Grim Reaper arrived. Outside, Qin Feng quietly appeared. All the guards had already been neatly disposed of by him. Even so, he remained extremely cautious, as he realized these wealthy clans were even equipped with firearms. Despite having Ghost Shadow and Dark Light Shield, he still couldn't dodge bullets 100 Fun Tarum. A hit to the heart or head could still cost him his life. Not being reckless, he immediately summoned the pious follower and ordered it to sweep everything out. The monster quickly charged into the restaurant. The bodyguards initially didn't understand what was happening. But Dongfeng Xian immediately recognized this as a monster from the game, turning pale and shouting orders to open fire. Gunfire erupted continuously. But the bullets had almost no effect on the pious follower. It frenziedly rushed forward, its claws tearing the enemies apart. Blue flames consumed everything. In the blink of an eye, the banquet hall turned into hell. Dongfeng. He watched in panic as his grandfather was seized by the monster. Desperate cries for help echoed. But he no longer had the heart to save anyone else. He only turned and fled, with one thought remaining in his mind. He must survive. He must escape into the game. Once he reached level 10 and synchronized his strength to reality, no one would be able to threaten him anymore. But before he could escape, a dark shadow appeared before him, like a demon. Dongfeng Xian froze when he recognized the person. It was Qin Feng, the very same darkness. Without giving him a single second to react, Qin Feng simply raised his hand. In an instant, Dongfeng Xian's head was severed from his neck. Before his consciousness faded, the last thing he thought of were the two words, darkness. Immediately after, the cursed flower bloomed on his corpse. Red light dyed the area. The system immediately notified him of the amount of life force absorbed. Even Qin Feng was satisfied. In just a moment, he reaped 27,000 days of tradable life force, which can be traded, along with 485 years of non-tradable life force. Looking at the massive spoils he had just obtained, the corner of Qin Feng's mouth curled up. A very profitable harvest. After slaughtering the people of the Dongfeng family, the cursed flower drained the corpses and life force completely, then vanished into thin air, erasing all traces as if nothing had ever happened. Qin Feng stood and watched, feeling quite satisfied, because this skill not only cleaned up the scene, but also gathered a large amount of non-tradable life force, bringing his total to over 2,300 years. Thanks to this, venturing into violent and dangerous areas later would be much less stressful. Not long after, the police arrived after hearing gunshots and screams in the banquet hall. But upon rushing in, what they saw was just a dilapidated room, furniture ruined everywhere, without a single corpse or drop of blood to be found, leaving everyone stunned by how bizarre it was. Meanwhile, Qin Feng had silently left the scene, using the state of invisibility to depart the restaurant. He immediately thought of his next target, which was Qian Chichi of the Qian group. But the distance from Zhanghai to Meadow was too far. Traveling on foot would take too much time. So, he decided to rest temporarily at a hotel, and started thinking of ways to get a mount to speed up his movement. After that, Qin Feng returned to the game world, intending to head back to the city ruins, to hunt more bosses and gather resources. Right at that moment, Tan Shouyu unexpectedly sent a message, reporting that her group had just discovered an entrance to an ancient tomb. But inside, there was a Goltier vengeful spirit, level 12, guarding it. So they were completely unable to defeat it. It turned out that, on the way back, Zhao He accidentally slipped and fell into a hole, and from there, discovered this special tomb. Hearing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but laugh at her bizarre luck. In wandering around, even just wandering around, one might stumble upon a rare opportunity. Without hesitation, he took the coordinates and quickly arrived at the location. In front of him was a large shaft, which was the entrance to the tomb. Taking a deep breath, he jumped down. The system immediately blocked all external communications. The space inside was cold and filled with killing intent. As he ventured deeper inside, Qin Feng was instantly locked onto by a pair of glowing red eyes. Immediately after, the Wraith boss appeared. It had a massive physique, holding a greatsword, with its entire body covered in thick black mist. With just one look at Qin Feng, he could guess that this was a type of boss that specialized in physical damage, with extremely high output and a wide attack range. No wonder an ooze group was sent fleeing in disarray. The boss gave him no time to think. Immediately lunging forward and delivering a powerful slash, Qin Feng reacted incredibly fast, backing away to dodge the strike by a hair's breadth, knowing full well that a single hit could be fatal. He immediately countered with Mercy's deliverance, followed by shadow image slash. Numerous consecutive slashes tore through the boss's body. He then added a throat cut finisher to end it on the spot. Although the boss's defense was very high, and the damage was significantly reduced, it still couldn't withstand Qin Feng's overwhelming combo sequence. But just when it seemed everything was over, one of the boss's severed arms suddenly swelled up and exploded instantly. The explosion was too sudden, and the distance was too close, leaving Qin Feng with almost no time to dodge. Fortunately, Hazy Ghost Image activated just in time, helping him escape death at the last second. This sent a chill down his spine, because this type of self-destruct mechanism usually only appears in platinum grade bosses and above. Yet, a gold grade boss in this tomb actually possessed it. As the dust settled, Qin Feng's gaze immediately fixed on the loot that had just dropped onto the ground. Qin Feng immediately used Greed Hand to collect all the spoils of war. The results made him extremely satisfied. Besides over 7,000 days of lifespan and 20 evolution points, he also received a platinum grade skill book and a piece of platinum armor, an exquisite item. The new skill was called Dark Knight Ringblade, an assassin class skill, which could unleash dark elemental damage on all enemies in the surrounding area. After checking the stats, Qin Feng was quite surprised, because this was a rare ARI effect skill for assassins. Furthermore, it suited his current stat build perfectly, as his spirit was now higher than his strength. Without hesitation, he immediately used his evolution points to upgrade this skill directly to epic grade. After the enhancement, the attack range increased from 5 to 12 meters, and the elemental damage also rose sharply from 500 to 1,300. Although the burst damage still couldn't compare to shadow image slash, it was a perfect skill for clearing mobs, especially useful in situations where he was surrounded. Next, Qin Feng equipped the resentment armor he had just picked up. Though the secondary effects weren't very prominent, the defense stats, elemental resistance, and damage mitigation far surpassed his old equipment, significantly increasing his durability. Looking at the remaining pile of loot, he estimated that selling them would bring in over 10,000 days of lifespan. His mood instantly brightened up. Qin Feng decided to head deeper into the ancient tomb, hoping to find more rare items, ideally even picking up a mount to solve his mobility problem. Meanwhile, in another place, Tan Xiaoyu once again became a burden to her entire team. While fighting monsters, she and her best friend were slashed to death by goblins on the spot, leading the entire team to a wipe. Having just respawned at Town 1, the team leader couldn't hold back his anger, grabbing Tan Xiaoyu by the collar and scolding her to her face. He vented all his frustration because the team had wiped many times because of her, even threatening that if they met in real life, he would deal with her. After speaking, he pushed her to the ground and directly logged out of the game. Tan Xiaoyu's best friend hurriedly helped her up and advised her to return to the small town where her family lived. because there was a support team there, specializing in helping weak or elderly people. But Tan Xiaoyu, at this moment, was only filled with bitterness and rage. She felt that those people were just trash, refusing to believe that she couldn't find someone stronger to rely on. After logging out of the game, Tan Xiaoyu immediately sent messages, begging for help from the many people who used to pursue her. But reality was much harsher than she thought. The first person bluntly set a condition: 1 night of sleep in exchange for 1 level. The second person mocked her, scoffing that if she could even cut ties with her own biological brother, then who would dare to trust her? The rest of them also rejected her, one by one. Some even directly cursed at her because the story of her sabotaging teammates had spread everywhere. Each reply message felt like a slap, striking directly at Tan Xiaoyu's pride. In the end, everyone turned their backs on her. Sitting alone in despair, Tan Xiaoyu was both angry and self-pitying. Her non-trottable lifespan was now only about 2.5 years left. The risk of actual death was looming. In her moment of greatest helplessness, she suddenly remembered the older brother, with whom she had actively cut ties. Tan Feng. Only one thought remained in her mind: no matter what, Big Brother definitely wouldn't abandon me. Perhaps the only person who could still save her now was only Tan Feng. Driven into a corner, Tan Xiaoyu finally decided to go back and find Tan Feng. On the way there, she kept telling herself that as long as she humbled herself a little and spoke some soft words, then Big Brother would surely forgive her and continue to help her level up. But deep down, she didn't feel she was wrong at all. She even calculated very clearly that for now, she would pretend to make up so she could ask Tan Feng to boost her levels once she became strong enough and no longer worried about a lack of lifespan. Then she would cut ties. Again, thinking thus, she even considered her plan to be perfect. Standing before the door, Tan Xiaoyu repeatedly knocked and called out loudly. But it was completely silent inside. Switching from impatience to anger, she directly kicked the door open and barged in. But the scene before her left her stunned. The room was empty. The bed, table, chairs, and clothes. Everything had completely vanished. Tan Feng had moved out long ago. Panicking, she hurriedly took out her phone to call him repeatedly, but only received a notification that the phone was turned off. At this moment, Tan Xiaoyu truly began to fluster, having no idea where Tan Feng had gone. Meanwhile, deep inside the tomb of resentment, Tan Feng was still sweeping through monsters with terrifying speed. On the path deeper in, he had killed over 200 minor mobs, along with several bronze and silver bosses. His level was also nearing the threshold of level 12. At the end of the path, there was only a single coffin left, emitting a dense black aura. Tan Feng knew well that as soon as this coffin was opened, the final boss of the ancient tomb would appear. He secretly hoped it would be a platinum-grade boss. To test it, he summoned a devout follower and ordered it to step forward and open the coffin. But the moment the coffin lid creaked open, an incident occurred immediately. A horrific surge of black energy erupted outwards. The devout follower screamed in pain as its entire body was rapidly swallowed by the black energy, dying on the spot. Seeing this, Tan Feng's expression changed instantly. He realized what had just appeared was the death poison mist, an extremely disgusting boss. Despite being ranked only as gold grade, its danger level surpassed even that of platinum bosses. This monster had no complete physical form, being almost immune to physical damage, and possessed the ability to enter the target's body and kill the victim. From within, Qin Feng immediately recalled memories from his past life, when someone had accidentally released this monster, causing the entire base to fall into a catastrophe, with extremely heavy casualties. Understanding the danger, Qin Feng didn't dare to delay. He quickly observed the black mist, and immediately used Dark Knight Ringblade. Thanks to the elemental damage, he finally discovered the true form of the boss hidden within the poisonous mist. Without any hesitation, Qin Feng charged straight in, unleashing a fatal strike that sliced through its true body. In an instant, the boss was cut in half and died on the spot. Despite the quick victory, Qin Feng couldn't help but sigh. This boss was far stronger than the gold grade boss standard. Yet the system still only ranked it at that level. This meant the combat loot dropped would also only be gold grade items. Looking at the pile of items on the ground, he sighed, thinking that after the hard work of clearing the tomb, the rewards would probably be me. But at that very moment, as he used Greed Hand to collect the items, the system suddenly sounded a notification that made Qin Feng freeze. He had just received a rare item, the Mount Summoning Bell. Qin Feng stood stunned for a few seconds, his eyes filled with shock. He couldn't believe the thing he wanted most had actually dropped. Qin Feng held the bell in his hand, unable to hide his surprise. This turned out to be a Mount Summoning Bell. And furthermore, it summoned a level 11 Phantom Nightstalker wolf. One of the mounts, with the most terrifying speed at this stage. After checking all the attributes, he was truly dazed. This wolf was not just a mount, but also served as a battle beast, possessing extremely high speed, incredible acceleration, and even a night stealth skill. Along with a series of powerful combat moves, Qin Feng looked at the battle beast in front of him, and could only exclaim, "This time, I really hit the jackpot." Immediately after, he rode the Phantom Nightstalker wolf, sprinting through the ruined buildings. Both man and beast were in a state of stealth, moving so fast that the wind behind them was torn into vortexes. While moving, Qin Feng had already planned his next move. Quickly reach level 15. Accumulate enough lifespan to retrieve the mount. Then upon logging out, he would immediately go to the magic capital to settle everything once and for all. His target this time was the Zhonghai Arena, a place with complex terrain, dense monsters, and extremely suitable for leveling up. When he arrived, Qin Feng immediately felt that this was truly a paradise for the strong. On the way in, the Phantom Knight's wolf even brushed past a boss, but the opponent completely failed to notice them due to the stealth state. Arriving at the center of the arena, Qin Feng jumped straight down into the middle of the dense crowd of monsters. His gaze turned cold, and he immediately unleashed Shadow Image, charging through the battlefield. A single strike wiped out the entire group of monsters in an instant. Meanwhile, in the ruins outside, An Wu had just led her team to defeat a level 8 gold boss, after more than 10 minutes of fighting. Despite the victory, she couldn't help but sigh, because a single gold boss was already this difficult. She couldn't imagine how darkness could solo even a platinum boss. Hearing this, Ma Nail-yang immediately showed disdain, thinking that darkness was nothing more than an assassin, good at sneak attacks. Nothing impressive. He even suggested finding a way to investigate his real-world identity, setting a trap, and then controlling this person for the government's use. But as soon as he finished speaking, An Wu and Wang Meng burst out laughing at his naivety. In their eyes, someone who could single-handedly take down both gold bosses and platinum bosses was already a being on a completely different level. For a person like that, if you couldn't cooperate, then you absolutely should not become enemies. Being repeatedly mocked by the two of them, Ma Nianyang's face turned red with rage. His heart was filled with resentment, secretly swearing that he would definitely unmask darkness, capture him, and then force An Wu to kneel down and beg him. From the very beginning, Wang Mang didn't care about Ma Nianyang at all, turning to ask An Yu what the boss had dropped. Hearing her mention that there were gold-tier items, along with silver-tier equipment and silver-tier skill books, everyone couldn't help but exclaim. Even a few gold-tier boss items were considered precious to them. Yet when they thought about how Qin Feng had previously casually sold both gold-tier and platinum-tier items to them, everyone started to wonder exactly how many bosses had he hunted. Wang Mang raised a bigger concern at this moment. If the disappearance of the entire Dongfang family at the Jiangnan Hotel was really done by Shadow, what then? If he is an extremely dangerous person in real life, should they still continue to step up and clean up his mess? An Yu remained calm after hearing this. She admitted that the case was being investigated strictly, but there was currently no evidence proving Shadow's involvement. However, what surprised everyone was that, even if the real culprit was Shadow, An Yu would still choose to cooperate with him. Even if her superiors refused to handle the aftermath, she would take care of it all by herself. The reason she gave was shockingly straightforward. Someone that powerful, who wouldn't want to be on the same side? Just then, someone rushed over to report the news. An arena-like area had appeared ahead, but the monsters inside had been wiped out, with corpses scattered everywhere. The group immediately rushed to check, and upon entering, the sight before them left everyone stunned. Items were scattered all over the ground, glittering with light. Just by looking, it was clear that at least hundreds of monsters had been dealt with. Wang Mang's scalp went numb at the sight, while An Yu was almost certain that this was Shadow's masterpiece. Her deduction was simple. The second strongest team on the leaderboard, which was them, couldn't even pull this off. So besides the person ranked first, there was no one else. Ma Nianyang still refused to admit it, arguing that if he had a stealth skill, he could do it too. It would just take more time. But before he could finish, the atmosphere behind him suddenly turned cold. Qin Feng, along with the Wraith Knight, Wolf, stepped out from their stealth state right behind him. Ma Nianyang was scared out of his wits, screaming loudly and losing all face in front of the crowd. In contrast to him, An Yu's eyes lit up when she saw the massive wolf beside Qin Feng. She curiously asked about his new mount, and upon learning it was obtained from the tomb that their group had provided the coordinates for, everyone became even more envious. After a brief exchange, Qin Feng continued to sell items to an EU at the old price, even letting the group pick up all the loot on the ground. Such generosity made An Yu trust him even more. But inside Ma Nianyang's heart, it was the opposite. The recent humiliation had turned into deep-seated resentment. He secretly vowed to pay this debt back one day. After leaving, Qin Feng checked his progress. He had climbed to the top of the leaderboard at level 13, leaving all other players far behind. More importantly, this sweep of the arena had also helped him acquire a goldier skill of immense value: silent stealth. This was a skill that allowed him to enter a state of infinite stealth if he stood still and didn't attack. Furthermore, Breaking stealth with an attack would grant extra massive damage. At a single glance, Qin Feng recognized its terrifying value, especially when combined with the game's login mechanism. In real life, he could practically disappear completely from the world. Without hesitation, he immediately used his evolution points to upgrade this skill, continuously up to epic grade, greatly increasing the stealth break damage and significantly reducing the cooldown. Not stopping there, Qin Feng continued to pour points into Poison Dart, upgrading it to epic grade, increasing its throwing range, damage, and poison effects to a terrifying level. Finally, he invested 200 evolution points into his strongest skill, Grace of Deliverance, pushing it from legendary grade straight to mythical. After evolving, its ability to deal damage to weak points soared, while also unlocking an extremely overbearing active effect, turning the next attack into a lethal strike, capable of finishing an opponent in an instant. Qin Feng's strength had now skyrocketed to a completely new level. The more Qin Feng checked his loot, the more he saw his strength increase significantly. After upgrading Grace of Deliverance to mythical grade, almost every monster in front of him exposed a fatal weak point, except for a few special types of demon beasts. Not only that, the Platinum Hunter necklace he just picked up helped increase his stats significantly and added a level to his stealth skill. Combined with all his existing skills and equipment, Qin Feng's stealth level reached for stacks. At the current stage, almost no one had the ability to break it. Plus the newly equipped Shadow Shroud, his dodge rate immediately surged to 83 Funtaram, making his survival ability even more terrifying. Just as he was moving forward, a loud explosion suddenly rang out. Qin Feng looked up and his expression changed immediately. From the dust and smoke, a massive boss dragging iron chains slowly appeared. Steel senses. He immediately recognized it. This was the guardian of the Holy Sanctuary Cathedral, one of the largest hidden zones in the Zhanghai ruins. In his previous life, to take down this boss, more than 1,000 people participated, and the total number of deaths exceeded 4,000. Qin Feng had originally intended to handle outside matters first, and then return to deal with it. But now the boss had appeared earlier than expected, so he didn't mind acting now. Wraith Knight? The corridor was immediately flooded as he dashed towards the battlefield at full speed. Below, the scene was in complete chaos. Countless players were surrounding the boss, but they were being utterly crushed. Wherever the Steel Saint's scythe swept, players fell where they stood. Qin Feng had initially intended to mock this crowd, thinking they were too arrogant for challenging the boss so early. But then, his gaze locked onto someone in the crowd. A man riding a white tiger, wielding a shield and spear, was charging hidden. Qin Feng immediately recognized him as Chen Woming, the possessor of the Hidden Temple Knight class. In their previous life, the two had fought for 9 years, without a clear winner. He was an extremely dangerous opponent, cunning and sinister. Every time he was about to lose, he would come up with some scheme to escape. He was also the one who led the guild, Temple Knights, to slay the Steel Senses in the previous life, earning a resounding reputation across Jiang. But behind that glorious facade, it was a guild filled with darkness. Under the guise of protecting its members, it actually forced them to sign contracts giving up 50 Funtaram of their lifespan, turning the majority into slaves for the elite. Seeing Chen Woming, killing intent flared in Qin Feng's eyes instantly. This time, he didn't intend to let his old rival leave easily. Qin Feng leaped into the battlefield, his eyes flashing with a cold red glow as he activated Dark Night. Merging with the shadows in the blink of an eye, the entire area was engulfed by a crimson sea of blood. Countless players didn't even have time to react before they were slaughtered on the spot. The system continuously displayed elimination notifications. Player Chen Wuming felt a chill down his spine at the gruesome sight. He immediately guessed that the one attacking was Shadow. But before he could even question him, a cold voice rang out right behind him. "Because I don't eat beef." As soon as those bizarre words left his lips, Qin Feng lunged forward with shield shadow slash. Chen Yuming's body was immediately torn into pieces. Right after, Lightning Origin flower bloomed. The crimson flowers blooming on the players' corpses, forcibly draining their lifespans. All of them revived in a state of severe Chen Wuming gritted his teeth in fury, while his subordinates panicked upon realizing their lifespans had been completely plundered. Some wanted to regroup and counterattack, but he immediately shouted for them to stop. Chen Wuming knew better than anyone that confronting Shadow hidden right now was no different from suicide. At the same time, Tan Xiaoyu was in despair. Realizing her lifespan was nearly at rock bottom, Tan Feng finally realized that she was also in the crowd just now. Looking at the meager amount of life drained from her, he instantly understood she had been pushed to the brink, to the point of having to join the Temple Knight Guild as a slave. But in Tan Feng's eyes, that was just the consequence of her own choices. At that moment, the steel senses suddenly swung her scythe down at him. The ground exploded, debris flying everywhere. Tan Feng calmly used illusion to dodge and quickly assessed the boss. The first phase of the steel senses wasn't actually that difficult. It only repeated physical attacks with its scythe and chains, within a fixed or wide area. For the current Tan Feng, dodging these attacks wasn't very stressful. As soon as the boss spun wildly to find a target, Tan Feng immediately countered. He activated Grace of Release and struck the weak points repeatedly. The effect of Throat Cut, newly unlocked, unleashed terrifying power, dealing massive burst damage. Combined with Plague Blade and poison effects, waves of damage continuously erupted on the boss's body. The Steel Saintess HP dropped at an alarming rate. In just a short time, she lost more than half of her health. But Tan Feng wasn't happy. He knew well that the truly terrifying part of this boss had yet to begin. When her HP dropped below 50 Funtarum, the demon sealed within her would awaken. From that moment on, any damage inflicted on the boss could be reflected back at the attacker. More terrifyingly, rumors existed that inside the boss's body, there was a mysterious teleportation portal. Anyone swallowed would be sent to a place no one was sure of. Some said it was the bottom of a volcano, but in his previous life, no one had survived to confirm it. The second phase was the true nightmare of the steel sense. The people hiding above couldn't help but whisper in surprise. Everyone was shocked to see Shadow use just one skill to directly force the Platinum boss into its second phase. According to those who watched from the beginning, this boss was summoned by the Temple Knight Guild, but Shadow appeared and casually slaughtered all of them. Then, with one move, he depleted half the boss's health. Below, the Steel Senses was raging, swinging her weapon wildly, while Tan Feng silently observed without blinking. He quickly recalled the key to the second phase. Whenever the boss initiated an attack, the damage reflection effect would be temporarily disabled. In other words, if one attacked at the exact moment the boss was unleashing a skill, they could avoid the reflection. But the problem was, most of Tan Feng's main skills dealt continuous damage, like shield shadow, slash, throat cut, plague blade, or poison darts. Once used at the wrong time, all the reflected damage would be enough to kill him instantly. Thinking this, Tan Feng's eyes flickered. The players hiding above might become very useful pawns. Just then, a man with his hair in a high bun stepped out and spoke loudly, telling everyone to clear the path. Seeing him, the crowd immediately buzzed. This man was Safety First, a big shot famous for his incredible survival skills. After hearing his subordinates report the situation, he quickly grasped the progress of the battle. Knowing Shadow had disappeared after the boss entered the second phase, he immediately ordered Rabbit to use her tracking skill. The blue-haired girl summoned a small rabbit, running around the arena to track down Tan Feng's whereabouts. After checking for a while, she confirmed that nothing was detected. Safety First heard this and nodded with full confidence. With level 3 anti-stealth capability, and still unable to detect anything, he believed that Shadow had definitely left. Because he didn't believe anyone at this stage could possess level 4 stealth, thinking so, he immediately leaped down into the arena, preparing to solo the platinum boss. That action left the people around them in absolute shock. But when they realized the person entering the field was Safety First, everyone's attitude immediately changed. This was an expert who had soloed gold bosses very early on, famous for the hidden class, soul martial artist. His signature skill allowed every perfect dodge to reach a 100 fun Taram evasion rate, while simultaneously creating a powerful counterattack advantage. Sure enough, as soon as the boss detected a new target and launched the first attack, Safety First immediately slid into a perfect dodge. The strike smashed down, causing rocks to explode, but it still couldn't touch him. The boss continued to swing arms of dark energy in continuous pursuit. As for him, he just kept rolling and dodging, time after time, in an extremely skillful manner. Every dodge phase was so precise that it made the crowd of spectators admire him. The strange thing was that after each of his rolls, the boss's health dropped a little. Quite a few people began to feel confused, not knowing exactly how strong a soul martial artist was. Little Bunny at this time proudly explained that perfect dodging was just a basic move for her big brother. The most terrifying point was that, after each successful dodge activation, his next attack could ignore up to 50 fun Taram of the defense. At the right moment, Safety First channeled all his power into the sword. The surrounding energy began to converge violently, signaling a powerful ultimate move about to explode. The subordinates watched with such excitement they trembled. Everyone believed this move would surely deal 4-digit damage. The face of Safety First was filled with confidence. He charged forward. The sword light erupted brilliantly under the moonlight. Each slash turned into countless afterimage, like meteors tearing through the wind, repeatedly pouring down onto the boss's body. The elongated arms of the Iron Maiden were continuously the health bar dropped sharply at a frightening speed. In just an instant, the boss had fallen to less than 13 health. Safety First confidently sheathed his sword. Flashing an arrogant smile, he believed that victory was already in his hands. But at that very moment, the smile on his face froze as a surge of sword aura suddenly shot back directly into his body. Then came the second and third surges. In the blink of an eye, countless sword auras simultaneously reflected back. That was the total number of strikes he had just unleashed on the boss. The scene before their eyes left all the watching players stunned. No one understood why Safety First had died. Clearly he had dodged all of the boss's attacks, and the skills he unleashed all hit. Yet, in the end, he was killed by a counter-strike, dying instantly on the spot. Qin Feng only smiled slightly as he looked at the pile of dropped items. To him, this soul martial artist could be considered useful. Thanks to him continuously baiting the boss's skills, he was able to secretly whittle the Iron Maiden's health down to 13. But just then, Qin Feng's expression immediately changed when he saw the boss turn around and flee toward the cathedral sanctuary. If it was allowed to return, its health would fully regenerate and all efforts would be in vain. Without hesitation, he immediately rushed out to block the way. The people above saw Shadow appear and were terrified. Only now did they understand that all the mysterious damage from before was secretly caused by him. In their eyes, Safety First was now just a joke, while Shadow was the real monster. The Iron Maiden was now completely maddened, continuously unleashing devastating attacks. Qin Feng erected a dark light shield to defend. Waiting for the exact moment, the boss acted to counterattack with Shadow Shield / Every attack was extremely dangerous. Just one missed beat, and the reflected damage would be enough to kill him instantly. The longer the battle lasted, the more suffocating it became. Each layer of the shields on Qin Feng's body continuously shattered under the purple flames and the terrifying strikes of the boss. But he still patiently waited for the final opportunity. And then, the decisive moment arrived. Qin Feng's eyes flashed. He immediately unleashed the finishing blow. Shadow Shield / exploded. Countless sword lights simultaneously tore the Iron Maiden's body apart. At that very moment, the final shield layer on his body also crumbled. If he had been just a bit slower, the one who died would surely have been him. Finally, the system notification rang out. Qin Feng successfully soloed the Platinum Boss. Iron Maiden received 48,000 experience points, 120 evolution points, and the Cathedral Sanctuary key. All the spectators were struck dumb. Only at this moment did they truly understand why Shadow stood firm at the #1 spot on the rankings. After taking down the Iron Maiden, Qin Feng immediately used Greed Hand to check the spoils of war, and immediately obtained a top-tier item. First was the Jada tier, Dark Flame bone-piercing leather armor, an assassin equipment piece that greatly increased defense, elemental resistance, and constitution. More importantly, its Dark Flame effect could also continuously weaken the target's defense and elemental resistance. In Qin Feng's eyes, this item was even more valuable than several previous boss drops. But it didn't stop there. He also received the Jada tier Assassin's Intuition skill, which allowed him to see units that were in stealth, and increased anti-stealth capability. Without any hesitation, Qin Feng immediately poured evolution points in, upgrading this skill straight to legendary tier. After the upgrade, his anti-stealth capability reached level 5, even receiving an additional 50 fun Taram weak point attack adjustment. Combined with the Gift of Liberation, total damage, and Qin Feng's weak point damage have reached a terrifying 350 fun Taram. In other words, now, even with his eyes closed, he can still strike the enemy's weak points. He continued to invest the remaining points into Vague Ghost Shadow, pushing this skill to legendary grade and raising the evasion rate all the way up to 85 fun Taram. As long as he successfully evades, he will be completely immune to damage. Just then, An Wu and Wang Meng also arrived. Upon seeing Tan Feng at level 13, both of them couldn't help but be stunned. The leveling speed was simply too horrific. But Tan Feng didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. He directly brought out all the spoils of war for trade. After they finished buying the equipment, Tan Feng took out the most important item, the key to the holy path of the wind shelter. When they realized this was a key that opened a shelter as large as 800 mu, both An Wu and Wang Meng were speechless. With this scale, this shelter not only could house the entire Shanghai government force, but also held immense strategic value. Tan Feng didn't quote a price immediately. Instead, he told them to report back to their superiors and let them offer a price themselves. In his heart, he had calculated it very clearly. If he successfully sold this shelter, then combined with his current lifespan, he would almost meet the requirements to extract all his important skills and equipment into reality. Just as he was about to leave, An Wu hurriedly made another request for help. She stated that in Newtown, 7 gold-grade bosses had appeared at the same time. They had killed many players from the government's side. They were willing to pay 15 years of lifespan to hire Tan Feng to help eliminate them. Initially, Tan Feng found this quite strange, because with the government's strength, even 7 gold-grade bosses should only be a matter of time. But when he heard An Wu mention that the killed bosses could actually respawn, and even after coming back to life, they were stronger than before, causing the entire team to be wiped out, his gaze immediately became serious. Clustered bosses with resurrection abilities. This detail made Tan Feng immediately think of something extremely dangerous. From his previous life, the ancient gods cursed Steely. If it truly was that thing, then the value of this event was far greater than 7 gold-grade bosses. Without further hesitation, Tan Feng immediately accepted the trade for 15 years of lifespan and requested the location immediately. He decided to go to NU Town to check it out himself. Tan Feng also knew very well that the loot from 7 gold-grade bosses alone would be enough to make a fortune, not to mention the lifespan reward from an OS side. This trip was clearly a massive bargain. Tan Feng was riding the ghostly night wolf, dashing like the wind, when he suddenly saw an interesting scene below. Tan Zhao Yu was being surrounded and beaten by several female members of the Holy Knight Guild, IDMTN source maintaining sequence, simply because they suspected she wanted to get close to the guild leader. That group of people kept slapping, kicking, and cursing, leaving Tan Zhao Yu's face bruised and swollen. She could only hold her head, crying and begging for mercy. Looking at this scene, Tan Feng only gave a cold sneer. It seemed that after joining the Holy Knight Guild, Tan Zhao Yu had begun to taste what is called internal infighting. In his previous life, troubles like this were all handled by him on her behalf. But now, he just acted as if he hadn't seen anything. Then he turned and stepped into the secret gate, beneath the feet of the giant statue. Underneath this place was a special room that could teleport one back to the starting town, a secret that very few people knew. However, the price to pay was not small, as each teleportation consumed a large amount of lifespan, and it became more expensive every time. Tan Feng confirmed the teleportation to a new town, consuming 500 days of lifespan. When he arrived, he was quite surprised because the town was more crowded than imagined. But the strange thing was, most of the residents here were elderly people. Just then, an argument broke out before his eyes. 2 young men had just finished leading an old woman to level up. They requested her to hand over the 72 days of lifespan as per the original agreement. However, she immediately flipped and denied everything. Then even started shouting and cursing, falsely accusing them of scamming money from the elderly. The two young men tried to explain, but it was completely useless. Seeing this, Qin Feng didn't bother saying much. He stepped forward, directly grabbed the old woman's collar, dragged her straight out of the safe zone, and swung his blade, killing her on the spot. Blood splattered everywhere, leaving the two young men stunned. Qin Feng only said indifferently, "Her lifespan dropped on the ground. Go pick it up yourselves." After checking, the two found exactly 72 days. Not a single day missing. They immediately rejoiced and thanked him repeatedly. Qin Feng just gave a helping hand and then left. In his heart, he also learned more about the Meng Shahi Guild. This was a famous guild, specializing in providing free support for the elderly to survive in the godforsaken land. Thanks to that, they received great support from the government. In terms of membership scale, this was even one of the largest guilds in Huaxia. In a time of chaos like this, the existence of people like them was truly rare. Deep in the nearby forest, a family of 3 was coordinating to hunt monsters. A girl named Xu Ran coordinated quite well with her parents. Finally, they successfully eliminated a small monster. The whole family was happy, as they were gradually adapting to this world. During their rest, her parents mentioned Tan Xiaoyu, asking if she had joined the Holy Knight Guild or not. Chu Ran nodded, her voice full of regret. She had once advised Tan Xiaoyu to join Meng Shahi, because everyone here helped each other, which was very suitable for newcomers and those who weren't good at fighting. But in the end, Tan Xiaoyu still refused. Under a sudden rain of arrows, Chu Ran's father was hit in a weak point and died on the spot, causing the mother and daughter to fall into extreme panic. A group of aggressive people stepped out, mocking the Meng Shahi Guild for being full of weaklings, then forcing the mother and daughter to hand over all their lifespan. Despite her fear, Chu Ran still stood in front of her mother to protect her, trying to stall for time to call for help. But just as that group was about to strike, a dark shadow rushed in like a bolt of lightning. Qin Feng appeared. In just a few seconds, he decapitated the archer, while the ghosts and the night stalkers immediately tore the rest of them to pieces. The group was terrified as soon as they reached, finding that their lifespan had been almost entirely drained. Before they could understand what was happening, they were blocked and arrested by the government's hunter team, right at the respawn zone. On this side, cursed flowers bloomed on the corpses of the bandits. Chu Ran thanked Qin Feng gratefully for saving their lives. Qin Feng looked at her, silently evaluating her. Chu Ran was both kind and courageous, completely different from Tan Xiaoyu. In his heart, he felt that the two of them were truly nothing alike. But he said nothing and quietly disappeared shortly after. When Chu Ran regained her composure, only the dropped items and her father's lifespan remained before her, leaving both mother and daughter in a daze. In Chu Ran's heart, the image of Shadow became even more mysterious, but also much more reliable. Elsewhere in the forest, An Yu's team was still waiting for Qin Feng to deal with the gold bosses that kept respawning. Everyone was both anxious and skeptical, not knowing if Shadow could actually handle 7 of those bizarre bosses. But they had no idea that Qin Feng had already brushed past them, and no one had detected him. While moving, he recalled the mechanics of the ancient god Stele. This was an item extremely rare, capable of changing equipment attributes, and even corrupting one's profession. The bosses created by the Stele were also very strange. Some could turn completely invisible. Some were just summons, while the real boss was hiding somewhere else. Therefore, if the root cause wasn't found, no matter how many times they were killed, they would continue to respawn infinitely. Qin Feng quickly deduced. If he killed the bosses one by one, they would respawn and enter a berserk state. So the only way was to destroy them all at the same time. Thinking this, he summoned his loyal followers to scout ahead. The monster that rushed up dealt fairly good damage. But as soon as a boss detected it, black energy immediately erupted, tightly binding the follower and erasing it in the blink of an eye. After observing, Qin Feng confirmed these bosses were all level 10. They had no damage reflection, but their power far exceeded that of a normal gold boss. Without further delay, he immediately unleashed Night Ring Blade, dyeing the surrounding space blood-red, followed by Eviscerate, striking all the bosses simultaneously and wiping them out instantly. But the strange thing was that no loot dropped. Immediately after, the corpses of the 7 bosses began to merge, transforming into a giant monster, distorted with countless mouths full of sharp teeth and 5 sense organs growing crookedly all over its body. Qin Feng immediately recognized this was the true stage of the battle. A series of ancient god scripts appeared on the monster's body. With just a glance, Qin Feng translated the name, Calamity God Yu. The boss immediately rushed forward to attack. But he gracefully dodged it, then quickly analyzed the mechanics. Thanks to experience from his past life and time spent studying ancient god ruins, he guessed the sequence of the scripts was the key. Qin Feng immediately threw darts at each character. Following the exact arranged order, the monster's head roared in pain, spouting blood violently before collapsing to the ground. But the battle was not over yet. Not long after, the monster's head emerged again behind Qin Feng. Its body began to melt into deformed lumps of flesh. Countless, gaping mouths lunged forward as if to swallow everything. Qin Feng immediately understood the final mechanic. Each ancient god script corresponded to a coffin. To completely finish it off, one had to kill each part of the body at the corresponding position. His gaze turned cold. Finally, the decisive stage had arrived. After Calamity God Utos let out a scream, causing the entire area to shake violently. Anyu's team immediately ran over to check. But the scene before them left them all stunned. The ground was cracked everywhere, leaving only ruins and shattered coffins scattered all over. At that moment, Anyu sent a message reporting that the boss had been destroyed by Shadow. The entire group was instantly stunned. In just over 10 minutes, Shadow had handled 7 bosses along with a bizarre respawn mechanic. No one even had time to see him appear. Only now did they truly understand why the higher-ups valued Shadow so much. On the other side, Qin Feng had already left with massive spoils. After this battle, he reached level 14 and collected 194 evolution points along with a most precious item, the cursed stele of Calamity God Yu. Without hesitation, he immediately used the stele's curse on the Black Flame Ceremony armor set. The result left him extremely satisfied as the Black Flame stack limit increased from 5 to 15 stacks, meaning he could reduce the enemy's defense and elemental resistance to negative levels. Even though the equipment's base attributes were reduced by 31 Funtarum to Qin Feng, this price was completely worth it. Next, he spent 210 evolution points to upgrade Shadow Shield /2 legendary rank. This skill not only increased dash range and damage, and reduced cooldown, but also gained a powerful additional effect. Each strike hitting a target would create a shield layer equal to 100 Funturum of maximum health, stacking up to 9 times. This meant if he landed all 9 hits, Qin Feng's effective health would increase tenfold, causing his survivability to skyrocket. Qin Feng silently calculated. At his current speed, in just a few more hours, he could reach level 15 to head to make. Meanwhile, at the ruins, Tan Xiao was still being brutally tormented by the women from the Saint Knight Guild. They beat her until her hands were swollen, and her body was covered in injuries. Almost no part of her was left unbruised. Qin Feng merely brushed past indifferently, having absolutely no intention of intervening. Lying in pain and humiliation, Tan Xiao cried while harboring deep resentment in her heart. She blamed everything on Qin Feng, thinking that he had truly become heartless enough to leave her to live or die. But she quickly reassured herself. At least now she had signed a contract with the Saint Knights. She didn't need to worry about survival for the next 3 years. Even though she had to surrender 50 Funtarum of her lifespan, she believed she would still grow stronger faster than Chu Ran and those who used to look down on her. Carrying overflowing resentment, Tan Xiaoyu treated herself with holy healing, consuming all her mana to recover her body. In her bloodshot eyes, only hatred remained. To her, both Qin Feng and the people who just humiliated her would eventually have to pay the price. At this time, Qin Feng was leaving while invisible when suddenly, Tan Xiaoyu's skill accidentally struck him, leaving him bewildered, not understanding what had happened. As for Tan Xiaoyu, because she was completely out of mana, she immediately collapsed to the ground. Her whole body trembled with exhaustion while she muttered, wondering where her skill had actually gone. The scene shifted to the ruins of Meido, where a team of 8 was working together to hunt a boss. The young man holding the shield stood at the front, bracing himself, while his teammates behind him continuously poured out damage. Despite having 8 people, the battle was still extremely difficult. Not far away, Qian Shisha's group was silently observing with malicious intent. Seeing this scene, Qian Chichi immediately sneered, scoffing that Daxia men were truly weak, needing 8 people for just one boss. The black man beside her acted polite on the surface, but was actually full of mockery. In her heart, Qian Chichi grew even more contemptuous, feeling these people were too weak, unable to finish off a gold boss that had very little health left. On the other side, the boss was now nearly out of health. The whole team immediately shouted, gathering all their strength for the final finishing blow. But at that exact moment, a mage standing in the back was suddenly impaled by a spear from behind. Their body immediately vanished. The attacker was the black man from Qian Shisha's group. He pulled up the spear and laughed coldly, thanking those people for working hard to deliver the boss right to them. Realizing the attackers were the Black Spade group, the entire team was instantly enraged. This was a notorious bandit gang formed by Qian Chichi, in collusion with foreigners, specializing in hunting their own compatriots to steal resources. The whole team charged forward to resist. But Qian Chichi just crossed her arms, watching with a look of disdain. In her eyes, these people were no different from trash. The black man immediately rushed forward, unleashing the Thunder Slam skill, slamming 2 great hammers hard onto the ground, causing the earth to split, as lightning spread crazily throughout the area. At the same time, Qian Chichi also drew her twin blades and charged in. Her speed was extremely fast. Every strike was lethal, leaving her opponents almost no time to react. While attacking, she continuously insulted the Daxia players, even declaring that although the government had issued a manhunt, it was useless. According to her, Daxia was nothing but a pile of garbage. The black man chimed in, saying, "How could ordinary players possibly compare to people like them? People backed by powerful forces." Qin Feng then revealed the plan to leave Daxia to go to North America. By then, they would establish a guild, specializing in hunting Daxia players. When asked for the guild's name, Qin Feng thought for a moment, then decided to name it Alice. Having said that, she immediately logged out of the game in triumph. The scene shifted back to Qin Feng. At this time, Anu messaged to discuss the price for the shelter. The initial price was 1,500 years of lifespan. After hearing this, Qin Feng immediately said the price was too low. Anu explained that he had tried to argue on his behalf, which was why he managed to raise it to 2,000 years of lifespan. Hearing the number 2,000, Qin Feng finally agreed to trade at the central statue of the ruins. In his heart, he laughed coldly, knowing full well Anu initially tried to squeeze the price to test him. At the meeting point, Anu was already waiting with an army, fully equipped. Seeing Qin Feng appear, Anu gave a forced smile, explaining that this was an arrangement from the higher-ups, because they weren't yet completely at ease. Qin Feng only responded calmly, because in his eyes, even though these people were numerous, they weren't strong enough to threaten him. The transaction was quickly completed. Qin Feng handed over the key to the shelter, the Holy Cathedral, in exchange for 2,000 years of tradable lifespan. Holding the key in his hand, Anu was extremely satisfied, because this shelter could hold from several hundred to 1,000 people. After receiving the 2,000 years of lifespan, Qin Feng immediately began to frantically upgrade his power. He spent 36.35 years of lifespan to extract the Epictear skill, Night Ring Blade. Next, he used 23.71 years of lifespan to extract the Epictear skill, Silent Stealth. Not stopping there, he continued to spend 34.65 years of lifespan to extract the Epictear skill, Ultimate Dark Assassin. Then used another 113.89 years of lifespan to extract the Mount Spirit Pill item. Having completed everything, Qin Feng breathed a soft sigh of relief. Except for a few items not yet extracted. All his levels and skills were now almost completely synchronized with the game. In other words, his current strength in the real world was nearly equal to his strength in the game. Right at that moment, the system, your hunger level has reached 90 Fen Terum. Qin Feng only then realized he hadn't eaten for a long time. He decided to log out of the game to satisfy his hunger first. But as soon as he returned to reality, he immediately sensed that something was wrong. His entire body was still shrouded in dark energy. His cold gaze swept across his surroundings, and he discovered that he was trapped inside an iron cage. Before him stood two thugs acting as guards. Seeing Qin Feng wake up, one of them immediately called out to report to their accomplice. On the ground nearby lay the body of a woman who had been murdered. The scene was tragic beyond words. The one holding a baseball bat pointed directly at Qin Feng, growling and forcing him to hand over all his lifespan, or else he would meet the same fate as the people in the hotel. The other one, holding a knife, laughed maniacally, treating the apocalypse as a playground where he could kill whomever he pleased. But from start to finish, Qin Feng only looked at the two of them as if they were already dead. Seeing that he didn't react, they grew even more irritated. Thinking he had been scared senseless, they decided to just kill him and be done with it. The fat man laughed while preparing to strike. But before he could even move, a burst of blood-red energy tore through the air. Qin Feng had directly unleashed his dark night blade. In the blink of an eye, not only were the two thugs slashed to death, but the entire hotel was sliced in half. The massive building shook violently before slowly collapsing. Debris flew everywhere. Amidst the rubble, Qin Feng calmly walked out, still holding a cup of half-eaten instant noodles in his hand. While eating, he calmly analyzed the situation. The more power I extract into reality, the more my body requires a massive amount of energy to maintain it. But with my current strength, ordinary food is almost no longer enough. Thinking of this, his eyes turned cold. First, he had to deal with Qin Chi and the Ali Sea Guild. Then find a way to seize the divine tree branch. Qin Feng immediately mounted the ghost knight and headed out. However, he understood that Qin Chi was extremely cunning, even harder to find than Song Fei. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. Previously, she had accepted a mission to kill Qin Feng. Therefore, he could completely exploit this to lure Qin Chi into showing herself. However, his hunger had not yet subsided. He decided to head toward Mado, taking the opportunity to find something to eat on the way. Finishing his thought, Qin Feng casually tossed the noodle cup behind him and accelerated. Leaving the scene, the perspective shifted to Qin Chi. At this moment, she was feeling extremely triumphant. After a night spent with two muscular men, she walked along, clinging to the two men, laughing and excitedly exclaiming about the thrill of fighting in the game, and then returning to reality. Enjoying things like this is truly wonderful. The man beside her kept flattering her, praising Qin Chi's skills as incredibly powerful. Just then, she received an important message. The content stated that the shadow had sent word, reporting, that Qin Feng was dead, while simultaneously requesting a face-to-face meeting in Mado, in real life to hand over Qin Feng's head. Qin Feng received the remaining payment. Upon reading the message, Qin Chi immediately became vigilant. Meeting shadow in reality was clearly too dangerous. Therefore, she replied that a face-to-face meeting was unnecessary. Just sending a photo of the corpse would suffice. However, the other party quickly responded, that shadow does not use a phone, fearing surveillance by the authorities. Hearing this, Qin Chi's eyes changed instantly. A new calculation quickly emerged in her mind. If Shadow is also an enemy of the authorities, then this person is worth recruiting. Currently, the authorities are hunting down Alice more intensely than ever. If she could get Shadow to join the guild, their strength would surely skyrocket. At that point, the Daxia players would no longer be a threat. Thinking of this, Qin Chi immediately agreed to meet and sent the coordinates 6.72 to 8.331. After receiving the coordinates, Qin Chi still did not fully trust Shadow, so she immediately messaged back, demanding to meet him in the game first. She had already calculated that this meeting would be a test to probe which side Shadow was truly on. Immediately after, Qin Chi logged into the game, then sent a message to Tian Xingjian with an incredibly intimate tone, saying she had something she needed his help with. If he cooperated well, the benefits would be massive. At this moment, Qin Feng was resting elsewhere. Seeing the meeting invitation in the game, he immediately sneered. As expected, Qin Chi is truly a sly fox, not easily falling for traps. Looking at the coordinates sent, he quickly identified them as the Evil Spirit Academy. In the Meido ruins, not far from his current location, Qin Feng immediately used the epic level skill, Silent Concealment. With this skill, as long as he stood still, he could enter a state of permanent invisibility. After that, he and the Wraith Night Stalker headed straight to the meeting point, prepared to see what tricks Qian Chichi was planning. At the Meido ruins above the Evil Spirit Academy, Qin Feng and the Wraith Night Stalker were cloaked, observing the entire situation below. Down below, a group of people was surrounding Qian Chichi. One person shouted loudly, "The Daxia authorities have located the Black Spade Syndicate. Demand they surrender immediately, or face suppression by force." Facing the threat, Qian Chichi showed no fear. She just smiled, placed her hand on her chest, and declared loudly that from this day on, they were no longer the Black Spade Syndicate, but had officially renamed themselves the Alice Guild. She even publicly announced that this guild was created solely to hunt Daxia men. To add to the drama, Qian Chichi intentionally used provocation tactics, causing the group in front of her to fall into chaos. The leader still tried to maintain a stern appearance and continued shouting, criticizing her for being shameless and disgraceful. But Qin Feng, from high above, watched silently. His gaze gradually grew cold. He had already recognized the identity of the person acting, representative of the government. That person was Qia, codenamed Tian Xingjian, an extremely dangerous mole, who had secretly provided intelligence to the Alice Guild. For many years, it was not until the 7th year after the God's Game descended that his cover was blown and he was eliminated. Seeing this, Qin Feng immediately understood everything. Qian Chichi, and Kyo Haonen had clearly been colluding for a long time. The scene unfolding before him was merely a trap setup to probe the stance of Shadow. If he took action to save Qian Chichi, it would mean effectively pushing himself into the opposing faction against the government. But if he did not appear, Qian Chichi would certainly refuse to meet him in real life. After a split-second consideration, the corner of Qin Feng's mouth curled up. Since Qian Chichi wanted to see his sincerity, then he would show it to her. In the next second, Qin Feng directly leaped down from above into the battlefield. Without a word, he immediately unleashed the epic rate skill, Dark Night Blade. In the blink of an eye, a blazing red bloodlight erupted, engulfing the entire area around Kyo Hyonen's group. Damage numbers immediately appeared, 4,237. Furthermore, it triggered critical hits on their weak points. The result was that the entire team led by Kyo Haonen was wiped out in a single blow. System notifications rang out continuously, reporting the elimination of Tian Xingjian, 1 the Wei Yu, Yu Fei, Zhang Yi Chongfeng, Zuo Shou Shuji, Shan Guang, Liu Dang Daibo, Wo Chi Nu Ro, Jing Shen Li, Xiao Huo, and Neo Zikong, all were killed. Instantly, the scene before them left Qian Chichi's group completely stunned. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. Unable to believe it, a single move had wiped out the entire lineup. Right then, Qin Feng slowly stepped out of the shadows. He looked straight at Qian Chichi and coldly spoke. "Hello, Black Island." After wiping out the entire group of Kyo Haonen with a single move, Qin Feng slowly walked in front of Qian Chichi and coldly introduced himself as Shadow. Looking at the man before her, Qian Chichi immediately froze. Her heart pounded wildly, her face flushed red. In her eyes, Tan Feng was not only strong but also extremely overwhelming. He was exactly her type. But the more she felt moved, the more twisted her feelings became, because a man this powerful belonged to the Daxia faction. Two black men, standing to the side, were also heavily shocked by the power just displayed, continuously exclaiming in surprise. They couldn't believe that someone could deal over 40,000 damage, truly worthy of being the world's top talent. But just as they started speaking in English, Tan Feng's gaze instantly turned cold. As a warning, a flash of red light signaled, and the heads of the two black men fell on the spot. The system immediately displayed a series of damage numbers. Critical hit, 39,155. 38,144, 39,999, 39,123, all hitting weak points. The two black men were killed instantly. Witnessing that scene, cold sweat broke out on Qin Feng, her body stiffening with fear. Tan Feng just coldly stated that he didn't understand what they had just said, but guessed it wasn't anything nice. Qin Feng hurriedly explained that they were just greeting him. Hearing this, Tan Feng calmly replied, "In that case, it's best to speak Daxia language next time, to avoid misunderstandings." After speaking, he looked straight at Qin Feng, demanding to start the trade. But first, he coldly reminded her to fix her clothes properly. Only then did Qin Feng pull her clothes up, shyly and curiously asking where Tan Feng's head was. In her heart, she felt more and more that Shadow was a person who was both bizarre and dangerous, but that type of man was exactly what made her interested. Tan Feng replied that his head was in the real world. It couldn't be brought into the game. If she wanted to verify it, she could confirm it herself in reality. After witnessing Shadow's terrifying power with her own eyes, Qin Feng no longer doubted him. She immediately transferred the funds. The system announced that Tan Feng had received 1,500 days of lifespan, which could be traded. Tan Feng turned to leave. But right then, Qin Feng called him back. Her face clearly showed her intent to seduce him. She said she had the money, while Shadow had the strength. The two of them could definitely cooperate long term. Moreover, she had a new assassination target, and the reward this time would be much more generous than the 1,500 days of lifespan from before. Tan Feng immediately asked who the target was and what the reward amount was. Qin Feng did not answer directly, but instead set a meeting for him tonight at the Meadow Port to discuss the details. After saying that, she logged out of the game. Hearing the location, Meadow Port, Tan Feng immediately guessed that this was likely Qin Feng's private yacht. Meanwhile, at the statue in the city center of Donut, Qiao Hayonen's group had he gritted his teeth, cursing Shadow for betraying the government. But deep down, he was extremely happy. The plan had succeeded. Qin Feng had managed to make contact with Shadow, meaning he was about to receive a large reward. Afterward, Qiao immediately ordered his subordinates to prepare to collect the lifespan and get ready for the next move. Lam Than Yet, whose ID was One the Way You, stood behind, filled with doubt. She couldn't believe Shadow would truly collude with A. But what shocked her even more was the disparity in their power. The gap between them is too vast. She couldn't even see clearly. Before the figure was killed in an instant, scene shifts to reality. Night falls. A luxurious yacht shines brightly in the middle of Meadow Port. A figure in a black cloak slowly steps onto the deck. It is none other than Tan Feng. He calmly tells the guard that he is darkness, here to see Qin Feng. The guards immediately and respectfully invite him in, while simultaneously and silently signaling that darkness has arrived and the yacht can weigh anchor. Very quickly, the ship departs the port, heading into the pitch-black sea. Inside the cabin, Qin Feng is wearing an extremely alluring red dress. Holding 2 glasses of wine, she approaches, smiles, and says she has finally met darkness in real life. Moreover, he is even more mysterious in reality than in the game. But Qin Feng remains completely unmoved. Upon meeting, he coldly asks who the assassination target is. Qin Feng doesn't answer, but takes a step closer, acting as if reproaching him for being too cold, lacking any charm. She hands him a glass of wine, saying it's a beautiful night with a beautiful view. With a beauty like her, there's no need to rush into business. Let's just have a drink first to make this night perfect. Qin Feng takes the glass and drains it in one gulp, without any hesitation. Seeing this, Qin Feng bursts into a triumphant laugh. This is exactly what she was waiting for. Immediately after, she pushes Qin Feng onto the sofa and wraps her arms around his. Her eyes are full of excitement. She leans in close to Qin Feng, laughing as she says the wine contained a secret drug, a family heirloom she brewed herself. Anyone who drinks it will obediently listen to her. In Qin Feng's eyes, no matter how strong darkness is, in the end, he is just an ordinary man. She smiles confidently, waiting for the drug to take effect. Qin Feng, at this moment, is completely mesmerized by Qin Feng's body and aura. She slowly leans in, speaking in a seductive tone, telling him to just relax and enjoy it, and that he should keep the hood on, to heighten the sense of mystery. In her eyes, the more mysterious darkness is, the more attractive he becomes. But just as she smugly thinks, everything is under her control, a sudden turn of events occurs. A beam of light bursts forth from Qin Feng's side. Immediately after, intense flames instantly engulf Qin Feng. She screams in agony due to the horrific heat. Amidst the chaos, the real Qin Feng steps out from the shadows. He approaches Qin Feng, grabs the necklace around her neck, and coldly speaks up. So, this jewelry is a gold-tier glass protection necklace, a level 7 item with 10 constitution and 300 HP, plus a special effect. Every 300 seconds, it grants a shield that negates all damage for 1 layer. This very item saved her life from the fatal blow just now. Only at this moment does Qin Feng see the face of the person in front of her. Her entire body stiffens, her eyes filled with terror. The person standing here is none other than Qin Feng. She trembles, unable to believe it, because according to the information received, Qin Feng should have died at the hands of darkness. Qin Feng only coldly replies that the reason is very simple. Because he is darkness. Qin Feng immediately turns to look at the cloaked figure sitting on the sofa. Panic-stricken, she asks, "Then who is that person?" At this point, the cloaked figure reveals himself. It was just a loyal follower, using a happiness disguise. Realizing she has fallen into a trap, Qin Feng immediately collapses to her knees, with no arrogance left. She cries, begging for mercy and admitting her faults, even willing to hand over her entire lifespan and become a slave, just to exchange for a way to live. But Qin Feng remains completely unmoved. The only thing he cares about is the whereabouts of the remaining 5 foreigners. Qin Feng, despite her fear, tries to stall for time, asking back, if she reveals the information, will she be spared? Tan Feng gives her no more chances. In a split second, he directly breaks her neck. The system immediately sounds a notification. You have obtained 659 years of tradable lifespan. Picking up Qin Feng's phone to check, Tan Feng slightly frowns. It seems those 5 are not on the yacht. He originally intended to catch them all at once. But the plan has changed. What needs to be done now is to use Qin Feng's phone to call the police. It is already late at night. The yacht continues to drift silently at sea. Not long after, several police speedboats race straight to the scene. According to the report, a mass murder has just occurred on the yacht. Among the victims is the daughter of the chairman of the Qin Corporation. The reporter even emphasized that the perpetrator's methods highly resemble the skills of darkness in the game, leading the investigation team to immediately categorize it as a high-level case. Ku Hao Nam stands at the bow, outwardly appearing extremely furious, continuously scolding darkness for disregarding the law and openly challenging the authorities. But inside, he is full of grief and resentment. He vows that he must kill darkness for revenge. Upon boarding the yacht, the investigation team quickly examines the scene. Preliminary results show that Qin Feng's cause of death was a broken cervical vertebra. Additionally, they found burn marks and unknown DNA. Ku Hao Nam becomes even angrier the more he hears. He immediately activates the dead man's last words skill, a capability that allows one to touch a corpse and track the perpetrator's location for 5 minutes. But just as the skill takes effect, his expression immediately changes. He suddenly spins around, shouting a warning that darkness is at 6 o'clock, ordering the whole team to open fire immediately. Unfortunately, before he could even pull the trigger, a blue light streaks through the air. It is Tan Feng's poison-tipped throwing knife. The knife pierces straight through Ku Hao Nam's head, shattering his glasses. Before the horrified eyes of the entire investigation team, Ku Hao Nam falls on the spot. The entire team is in panic. Someone screams, calling for the captain. Lam Than Nuyet quickly commands the team, setting up a collective shield, while ordering them to fire toward the front. She loudly challenges darkness, asking if he truly wants to become an enemy of the government. At that moment, Tan Feng's .com voice echoes from the darkness. He says there is no need for a misunderstanding. The reason he killed Ku Hao Nam is because this guy had been secretly providing government intelligence to Qin Feng for a long time in exchange for benefits. In other words, he was a mole. As for the proof, it is all stored in his phone. Hearing this, the investigation team immediately stops firing. A member quickly checks Ku Hao Nam's phone and reports to Lam Than Nuyet that they have found the history of secret communications between Ku Hao Nam and Qin Feng. But immediately after, this person discovers something even more horrifying. His voice trembles in shock. He looks at the screen and stammers, "Wait. Qin Feng was an ace in the game." Hearing the report, Lam Than Nuyet is startled, demanding he hand over the phone to see for herself. The male investigator hasn't even had a chance to explain. When she snatches the phone from him, she uncomfortably asks if there's anything she's not allowed to see. But as she looks down at the screen, Lam Than Nuyet's face instantly turns beet red. On the phone, a series of intimate photos between Qin Feng and Ku Hao Nam are clearly displayed. The male investigator, standing next to her, can only awkwardly say that he told her to be patient. Putting aside the embarrassment, Lam Than Nuyet quickly scrolls through all the data, her expression becoming increasingly serious. At this point, she finally understands everything. It turns out everything Darkness said was true. Last time in the game, the fact that Darkness acted to kill their whole team was just a play staged for Qin Feng to witness firsthand, thereby causing her to fully trust him. After gaining her trust, Darkness took the opportunity to approach Qin Feng in real life and directly killed her. It didn't stop there. He even reported the crime himself to lure Ku Hao Nam into the open, finally dealing with this mole as well. With just one plan, Darkness helped the government clean up two major threats at once. Thinking of this, Lam Than Yuet feels a chill down her spine. This man is truly too terrifying, the male investigator, seeing her so engrossed, curiously asks why she is looking so closely. But Lam Than Yuet is lost in thought. Fortunately, Darkness is not an enemy of the government. Otherwise, no one would dare to imagine the consequences. Especially since just now, she had directly ordered them to fire at him. If it only made Darkness hold a grudge against her personally, that would be manageable. But if it caused a rift in the relationship between Darkness and the Mado government, the consequences would be extremely severe. Thinking of this, Lam Than Yuet's gaze immediately becomes determined. She turns toward the empty space in front of her, loudly apologizing to Darkness, thanking him for helping the government deal with the mole and Qin Feng. But in the very next second, her action shocks the entire investigation team. Without a moment's hesitation, Lam Than Yuet draws her gun and shoots herself in the leg. A gunshot rings out, and blood immediately splatters. She drops to one knee, her face pale from pain. The investigation team is frantic, calling out Captain Lam and rushing to support her. But Lam Than Yuet raises her hand to stop them, tears rolling down her face, loudly saying she still hopes Darkness can continue to cooperate with the government. An investigator standing nearby can't help but ask if it was really necessary to go this far. Lam Than Yuet grits her teeth, answering that they don't understand the personality of Darkness at all, so it is better to be careful. High above, Qin Feng has been watching everything from start to finish. He stuffs his hands into his pockets, his gaze indifferent, but inside he is also slightly surprised. Light Night Rain, her real name is Lam Than Yuet. To think that, to avoid making an enemy of him, she would dare to shoot her own leg. Indeed, she is worthy of being the person who would later become one of the leaders of the Mado government military. Scene shifts back to the game world. At this moment, a group of people is being fiercely attacked by monsters. A youth holding a shield at the front line urgently shouts for Tantudu to assist. Tantudu hurriedly responds and immediately raises her scepter to cast a healing skill. But the tragedy happens as usual. The healing beam doesn't fall on her teammate, but hits the headless monster in front instead. The youth holding the shield doesn't even have time to react before the monster's vitality recovers powerfully. Just then, a terrifying beam of light shoots straight through both the youth and Tantudu. Both perish on the spot. Not long after respawn, Tantudu's eyes are brimming with tears, almost crying aloud. She feels both aggrieved and bewildered, not understanding why she died again, even though she clearly didn't see anyone around. A terrifying thought pops into her head. Could it be Darkness again? Is he still targeting me because he knows I want to avenge Tong? But the youth accompanying her, having just respawned, is furious. He directly punches Tantudu in the head and yells loudly, scolding her for being useless. He says, "What time does darkness have to target you? The one who killed us is the platinum deer headless assassin boss, Hala." And this boss's special skill was triggered. Just because you used the wrong healing skill. He is so angry he roars, stating that if the next time the guild leader assigned her to accompany him, he would rather commit suicide than be with Tan Xiaoyu. Tan Xiaoyu buried her head in her hands and sobbed, tears streaming down her face. But just then, the atmosphere suddenly froze. The headless boss, Hala, had not left yet. Instead, it was marching straight toward the two of them. Seeing this scene, the young man holding the shield turned pale. He shouted that something was wrong. He didn't think the boss would hunt them down all the way here. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and ran at top speed, leaving only Tan Xiaoyu sitting on the ground, her body stiff with fear, completely unable to react. In a luxurious villa, a woman with red hair was in a fit of rage. She threw a fruit plate to the floor, shattering it into pieces. She screamed into the phone, cursing the person on the other end as useless. It was clearly the best opportunity to kill Shadow. Yet the authorities still let him escape. In her heart, there was only hatred. Because Shadow had wiped out the Dongfeng family. This blood debt must be repaid with blood. Right then, a boy covered in blood stepped out from behind, carrying a girl's corpse on his back. He coldly said he had a way to kill Shadow. The woman immediately turned and asked for the plan. Nan Tian, with a sinister expression, said that although he wasn't 18 yet to enter the game, he could still use Mu. The plan was simple. Deliberately send people to provoke Shadow, then lure him to the family's firework factory. As soon as he made a move, they would detonate the entire factory, dragging Shadow to die with them in the flames. Even if the plan failed, the target would never be able to trace it back to them. Hearing this, the woman was satisfied, even mocking her husband for being less useful. Then their son, the person on the other end, agreed, but emphasized that this matter must be kept strictly secret, because the authorities' current stance was still to recruit Shadow. After hanging up, she looked at the girl's corpse in the room and asked, did she still refuse to hand over her lifespan? Nan Tian bowed his head to apologize, saying he had accidentally beaten her to death. Switching to the game world at the Meido ruins, Tan Xiaoyu's group continued to be hunted by the platinum headless assassin boss, Hala. It insta-killed the players around them. Seeing people fall one by one without knowing the cause, they immediately panicked, thinking Shadow was hidden and killing everyone. But before they could understand, they themselves were slashed by the boss. The survivors only knew how to run, screaming that Shadow had gone mad and was massacring innocent people everywhere. Meanwhile, in the real world, Qin Feng was extremely relaxed. He stood by the lake in mid, whistling as he looked at the scenery, and decided to set his hideout here. The system immediately displayed a notification. Do you want to consume 1,315.25 years of lifespan to extract the soul purification land into reality? Qin Feng confirmed without hesitation. Immediately, the lake surface began to shake violently. The water parted, creating a massive rift, and the underground fortress, the soul purification land, slowly rose from the lake floor. After the extraction was complete, Qin Feng whispered that it was time to get the Book of Revelation. But upon entering the game, he immediately received a message from Wang Meng. Many people were accusing Shadow of killing innocent people indiscriminately. Qin Feng was surprised to hear this. Wang Meng quickly explained that when the incident happened, Qin Feng wasn't even online, so the perpetrator definitely wasn't him. After further investigation, he discovered the real culprit was the Platinum Boss, the headless assassin, a boss with an extremely overpowered stealth ability, so strong that no one could see it. Wang Meng then asked if the expert could step in and handle it. At the same time, more players were being killed. One person couldn't help but panic, lamenting that he had Tier 3 stealth detection and still couldn't detect the boss. Beside him, Safe is number 1 tried to act tough, mocking that this boss, even Shadow, might not be able to handle. The blue-haired girl with him told him to shut up, then suggested the group find a higher vantage point to observe, but just then, Safe is number 1 stepped on a banana peel someone had thrown on the ground, falling miserably. Just as he was cursing, the headless boss immediately detected their location. In a blink of an eye, 2 teammates were insta-killed. Safe is number 1, thanks to that clumsy fall, accidentally dodged the lethal blow. Seeing 2 teammates die right before his eyes, he was both terrified and angry, turning to curse loudly before rushing at the boss. The headless boss immediately swung its blade. Safe is number 1 reacted extremely fast, instantly rolling to dodge. But as soon as he finished dodging, his face turned pale, because he realized he had rolled way too early. Qin Feng had just defeated a boss and discovered the real target was Hala. A few minutes earlier, the group of players had collectively blamed Tan Xiaoyu for using the wrong skill, causing the boss, the headless assassin, to be activated and track them to the respawn point. Tan Xiaoyu could only sob, explaining she didn't mean to. But no one listened. Even her own team announced they wouldn't accept such a teammate anymore. Chen Wuming could only change her quest, telling her to specialize in searching for hideouts from now on. A gold hideout rewards 3 years of lifespan. Platinum rewards 15. He also gave her 1 day of lifespan every day, so she wouldn't die constantly. It was too much of a waste. The system reported that Tan Xiaoyu received 2 days of lifespan. Total remaining time, 2 days and 13 hours. It made her overjoyed and she expressed her gratitude. Everyone thought she was feigning ignorance to get close to the guild leader. Just then, Qin Feng appeared like a ghost. He unleashed a hidden shadow strike, piercing straight through the headless boss, dealing 28,560 damage. Then he coldly asked, "Are you Hala?" All the surrounding players were stunned. Tran Vodan was so shocked he even punched the person next to him by mistake. But immediately after, a mutation occurred. Countless shadows coiled around Tan Xiaoyu, causing her to panic. Everyone immediately backed away. As for Tran Vodan, he acted with extreme decisiveness. With one kick, he sent her and the shadows flying away. Tan Xiaoyu was hurled into the air, screaming in agony. And then, 4 other headless assassins simultaneously appeared, surrounding her. The people who had just respawned, prioritizing safety above all, turned pale at the sight. It turned out there wasn't just 1, but 5 phantasmateer monsters. 1 had already been killed by Qin Feng. There were still 4 left. In desperation, Tan Xiaoyu looked at Qin Feng as if he were her life-saving straw. With teary eyes, she screamed for help from the Shadow Master. "Shadow Brother, save me." Qin Feng's eyes flashed without a moment's hesitation. He unleashed Shield Shadow Slash, striking downwards. The blow swept through all targets. Each hit dealt over 30,000 damage. The system immediately chimed in. "You have killed the headless assassin Hala. And you have killed the player Xiaoyu Dai." Tan Feng received 48,000 experience points, 20 evolution points and 1,520 days of traded lifespan. Hearing the system report, Tan Feng himself froze, then dry-heaved. How unlucky. Saving the boss was fine, but he had accidentally taken out Tan Xiaoyu along with it. Afterwards, he used his greedy hand to collect the loot. Besides the 1,520 days of lifespan from the boss, there were countless glowing lifespan orbs scattered about. Clearly, Hala had absorbed too much lifespan from other players, but hadn't fully consumed it yet. Just then, an US group appeared. As soon as she saw Tan Feng, An Vu's eyes lit up. Big brother? If you don't need them, sell them to us. Tan Feng broke into a cold sweat, thinking to himself that he really runs into this group everywhere. He calmly said there was another place with better items. If the price was right, he could take them there. Hearing this, An Vu was overjoyed and agreed immediately. But Tan Feng pointed at Vuong Man and said, "You Vuong Man, follow me. An Vu is the exception." An Vu immediately bristled, asking why he was discriminating against her. She even put on a wronged expression. Half-jokingly, she said she had intended to seduce the big brother. Who would have thought he preferred men? Hearing that, Tan Feng's face darkened. He gave her a knock on the head. After that, he explained, "Outside the northern ruins gate, there is a tower of divine authority. Clearing the tower grants many precious rewards. But the NPC inside absolutely despises women. If there is a female in the team, the difficulty increases tenfold." Hearing this, An Vu angrily cursed the NPC. What a piece of trash. Daring to discriminate based on gender. She even declared that once she leveled up, she would definitely come back to teach it a lesson. Then she pulled Tu Yuhak toward the mountain over there, to grind monsters and vent her anger. Tu Tuet also waved goodbye to Tan Feng. Before leaving, Tan Feng then turned, saying to Vuong Man's group, "Follow me." Immediately after, he sent a party invitation. Vuong Man's group was both nervous and excited. Everyone felt this was a rare opportunity to see the mechanics of the #1 expert in person. But reality was crueler than they thought. Even though Tan Feng only walked leisurely in front, his speed was still faster than the group behind, running at full capacity. Vuong Man was gasping for air, cursing their luck. The big brother walks faster than we can sprint. How are we supposed to learn his mechanics like this? Meanwhile, Tan Feng paid no attention, still walking while checking the loot he had just picked up. Among the over 20 items dropped, 2 made him quite satisfied. The first was the Emerald Spirit Bone Dagger for Assassins. It had 388 attack, 125 armor penetration, plus 39 strength and 48 agility. Level 15 requirement. Its special effect was extremely good. Each time it deals damage, it doubles movement speed for 5 seconds, simultaneously gaining an additional 30 Funtarum dodge rate. Tan Feng picked up the blade, evaluating its attack. It was nearly 80 Funtarum higher than the current diseased blade, which only had 216 attack. Plus, it provided strong armor penetration and stats. It was truly a top-tier piece of equipment. The second item was the Platinum Grade skill, Shadow Blade. This skill launches a dark blade within a 20-meter radius, dealing damage. Dark Elemental. Single target damage, plus 600 elemental attack. Simultaneously, upon impact, it can remove a random buff, effect not exceeding the Platinum Grade. The cooldown was 12 seconds, requiring level 14. Tan Feng evaluated the damage. The single target damage of this skill wasn't too remarkable. but the buff removal effect was extremely useful. Without hesitation, he immediately spent 56 points of evolution to upgrade the skill directly from Platinum to Legendary. He had 219 evolution points remaining. After the evolution, elemental damage increased from 600 to 800, then 1000, 1200, and finally reached 1500. System warning: Player Qin Feng, your current soul stability is below 30 Funtarum. Forcible logout is not recommended to avoid permanent neural damage. The cooldown also decreased significantly from 12 seconds to 11, 19, and then to 7.78 seconds. Most importantly, the legendary effect. Every time it hits a weak point, the skill's cooldown is reduced by 3 seconds. Looking at the new stats, Qin Feng couldn't help but be amazed. With his nearly absolute accuracy in hitting weak points, this skill now essentially had a 0.78 second cooldown. In other words, it was no different than spamming it. Thinking of this, he smiled with satisfaction. Only then did Qin Feng remember to turn around and look back. But there was no one left behind him. He was slightly surprised. Where did Wuong Man's group go? Nearly 2 kilometers away from him. Wuong Man's entire team was now so exhausted they couldn't even breathe. Aha! Someone collapsed onto the ground. Panting heavily, they complained that the shadows were moving too fast. Even running for their lives, they couldn't keep up. Wang Meng pulled his teammates up while struggling to stand. He encouraged everyone to keep following. In front of Qin Feng stood a towering skyscraper. He looked at everyone and gave them a heads up. This was the destination they needed to reach. Once inside, they would meet an incredibly cunning NPC. The stronger the player appears, the more expensive the items he sells. Therefore, this time, he would only use about 1 Funtaram of his strength. The team's mission is simply to coordinate and take down a gold-tier boss, that's all. But when turning back Qin Feng saw that Wang Mang's group all had gloomy faces, exhausted from running for so long. Wang Mang, despite being breathless, gave a thumbs up, guaranteeing that the mission would be completed. Qin Feng reminded everyone once more. After clearing the challenge, they could buy excellent items from the NPC. But throughout the process, they were to communicate only via team chat. Absolutely do not let the NPC hear them. The group dragged themselves behind him into the tower. As the door opened, an NPC greeted them with a twisted laugh, saying this is the Tower of Divine Power. Only by overcoming the challenge would they earn the right to trade with him. Hearing the NPC speak, the team members were immediately stunned, not expecting this game to have real NPCs. Someone anxiously asked how strong the challenge boss was. How long does it take to fight? How many phases? Does it have kill skills? The guy nicknamed Old Dog asked for every detail, from movement skills, weak points, to combat duration, making both Qin Feng and Wang Mang break into a sweat. Wang Mang had to explain, because he once had an incident that caused his teammates to sacrifice themselves, so now he was extremely cautious. Qin Feng didn't pay it much mind and directly said, "Start now." Before the guy could ask further, the NPC laughed loudly and activated the challenge. A dark vortex appeared in midair. Immediately after, a boss manifested. The system displayed Obsidian Skull Puppet, level 20, gold quality. Upon seeing the boss's level, the whole team was instantly tense, because their strongest member was only level 11. Qin Feng remained extremely calm. He ordered Wang Meng to initiate combat. Wang Mang immediately used shield charge and lunged straight at the boss. But upon collision, he was knocked flying backward by the boss. The team panicked, but Qin Feng had already appeared behind him to catch him. Extremely fast. Immediately, he commanded the team to counterattack. The archer used precision shot. The swordsman lunged in with a triple slash. The boss was hit, roared violently, and slammed both arms into the ground. Dark energy erupted from its body everywhere. Qin Feng immediately warned them. The boss has entered a berserk state. He told everyone to stay away. The dark energy swept wildly in all directions. Being just a beat too slow meant getting hit instantly. At that exact moment, Qin Feng took action. He launched. Shadow received a sharp blade. Rushing straight at the boss, he struck its weak point, dealing 4,500 damage. With just a single blow, the boss's berserk state was instantly dispelled. It returned to normal. Seeing that, Wang Meng could not help but blurt out, asking if the expert had intentionally unequipped his gear to reduce damage, because this 4,500 damage really didn't match the style of Shadow at all. The person beside him also laughed, saying Qin Feng acted too well, shutting himself in the corner to make the NPC think he was just a rookie. Another person curiously asked how Qin Feng knew the mechanics of this place so well. Qin Feng only calmly replied, "This game still has countless secrets buried in the ruins. Only those who work hard to explore can accumulate knowledge." The team fell silent after hearing that. Just then, the boss roared again. This time, it began gathering energy in its mouth. Qin Feng immediately reminded the team to prepare. The boss is about to spin clockwise and breathe fire. Black oil on the ground, combined with the fire. Just 3 seconds is enough to burn anyone to death. But at the critical moment, the guy, steady as an old dog, ran counterclockwise instead. Wang Meng shouted a warning, but it was too late. There was no time to dodge. Wang Meng immediately activated his immortality skill, then rushed forward to block in front of his teammate, using his shield to tank the flames, saving his life. Seeing the situation stabilize, Qin Feng immediately ordered them to wait for the fire to die down. The whole team used their strongest damage skills, putting all their effort into finishing off the boss. After the fire disappeared, the team charged in unison. A series of skills exploded on the boss, causing its health to plummet. Its massive body was quickly torn apart, amidst painful screams. The system announced, the team successfully destroyed the skull-cracking puppet. Obsidian Stone. Level 20. Wang Meng and the others stood there. Everyone wore a look of confident smiles. In his heart, Qin Feng also silently evaluated. The most difficult part of this boss is when its HP drops below 70 Funtarum, it enters berserk mode. Once that state is broken, its strength is no different from a silver rank boss. Immediately after the boss was defeated, the NPC appeared again with a cunning smile. He laughed loudly and announced congratulations, because they are the first group of players from Blue Star to pass the trial of the Tower of God. Power, and their reward is the right to trade with him. As long as they pay enough lifespan, they will be able to exchange for the Tree of God's Tome. The NPC then brought out a series of items. At the same time, his name appeared, Wizard Weekly. The swordsman curiously blurted out, asking why this guy had 6 fingers. But as soon as he finished speaking, Weekly's eyes instantly flashed. A beam of energy shot straight out, dealing 999,999 damage, one-shotting him on the spot. Wang Meng's group was stunned, not understanding why the NPC suddenly attacked. Qin Feng calmly explained, NPCs and players cannot attack each other by default, unless they trigger a taboo set by them. For Willie, the taboo is mentioning his fingers. Very quickly, Willie returned to his normal demeanor, as if nothing had happened. Wang Meng asked in a low voice whether Tan Feng could defeat this NPC. Tan Feng shook his head and said, "Not yet." According to him, NPCs of this type are gotcha entities from another time and space, bound by rules to come to Lanxing to harvest 10 years of lifespan. The players, Willie coldly demanded everyone to select items and trade their lifespan for them. Upon seeing the sacred books, which could manifest real-world supplies, such as food, drinking water, and many other resources, the group was immediately shocked. They realized the immense value of this place. Tan Feng did not hesitate, directly spending 9,000 days of his lifespan to exchange for the 9 sacred books of Zhanghai City. He calculated in his mind. This amount was enough to sustain long-term survival. But Tan Feng's goal did not stop there. He also wanted to obtain the rewards and prestige from the Tower of Divine Power. So he immediately proposed to challenge the highest difficulty alone. Willie sneered upon hearing this, thinking that based on his earlier performance, Tan Feng wasn't even qualified to pass the first floor. Then he explained that the highest difficulty is the 5th floor, where the boss is still the puppet, the gold-ranked obsidian, but all stats will be increased by 500 funtarum. Hearing this, Wang Meng's group broke into a cold sweat. The boss was already tough as it was. If its power increased 5-fold, how terrifying would it be? Willie continued to warn him. If Tan Feng died in the challenge, all his dropped lifespan would belong to him. Even so, Tan Feng remained unmoved, simply answering with one word, "Agreed." Willie smiled sinisterly and began to summon the 500 funtarum enhanced boss. But Tan Feng remained extremely calm. He knew 500 funtarum was not Willie's true limit, because in his previous life, he had seen him enhance summoned creatures up to 2,000 funtarum. This was the perfect time to test his new weapon. As soon as the boss appeared, Tan Feng immediately threw a poisonous shot. The dark flame gift effect triggered, causing the boss's defense and elemental resistance to drop. At the same time, the new weapon's effect erupted, increasing movement speed by 100 funtarum for 5 seconds. In the blink of an eye, Tan Feng vanished from sight. The boss's counterattack missed completely. The very next moment, Tan Feng appeared behind the boss, landing a critical hit to its head, and immediately accelerated again. His speed was so terrifying that Wang Meng's group thought he was constantly turning invisible. But in reality, it wasn't a stealth skill. It was simply that he was moving too fast. Right after that, Tan Feng activated the enhanced liberation blessing. The next attack triggers the throat slit effect, followed by a series of consecutive shadow cleave strikes. The defense reduction effect from the black flame gift stacks continuously, causing the boss's elemental resistance to plummet drastically. Every strike lands precisely on a weak point, causing the boss's HP to evaporate at a terrifying speed. In the blink of an eye, the 500 funtarum enhanced boss has lost nearly 1/3 of its health bar. Seeing the scene before them, Wang Meng and the archer stand frozen in shock. This is the first time they have witnessed Shadow truly taking action, and everyone is terrified, because the Shadow Cleave skill they once knew only consisted of 3 slashes, while Tan Feng is unleashing a barrage of attacks, completely beyond their comprehension. The NPC watches the battle intently, unable to hide his shock. The game on Blue Planet hasn't been out for long, Yet, a monster like Tan Feng has already appeared. He cannot fathom what kind of talent this is, or what level it is. On this side, Tan Feng's eyes flash. He continues to activate. Throat slit to stack damage for the next strike. Then continuously fires poisoned shurikens at the boss. Every hit lands on a weak point. Damage numbers pop up one after another. 42,042. 66,321. 86,123. And then 101,386. In just a fleeting moment, the health bar of the golden skull puppet is completely wiped out. The system notification rings out immediately. Tan Feng has completed the challenge of the 5th floor of the tower. Divine power and receives 5 reputation points, plus the achievement of clearing the previous 4 floors, and the reward for being the first to solo clear the tower globally. The total reputation points received skyrocket. Shortly after, a global announcement appears. Player Shadow is the first person to complete the highest difficulty of the Divine Power Tower. Players worldwide are immediately shocked. Everyone is bewildered, because they didn't even know what the Divine Power Tower was, while Shadow had already cleared it. At this moment, Wiggly regains his senses, immediately flying into a rage. Pointing straight at Tan Feng and calling him a cheater, he gnashes his teeth in anger, saying, if he had known sooner, he would have sold each book for 10,000 or even 100,000 years of lifespan. Finally, Wiggly roars in anger, telling them all to get lost. A terrifying wave of energy instantly envelops the group. Wang Meng and the archers scream in terror, but Tan Feng stands completely still and calm. Sure enough, the next second, the group is just teleported straight out of the tower, without being attacked at all. Wang Meng opens his eyes. Realizing he is still alive, he heaves a sigh of relief. Tan Feng says calmly, I told you. NPCs cannot attack players without cause. We've taken all the good loot, let's disperse. I still have to log off to eat. Wang Meng and his teammates thank him profusely, not forgetting to remind him to call them for the next big quest. Tan Feng just nods in response. Returning to the real world, Tan Feng begins. He extracts the 9 sacred books into the hideout. Then he continues to consume his lifespan to purchase 7 high-level items, daily necessities, food, and a versatile mechanical maid. Instantly, a maid holding a broom appears. She bows respectfully to the master and says she can handle all household chores. Tan Feng leisurely lies down on the lounge chair. He orders her to clean the entire residence, then prepare a delicious meal. The maid immediately sets to work. Meanwhile, in Zhanghai City, in the real world, the atmosphere is incredibly tense. Yes, the 3rd female victim of the week has just been discovered. All of them share the same cruel characteristics. Limbs sawn off, eyes gouged out. Ma Ne Liang holds the report file. He confirms there is a very high probability that all 3 cases were committed by the same perpetrator. The investigation has reached a dead end, because the perpetrator seems to know the operational patterns of the police very well, always choosing the perfect moment to strike. Superiors immediately demand an acceleration. In the investigation, they must catch this murderer before there are any more victims. But at that very moment, Ma Naoyang presents a theory that leaves everyone stunned. He suspects the person behind these murders might be Shadow, because after comparing the online time and offline time of Shadow, he discovered they almost completely overlap with the times the victims were murdered. At the investigation bureau, the chief, upon hearing Ma Neliang's speculation, just rubs his chin and coldly replies that relying only on times is not enough to conclude anything. Ma Naliang still refuses to give up. He says at least they should investigate in this direction, because outside, rumors are spreading. That shadow is the murderer. They are even saying the government is intentionally protecting him. Hearing this, the chief immediately cuts him off, reminding Officer Ma not to bring personal emotions into his work, especially after the humiliating incident with An Wu previously. He also says he will send more staff to the tech department to assist with 247 identification and investigation in order to solve the case soon and bring justice to the deceased. Having said that, he turns and leaves, leaving Ma Naliang standing there with a dark face, only able to grit his teeth and reply with a clear yes. At the same time, in the game at the Meido City ruins, after resting, Tan Feng logs back in. While walking, he thinks about the AO1 Academy, a platinum-grade hideout, famous for having the strongest barrier in Wexia. He spends 2.74 years of his lifespan to establish the Shadow Guild, intending to take over this place and register it under the guild's name. This way, he not only has a base in Meido, but can also teleport back and forth between Meido and Jianghai more easily. But upon reaching the third floor, Tan Feng immediately realizes something is wrong. It is eerily quiet all around. There isn't a single monster in sight. He immediately guesses that someone has arrived before him. And furthermore, their strength is not weak at all. Just then, voices from ahead echo. A group of people is surrounding a young girl. The girl retreats in panic, continually begging them not to come closer. That group of people grins and says, "Lady Dongfeng has ordered that we must capture you and bring you back for her son to take care of." They also force her to reveal her real-world location, and they threaten that even if she commits suicide in the game, it's useless, because the members of the Asura Palace Guild are already waiting at the spawn point. One guy steps forward with a lewd smile and suggests a deal. He says she has killed Lady Dongfeng twice. She must have obtained quite a bit of lifespan, at least 3 years. Just hand over that amount of lifespan and play with them for a few rounds, and they will let her go. The girl sheds tears, but her gaze gradually becomes strange. She softly asks them how they want to play. The group immediately laughs, dirtily, and reveals their disgusting faces. The atmosphere becomes extremely tense. The girl is silent for a few seconds. Then she blushes and pretends to compromise, and asks them to keep their word. The leader is overjoyed and urges her to hurry up and start. But just as he moves closer, the girl's eyes suddenly erupt with killing intent. In the blink of an eye, she fires poison darts at them. But just then, another person unexpectedly lunges out, casting the Golden Peak Shocking Earth skill to pin her down. The blow is too heavy, and she doesn't have time to react. Blood immediately gushes out of her mouth. The blonde guy slowly approaches. Wearing a lecherous smile, he gives her one final chance. But lying on the ground, the girl smirks coldly. Suddenly, from her hand, a white ribbon shoots out like a sharp blade, slashing past the 2 people in front of her, and severing their bodies in an instant. Blood splatters everywhere. The ribbon continues to strike the guy pinning her down. He doesn't even have time to understand what's happening before his neck is tightly coiled. The sound of bone breaking rings out chillingly. His head explodes on the spot. Tan Feng, having been hidden and observing from the start, cannot help but be startled at this moment. The skill just now was too unique, making him immediately associate it with a job class That is extremely rare. And the girl slowly stands up and coldly steps toward the body of the last guy, kicks him hard in the crotch and contemptuously spits out every word. Go to hell, you bastards. The girl in front of Tan Feng is named Gui Ling, and the weapon wrapped around her is the Yellow Springs blade. Under her feet are the orbs of lifespan that dropped from the group just killed Tan. Feng immediately realizes she is also a class hidden assassin type as rare as his own. In his past life's memories, Gui Ling was a powerhouse at the top of the world. But because she stood against the Song family in Meido, her real-world identity was exposed, ultimately being surrounded and killed by countless enemies in a tragedy. The thing that makes Tan Feng pay more attention is the name Dongfang Yu, because the Dongfang family was supposed to have been wiped out by him. Thinking this, Tan Feng actively reveals himself, but Gui Ling immediately mistakes him for an accomplice of that group, and without saying a word, she strikes. The yellow spring blade lunged forward like a venomous snake. It tightly coiled around Tan Feng. However, at the very moment the strike tightened, he suddenly vanished and reappeared behind her. This left Gui Ling utterly terrified. Refusing to accept defeat, she continued to use shadow stealth to hide herself and unleash the evil ghost soul chaser skill. The yellow spring blade locked onto Tan Feng's position. It pursued him relentlessly despite his constant dodging. Tan Feng immediately realized this weapon possessed a terrifying tracking capability. It could even bypass invisibility. But after just a few seconds, he accelerated to his limit. He moved around Gui Ling so fast that he created As a result, the yellow spring blade was led astray and ended up binding its own master. Gui Ling was instantly tied up. She was in so much pain that she screamed out loud. Tan Feng casually lifted her up by the waist and calmly stated that he is the shadow itself. He is not one of Dongfang Yu's men. If I truly wanted to kill you, you would have been dead long ago. Hearing this, Gui Ling immediately admitted defeat. Tan Feng asked if Dongfang Yu was a member of the Dongfang family in Jianghai. Gui Ling confirmed that was correct. But she had married into the Chu family, so her relationship with her maiden family wasn't very close. Tan Feng understood immediately. He had missed a fish that slipped through the net. Gui Ling was incredibly shocked to hear this, realizing that Tan Feng was the one who wiped out the entire Dongfang family. But a moment later, she felt overjoyed, because it meant they both shared a common enemy. After being set down, Gui Ling recounted her reason for revenge. Before the game appeared, Dongfang Yu had been drinking and caused a fatal car accident while driving. Yet she remained beyond the reach of the law, thanks to the protection of the Chu family. Her father refused to accept that, so he secretly investigated to find evidence. But only one day later, he was found dead at the bottom of a river. The case was concluded as a suicide. When Gui Ling went to demand justice, she was beaten nearly to death by the Chu family's bodyguards. From then on, she harbored a hatred that went deep into her bones. After the game appeared, the first thing she did was hunt down Dongfang Yu. But in the game, to completely kill someone, one must make the opponent's lifespan run out. After Dongfang Yu immediately hired people to hunt her down everywhere. After finishing her story, Gui Ling looked directly at Tan Feng and begged him to help her get revenge. Tan Feng remained silent for a moment and then coldly refused. Gui Ling immediately panicked, stating that she wouldn't ask for a favor for free. Lifespan, equipment, and skills she could give them all up. Even if Tan Feng wanted her to be his beast of burden, or become his slave, she would accept it. as long as you are willing to help me kill Dongfeng Yu. Tan Feng looked at Guiling and spoke frankly. I cannot directly help you kill Dongfeng Yu, because this vendetta can only be settled by your own hands. However, I am still willing to help you grow stronger until the day you are capable of revenge. The only condition is, you must join my guild. Even though she knew the Shadows Guild currently consisted only of Tan Feng, she still agreed immediately, without any hesitation. After Guiling joined, Tan Feng said the first thing she needed to do was a class advancement. As for how to advance, she had to find the clues herself. If you can't even do this, then it's best to give up on your revenge. After speaking, Tan Feng walked away, leaving Guiling standing there with eyes growing more determined. In his heart, he understood very clearly that the potential of the Yellow Spring Blade was enormous. With the right guidance, Guiling's future would certainly be terrifying. She could even become a great support for him. Advancing deep into the Evil Spirit Academy, Tan Feng finally encountered the boss guarding this place, Sana. Level 15, Platinum Quality. Without hesitation, he immediately attacked. Right after the first strike, Tan Feng quickly realized that in the first phase, only one of the boss's heads was active. Furthermore, it was immune to physical damage. So he was forced to use elemental skills to deal damage. A series of continuous attacks lunged forward, striking weak points and causing the boss's HP to drop at a dizzying speed. The boss's body was gradually covered in wounds, created by Tan Feng's precise strikes. When its HP dropped to a certain threshold, the boss immediately entered Phase 2. The remaining 3 heads woke up simultaneously. Its entire body exploded with killing intent as it counterattacked wildly. Violent blows swept across the entire battlefield. But Tan Feng remained as calm as ever. He moved fluidly, dodging all damage, while evading. He continuously counterattacked the weak points, causing the boss's HP to continue plummeting. Finally, Tan Feng coldly unleashed the finishing blow, directly blowing the boss away on the spot. After the victory, he received 50,000 experience points along with the key to the Platinumator, Evil Spirit Academy hideout. More importantly, he had met the requirements for class advancement. Without hesitation, Tan Feng immediately chose to advance. The Shadow class promoted from Tier 1 to Tier 2. All attributes skyrocketed at a terrifying speed, nearly tripling from before. But what amazed Tan Feng the most was the new passive skill. From now on, when attacking while in stealth, he would no longer be revealed. This meant his assassination capabilities had moved to a completely new level. This was clearly a qualitative transformation. At the same time, outside the Evil Spirit Academy, Guiling fell into an extremely dangerous situation. The people from the temple had returned. Furthermore, this time they brought significantly more people. They mocked her, saying they were too careless last time for not knowing Guiling still had an ace up her sleeve. But now, things are different. They were fully prepared to capture her. The leader immediately lunged forward, using a powerful skill, striking straight toward Guiling. Although she managed to jump back to dodge the first attack, the situation remained extremely disadvantageous. Guiling immediately used shadow stealth to conceal herself and retreat. But the opponent had clearly prepared a flash bomb in advance, which was thrown exactly where she had just disappeared, forcing her to reveal herself on the spot. Giving her no chance to react, a brutal kick was immediately delivered, sending Guiling flying far away. Right after that, the guy approached stepping hard on her with a look of utter contempt and cruelty, being completely suppressed. Gui Ling could only lie helplessly on the ground. But in that most desperate moment, she still secretly reached for a potion, intending a final counterattack. Unfortunately, before she could act, her hand was crushed by the opponent's foot, causing the potion to fly out of her hand right before the eyes of the desperate. The blonde guy picked up Gui Ling's potion and left, realizing it was a suicide poison. He mocked her for choosing to lose half her lifespan to return to the spawn point rather than falling into their hands. But the more he spoke, the more interested he became in her resilience. The guy leaned down, wore a sick, perverted smile, and licked Gui Ling's face, though disgusted to the extreme. At this moment, she was completely exhausted, unable to even put up a fight. But at that very moment of despair, the system suddenly announced, Platinum Tier, Hideout, Evil Spirit Academy, officially belongs to the Shadow Guild. The barrier was instantly activated. All players not belonging to the guild were marked as intruders and would be purged. Immediately after, a massive bolt of lightning descended from the sky. The destructive power was so great that the two La Palace group didn't even have time to react. They were all instantly wiped out. In a blink, the battlefield fell silent again, leaving only countless lifespan orbs scattered across the ground. Seeing the scene before her, Gui Ling was completely stunned. She was shocked to realize that Evil Spirit Academy was actually a hideout, and it had now become her guild's territory. This also meant that in just a few short minutes, Qin Feng had defeated the guardian of this place and obtained the key. The power of shadow once again left Gui Ling deeply shaken. Qin Feng checked the loot after the battle and found two extremely useful items for the assassin class. The first item was the Jadatir Mutant Witch Ring, which adds to all attributes, significantly increases cooldown reduction, and simultaneously expands skill range and increases ARI effect damage for skills like Shadow Shield, Slash, and Dark Knight Ring. This was clearly a piece of equipment perfectly suited for him. The second item was the Platinum Tier Deadly Trap skill, allowing the placement of stealth traps that deal poison damage, slow the target, and inflict continuous poison effects. After reviewing them, Qin Feng immediately decided to use his remaining evolution points to upgrade the Backstab skill to Legendary Tier. After consuming 340 points, the skill's effects were significantly boosted. Damage from back attacks is increased by 100 Fun Terem. In particular, the legendary effect is even more overpowered. As long as he remains in stealth mode, all of his attacks are counted as back. Qin Feng is extremely satisfied, because when combined with his near-permanent stealth ability, after the upgrade, both his damage output and safety have increased significantly. Just then, Xiao He suddenly sent a message saying she had just discovered a new ruin at the ruins of Zhenghai City. On the stone slabs near the entrance to the temple, there were murals very similar to the ruins in the novice town. When Qin Feng asked why she didn't explore it herself, Xiao He explained that while clearing out monsters, they discovered a strange teleportation orb, but no one could activate it. The system only displayed a notification, stating that only those destined could enter. So, she immediately thought of Qin Feng. Hearing that, he agreed to come immediately. Thanks to the system's teleportation between his hideouts, Qin Feng quickly reached the outskirts of the Zhenghai ruins. When he appeared behind her, Xiao He was startled. After regaining her composure, she led him to the cliff where the entrance was discovered. Xiao He recounted that, while she was playing with her mount, she was suddenly chased by a silver ink boss, and in her panic, she fell off the cliff. Luckily, she got caught on a tree branch in the middle of the cliffside, and accidentally discovered this cave. After that, she called An Yu and Wang Meng to come and help explore. Tan Feng jumped straight down the cliff, leaving Xiao He in awe. She also revealed that Wang Meng had tried a similar jump, but slipped and met a miserable end. Entering inside, Xiao He stated that ahead lay a maze, and they had already cleared the monsters, as well as mapped out the entire path. During the conversation, she also revealed that her team had come up with a way to store untradeable lifespans. By gathering the monsters that had absorbed this type of lifespan into a separate area, whenever needed, they just go and hunt them. As soon as Tan Feng heard this, he immediately recognized that this was an EU's idea, which was also a very common method in his previous life. Finally, the two stopped in front of the teleportation orb. Xiao He tried touching it again, but the system still reported that she was not the destined one. Immediately after, Tan Feng stepped forward and placed his hand on the orb. In a split second, the orb burst forth with a brilliant light, forcing Xiao He to cover her eyes. When the light faded, both the orb and Tan Feng had vanished right before her eyes. Seeing Tan Feng disappear, along with the teleportation orb, Xiao He immediately understood that the expert was indeed the destined one, that the ruins had been waiting for. As for Tan Feng, he was teleported to the frozen dimension cave. At the same time, the system notified him that long-distance communication was blocked. Without hesitation, he moved forward. He immediately activated shadow potential to cloak himself. Right after that, a quest appeared before his eyes. Protect the dimension ice crystal. Tan Feng quickly realized this was a crystal of utmost importance. Once destroyed, the quest would be failed. That meant losing the chance to receive the reward. Knowing he could not afford any negligence, he decided to reinforce all his venom traps. After consuming evolution points, the traps were significantly upgraded. The poison damage surged and the slow effect lasted longer. The number of traps he could place also increased to 9. Tan Feng immediately sealed off the traps in front of the entire cave entrance. Thanks to the effect of his new ring, the trap range expanded by another 25 fun terum, just enough to cover every entry and exit. Not long after, pairs of glowing red eyes appeared in the darkness. Countless monsters shrieked as they rushed out of the cave. But the moment they stepped on the traps, they were instantly poisoned. The continuous damage eroded their HP. Before the horde could even escape the cave entrance, they were pinned firmly in place. Howls echoed everywhere. The monsters were tightly bound by venomous vines, with almost no chance to fight back. Tan Feng stood still in front of the dimension ice crystal, extremely calm. With his new job effect, as long as he remained in a stealth state, all his damage would be counted as a enough to instantly kill most targets. But just then, an arrow suddenly whistled through the air toward him. Tan Feng's gaze turned cold. He immediately parried the attack, then stared straight at the one who had made the move. In the shadows, a monster holding a bow was standing there. He smirked. So, there are still ranged monsters. Scene shift to the outside of Meido ruins. The people from the Asura Hall Guild were confronting Feng Wang Jioshan, also known as Dong Feng Yu. When she learned they dared not continue hunting ghost spirits due to the fear of the darkness, Dong Feng Yu instantly flew into a rage, even threatening them with her real-life identity. But this time, the blonde man did not hold back. He punched Dongfeng Yu straight in the face, then crazily stabbed her repeatedly with a knife, releasing all his long-held resentment as he did so. Dongfeng Yu died right in the game, while in reality, she was furious to the point of insanity. She immediately called her husband to take revenge. On the other end of the line, her husband said coldly, "The plan to deal with the darkness has begun. I have already ordered the Black Dragon Hall members at Meido to make a move. Very soon, the darkness will have to pay the price." Back to the Dimension Ice Cave. The Archer monster was also quickly dealt with by Tan Feng, with a precise strike, hitting its weak point. The monster carcasses were now lying scattered in front of the cave entrances, with the ability to reset cooldown when landing a critical hit on a weak point. Handling the monsters for him was hardly difficult at all. Not long after, the system rang with a notification that the protection quest was complete. The Dimension Ice Crystal began to shake, then cracked right in front of Tan Feng. He was briefly surprised, not expecting the quest to end so quickly. Before Tan Feng now appeared a legendary grade treasure chest. Seeing it, he immediately remembered the gift of liberation he had received last time, so he couldn't help but look forward to this reward. As he opened the chest, a blinding light suddenly erupted. From within, a mysterious nun gradually appeared, with all her information appearing as question marks. She looked down at Tan Feng with a cold gaze, then spoke in an ancient language. Even without understanding every word, Tan Feng clearly grasped the meaning, which immediately reminded him of the ability of the Eye of Judgment. The NPC stated that he had passed 2 trials, meaning he had become the chosen one to inherit the power of judgment. Her body dissolved into light, then reformed into an entirely different shape. This time, in front of Tan Feng was a goddess, bearing a cold beauty like an angel, with a majestic third eye on her forehead. She introduced herself as Assassin, the messenger of judgment, who would accompany and witness him becoming the true God of Judgment. Afterward, Assassin knelt down and offered a summoning bell. These 3 items would allow Tan Feng to summon her at levels 25, 35, and 52 participate in special ruins. If he passed all 3 challenges, Assassin would move to his hideout and unlock the skill upgrade function. Hearing this, Tan Feng immediately realized the 2 previous shrines were actually pre-arranged tests, and he admired Little Black's incredible luck even more. For continuously discovering such important locations, Assassin continued, "You are also entitled to 1 free skill upgrade." Tan Feng immediately weighed his options. In the game, skill strength depends on quality and level requirement. Quality is usually fixed, but thanks to his infinite evolution ability, he could forcibly upgrade them. Meanwhile, the level requirement directly determines the actual power of the skill. After thinking carefully for a moment, he decided to pour all the benefits into his currently strongest skill. Without hesitation, Tan Feng chose to upgrade Gift of Liberation to the highest possible level. Assassin smiled in agreement, then gently kissed his hand. Immediately, the Gift of Liberation skill was increased from level 10 to level 16. Damage when hitting weak points increased significantly. The throat-slitting effect was also greatly enhanced, making the burst damage of Tan Feng leap to a new level. After completing it, Assassin said her farewells and disappeared. In front of Tan Feng now appeared a teleportation gate to leave the ruins. But just as he was about to leave, he suddenly noticed that inside the chest, there was another glowing item. The system immediately notified him that he had received the agreement. Epicrate equivalent exchange. A defensive piece of equipment for the assassin class. This item not only significantly boosts defense and resistance against damage but also possesses a unique special effect. Sacrifice an epicrate piece of equipment or skill book, or lower to randomly exchange it for an item or skill tailored to one's own class, while retaining its rarity and level. Qin Feng immediately grasped the immense value of this item. With the massive stockpile of gear and skill books in his possession, he could fully convert them into specialized resources for the assassin class. It could be said that this trip resulted in a massive harvest. In high spirits, Qin Feng thought to himself, I must properly thank Xiaohei later, before stepping into the portal to leave this place. After waiting for a full hour outside the ruins, Xiaohei finally saw Qin Feng emerge. Knowing she had stayed there to guard him, Qin Feng felt a touch of gratitude and gifted her a platinum-grade magic blink skill book he had just obtained in the ruins. Xiaohei thanked him joyfully and left happily. Qin Feng logged out as well, prepared to fill his growling stomach. Elsewhere, the Temple Knight Guild had just captured a silver-grade hideout. Tran Vodan was extremely excited, declaring this a milestone for the guild. He publicly praised Tan Xiaoyu for being the first to discover the place, leading the entire guild to cheer for her. Facing everyone, Xiaoyu emotionally thanked her master, her friends, and even those who had looked down on her, then choked up mentioning her deceased parents. She said if they were alive, they would surely be proud. When asked how she found the hideout, Xiaoyu hesitated and said it all started with a dream. In her dream, a powerful warrior led her to this place. Although it sounded hard to believe, she followed her gut and actually found it. The guild laughed, thinking she was joking. Even Tran Vodan laughed and asked, "What else did you dream of last night?" Zhao Yu replied seriously that she also dreamed of an even larger hideout, possibly. Everyone laughed loudly, taking it as a joke. Afterward, Tran Vodan rewarded her with 1 year of lifespan to encourage her to continue finding more hideouts for the guild. Encouraged, Xiaoyu immediately followed her gut feeling from the dream, heading to another area within the Zhenghai ruins. She didn't know that several members of the guild were secretly tailing her, doubting if she was truly finding a platinum-grade hideout. Upon entering a dilapidated building, Xiaoyu began to see scenery identical to her dream. A chill ran down her spine, making her shiver as if something were watching her. Right then, a bizarre boss monster suddenly appeared before her. Its long, twisted tongue flicked out, and Xiaoyu screamed in terror before fainting on the spot. The monster lunged but missed its target. The group hiding nearby was horrified by this sight, rushing out immediately. But in an instant, the boss's tentacles had tightly coiled around one person. The ghastly tongue pierced the victim's mouth and drained their lifespan dry. The man died instantly. Witnessing that horrific scene, the rest fled in panic. The tragic screams woke Xiaoyu up. As she opened her eyes, she saw the monster slaughtering everyone. In a state of extreme panic, she turned and ran deeper inside. In her haste, Xiaoyu tripped and fell into a deep pit. She tumbled and hit everything before slamming into the ground. She winced in pain, bursting into tears. But the moment she looked up, her eyes brightened. Before her was a familiar door, the entrance from her dream. Xiaoyu was both joyful and trembling, realizing she had finally found the platinum-grade hideout. Without a moment's hesitation, she contacted Tran Vo Dan to report the news. Hearing this, the guild leader told her to stay put and wait for reinforcements, adding her to the party to track her location. Zhao Yu had just sighed in relief when a clacking sound, creepy and distinct, echoed from behind. She froze and turned back, going silent, as she saw the boss had followed her down here. It stretched its long, strange neck, gazing fixedly at her. Zhao Yu's whole body shook uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face. Even though she was desperate with fear, she gripped her scepter tightly, gritting her teeth, telling herself she must not collapse. She had to survive. Cornered, Tan Xiaoyu constantly reassured herself that she was no longer as weak as before. She was now a life priestess, a hidden class. Summoning all her courage, she cast toxic vines to bind the boss. Its HP started dropping, making Zhao Yu joyful. She retreated and cast corrosive poison mist, stacking damage to drain the boss's HP. But before she could celebrate, Zhao Yu turned pale, realizing the room was sealed. The poison mist was drifting back toward her. She panicked to the point of tears. Only then did she remember she had a detox skill. But in her confusion, she accidentally cast it on the boss. The boss stood still for a few seconds, while Zhao Yu suffered severe poisoning, bleeding from her orifices, foaming at the mouth, and dying instantly. The system announced she had killed herself and was teleported to the respawn point. Upon respawning, Tran Vo Dan immediately messaged asking why she returned to the hideout. Zhao Yu hurriedly recounted that there was a dangerous monster inside, and she had been killed. After hearing the description, Tran Vo Dan immediately recognized it as a silver-grade, soul-sucking hag, a monster that moves slowly, but if it catches its target, it drains their lifespan until death. He asked in astonishment how Zhao Yu managed to survive. Hearing this, Zhao Yu lied that she was quick-witted enough to commit suicide. Before being captured, Tran Vo Dan's eyes widened. Then he laughed loudly, calling her a genius for accidentally finding the only way to survive. Not long after, Zhao Yu returned, leading the whole guild to the stone door she discovered. She affirmed, "Behind this is the platinum-grade hideout." Tran Vo Dan was thrilled, immediately ordering his subordinates to blockade the area before rushing in to seize the hideout. But when the group tried to push the stone door, it didn't budge at all. A lackey reported they couldn't open it, making Tran Vo Dan ponder, then suddenly slap his thigh as if he had realized something. He declared, "This stone door is the guardian of the hideout." Hearing this, the mob went mad, using skills and weapons to attack the door. At the same time, at Qin Feng's location, urgent notifications kept appearing. His soul-purifying land was being attacked, and the gate was taking damage. The system asked if he wanted to use the war teleport to return. After observing the durability depletion rate, Qin Feng calmly realized that at this rate, those people could hit it for a year and still might not break the gate. Even so, he mounted his Phantom Night Stalker and quickly returned to check the situation. As he neared the soul-purifying land, Qin Feng immediately saw a scene that made his eyes turn icy cold. A group from the Temple Night Guild was cornering a girl. She was driven to a dead end. A guy holding a spiked mace jumped out, hitting her so hard she flew back. Immediately after, another used a skill to bind her limbs with swords of light, making her scream in pain. The girl cried and explained she was just passing by. But that group was clearly just looking for an excuse to loot. Looking closely at the girl's face, Tan Feng immediately recognized her as Duo and Tuo, a former colleague from his company, and the one who had kindly warned him before. The Temple Knight group laughed and discussed among themselves who would go first. But the moment the big-headed guy laughed, a silhouette flashed by, faster than anyone could react. In the blink of an eye, the heads of the entire group fell to the ground simultaneously. Tan Feng stood there with eyes cold as ice, not even bothering to stay hidden. Duon Tuuna looked at him in terror. Initially, she thought it was the legendary darkness. But when she met those familiar eyes, she froze in place. Her voice trembled in astonishment. No, that's not right. Those eyes are Tan Feng's. After dealing with the rapists, Tan Feng flicked his finger, immediately casting cursed flower bloom on their corpses. Blood-red flowers quickly sprouted, frantically draining the remaining lifespan. His cold gaze turned toward Duong Tuona. She trembled and asked, "Tan Feng, is that you?" But he didn't answer a word, simply activating stealth and disappearing right before her eyes. Duong Tuona stood stunned, her heart in turmoil. He disappeared. That was clearly darkness. But those eyes were so much like Tan Feng's. No, it must just be a coincidence. Besides, I saw Tan Xiaoyu earlier, joining the Temple Knight Guild. If Tan Feng were truly darkness, he wouldn't let his sister become a dark slave. A while later, outside the hideout, Tran Vo Dan and his lackeys knelt on the ground, shouting in unison, "Respectfully greet Big Brother Darkness. Big Brother Darkness, eternal and immortal, ruling the underworld." He kicked one of his lackeys and feigned seriousness. "You idiots dared to block the road and rob others. You deserve to die. It is my fault for not disciplining you well. Thank you, Big Brother, for teaching them a lesson for me." Right then, Tan Feng appeared before them. Tran Vo Dan quickly fawned, his voice filled with "Ever since Big Brother saved us from the Headless Hallow, our whole guild has become your fans. We always follow your spirit of justice, determined to become the happiest guild in the game. Saying no to evil." The lackeys chimed in, "Darkness, I love you. Big Brother, don't fly so fast, we will always follow you." Tran Vo Dan cautiously asked, "I wonder what brings Big Brother here today?" Tan Feng replied coldly, "Nothing much. I heard you were attacking a hideout." Tran Vo Dan was startled. "That's right. How did the big boss know? Could it be that the big boss has also set his sights on that place?" Immediately, Tan Feng's eyes turned bone. "That hideout is mine." Everyone froze on the spot. Cold sweat broke out all over Tran Vo Dan as he stammered, "That can't be, Big Boss. Isn't there a rumor that your hideout is in Mado? A person can only have one hideout, right?" A lackey beside him nervously reminded him, "Well, guild leader, if you establish a guild, you can own an additional one, in the name of the guild." Hearing this, Tran Vo Dan was nearly desperate. Tan Feng coldly confirmed, "That's right. Mado and Zhenghai are both my hideouts." The entire Temple Knight Guild collapsed mentally. "We just went to invade Darkness's hideout." Tan Xiao, you nearby, also went silent, tears falling quietly. In her dream, there was absolutely no sign of darkness. How did things turn out like this? Tran Vo Dan immediately folded his hands and pleaded, "Big Boss, we really didn't know it was your hideout. Please tell us how to resolve this. We will compensate you however you want." Tan Feng replied coldly, "You broke the gate of my hideout. The repair costs are not cheap. He thought for a moment, and continued. Give me 500 years of lifespan, and this matter is settled. Hearing this, Tran Vo Dan's eyes rolled back and he fainted on the spot from shock. He twitched uncontrollably, all over. The minions cried out in panic. Their guild leader hurried over to press the philtrum for him. Then he turned around and begged. Great guild leader, Hayes passed out. Could you please show some mercy? Tan Feng glanced at him coldly, his killing intent surging. Do you have any idea how much it costs to repair that gate? The man trembled and replied, I don't know, sir. Tan Feng bellowed. Then shut your mouth. Just then, Chen Wuming woke up, still mumbling. 500 years, what kind of karma have I incurred? Suddenly, he grabbed Tan Xiaoyu by the collar and pulled her down hard. She was caught off guard and fell to the ground. Chen Wuming roared, This is all your fault, Xiaoyu. Do you want to get me killed? Do you want to destroy the Holy Knight Guild as well? Tears welled up in Tan Xiaoyu's eyes again. But she didn't argue back. She lowered her head to accept the blame. You're right, it was all my fault. I've brought trouble upon everyone. She looked up at Tan Feng. Big Brother Shadow. If you want to punish someone, punish me. I'll do whatever you ask. Her voice choked, but she continued. I am willing to be your servant, to work like a beast of burden for you, for the rest of my life. All the lifespan I earn from now on, I will hand it all over to you until the debt is paid. You can beat me, scold me, or torture me, however you like. Just please spare the guild, please spare everyone else. Hearing those words, Chen Wuming and the entire guild were deeply moved by her sacrifice. But Tan Feng just stood there silently, watching as if it were a clumsy theatrical performance. Suddenly, he spoke up, addressing Chen Wuming. The man jumped, cold sweat pouring down. Gee, great master, you even know my real name? Tan Feng asked indifferently. Do you really think she's worth 500 years of lifespan? The terrifying killing intent caused Chen Wuming to step back instinctively. Without a moment's hesitation, he threw a punch straight at Tan Xiaoyu, sending her flying backward. Get lost, you useless wretch. Tan Xiaoyu sprawled on the ground, her face hitting the cold floor. Chen Wuming shouted angrily, You made us accidentally stumble upon the master's sanctuary, and now you're here putting on a show of wanting to be a servant to the master? Do you really think a good deal like that is for you? Keep dreaming. Tan Xiaoyu lay there, her heart aching until she burst into tears. Her plan to get close to Shadow had failed. Once again, Chen Wuming turned back to continue begging the master. We are just a small guild. We truly cannot scrape together 500 years of lifespan. Please, give us a way to survive. We will agree to do anything you ask. Tan Feng was silent for a moment, then said, Fine, I won't make things difficult for you anymore. Hand over 100 years of lifespan first. Over the next 4 years, all members of your guild, who are currently carrying the wanted status, must be brought to me to be dealt with. 1 head equals 1 year. He calculated silently in his mind. Killing these murderers will help clear my own wanted status, and it's also a good way to purge this scum. Hearing this, Chen Wuming was as happy as if head struck gold. That works, great master. Our guild has over 2,000 members. I'll pay these 100 years first. The system notification rang out. You have received 100 years of lifespan. Chen Wuming immediately turned around and shouted. Hurry up, gather everyone who has ever killed someone here. Move it, don't keep the master waiting. Meanwhile, Tan Feng opened his system panel. Checking the repair costs for the sanctuary, it only required 7 days of lifespan. He curled his lip. Might as well get it fixed. The system asked. Repairing the sanctuary will cost 7 days of lifespan. Do you wish to proceed? Qin Feng immediately confirmed. A notification sounded shortly after. You have consumed 7 days of lifespan. Sanctuary repairs complete. After Chen Wuming gathered all the players who carried evil karma, Qin Feng swept through them in the blink of an eye, sending over 400 murderers to their deaths. The system immediately notified him. Your murderer level has decreased from 4 to 3. Lifespan dropped all over the ground. Chen Wuming stood behind him, clapping frantically, not stopping his sycophantic praise, claiming that these people were the weeds of the guild, and that it was a blessing that Big Brother's shadow took care of them. Qin Feng coldly ordered. From now on, this sanctuary will be guarded by the Holy Knight Guild. He warned that if they allowed anyone else to attack this place, Chen Wuming would be the first to answer for it. He put on a bright smile and accepted the order. But inside, he was crying tears of blood, because he had been turned into an unpaid guard. At that moment, the system suddenly issued a warning. The Evil Spirit Academy is under attack. Defensive barriers are rapidly depleting. Qin Feng immediately frowned. Just finished dealing with this, and now something else happens over there. It was clear someone was targeting him on purpose. Without hesitation, he used war teleportation to head back. As soon as Mado saw Qin Feng leave, Chen Wuming prepared to retreat his troops. But he still had to leave people behind to guard the place. And the person chosen was none other than Tan Xiaoyu. Even though she was bewildered, she was forced to stay and watch over the place, and was threatened. If you dare leave your post, it'll drain the rest of your lifespan. Scene changed to the academy. Evil Spirit Academy in Mado. A group of people, covered in tattoos, were frantically attacking the barrier. The durability had already dropped to just over 50 funtaram. The onlookers stood by and watched, horrified that this group dared to openly provoke Shadow. Some quickly recognized them as the guild. Mado Black Dragon Palace, Qin Feng, having teleported to the location while in a state of invisibility, observed the situation and immediately sensed something wasn't right. He personally had no history of conflict with the Black Dragon Palace. Therefore, it was highly likely they were just puppets being manipulated. The leader at this moment screamed, ordering all his teammates to pull their strength into him. Streams of pitch-black energy converged instantly. An evil aura erupted violently. After absorbing all the power, he unleashed the skill, Black Flame Demon Dragon Break. A terrifying punch slammed straight into the barrier, causing durability to plummet to just 13 funtaram. The leader immediately laughed loudly. Just one more hit and the gate will break. 100 years of lifespan will be mine. Hearing this, Qin Feng's eyes went cold. In his mind, he was almost certain the person behind this was Dongfang Yu. Just then, behind the Black Dragon Palace group, strange purple lights suddenly appeared. The leader turned around and saw a giant dragon had just appeared. Only it looked a bit stupider than expected. Before the group could even understand what was happening, the dragon roared. The sound wave was so intense that everyone was stunned. Immediately after, it turned into a massive fireball, plummeting straight from the sky. The whole crowd panicked, thinking a meteor had struck. But when it landed, it only caused surrounding flames and dealt over 3,000 damage. Seeing they were still alive, one of them immediately laughed smugly, mocking that this attack isn't as scary as I thought. But before he could finish his sentence, a black shadow streaked past. In a split second, his head was detached from his neck, fell to the ground, and rolled away. The air instantly froze. Shadow had officially taken action. Amidst the clouds of dust and smoke, a group of people suddenly appeared. Seeing the Black Dragon Palace leader had been killed, without anyone even seeing him move, the whole crowd was dumbfounded. One person muttered in shock, "Could it be that Shadow has struck?" Leading the group was a female mage holding a brush. Beside her were a few large men holding shields. The girl scanned the area and said, "I still don't see any sign of Shadow." A person beside her immediately replied, "The abilities of Shadow cannot be judged by common sense. Who knows? Maybe he's now able to stay invisible forever." And in fact, Qin Feng was standing right in front of them, in his invisible state. He quickly recognized them. They were people from the Heaven Sky Guild. And that girl was Zhang Kenyuan, the owner of a rare hidden class, Soul Painter. Her in-game name was Ling Shanyuan. It was then that Qin Feng understood why the two skills, Dragon Roar and Meteor, were so familiar earlier. It turned out they were all drawn by her. The Soul Painter class was extremely special. It could simulate skills from both summoners and mages. Players didn't need to chant incantations. They just needed to draw. The more perfect the brushwork, the more terrifying the skill's power. In large-scale warfare, they were extremely strong. But in solo fights, they were quite weak, especially when cornered. At that moment, Zhang Kenyuan turned toward the empty space in front of her and called out loudly, "Senior Shadow, are you there? I'd like to discuss something." Qin Feng immediately spoke up in response. Hearing the voice, the Heaven Sky group jumped in alert. Zhang Kenyuan quickly stated her purpose. She wanted to enter this sanctuary to find a material extremely important for the advancement of her class and was ready to pay a fair price. Hearing this, Qin Feng immediately understood. No wonder in his previous life, the Evil Spirit Academy belonged to the Heaven Sky Guild. As it turned out, it all related to Zhang Kenyuan's advancement quest. He also remembered this guild very clearly. The Heaven Sky Guild leader was Kenyuan's grandfather, Old Zhang, a legendary Mado streamer. Even though he was over 70, he was still extremely famous for live games with his granddaughter. The two of them even achieved high rankings in many small tournaments. After God's Path opened, Old Zhang founded Heaven Sky, using Evil Spirit Academy as their base. Then, step by step, developed into the top 10 of Great Xia. Thinking of this, Qin Feng decided to open the gate. The Academy gate immediately swung open, leaving the Heaven Sky group very surprised. Entering inside, Qin Feng sat on a high chair, looked down, and asked directly, "What do you want?" Zhang Kenyuan didn't beat around the bush. She said she wanted to buy the Evil Spirit Academy. Knowing Qin Feng had once sold a sanctuary to the Zhenghai government for a price of 2,000 years of lifespan. So this time, she had prepared an appropriate price. Qin Feng listened and pondered. In a short time, Heaven Sky had gathered several thousand years of lifespan. Indeed, they were not to be underestimated. But in the end, he refused to sell the Evil Spirit Academy. He had no intention of handing it over. However, he still granted Zhang Kenyuan guest rights, meaning she could freely enter and leave the first floor. Zhang Kenyuan immediately asked, "What if we lease it?" She directly offered a price of 500 years of lifespan for the right to lease the first floor for 3 years. Hearing this, Qin Feng realized immediately. The true goal of Heaven's Sky was not just the advancement materials, but also to build a relationship with Shaoto. Sure enough, immediately after, Zhang Kanyuan smiled and added a condition. If Qin Feng agreed, Heaven's Sky would take care of the entire Mado Black Dragon Palace Guild, the ones who dared to attack his sanctuary. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow slightly. Doing that was no different from directly declaring war on a guild. He asked if she needed to consult old Zhang. Zhang Kanyuan blushed slightly, surprised that Qin Feng knew her grandfather. But she immediately answered confidently that her grandfather listened to her. Besides, the Black Dragon Palace was just a small guild. Stumping them out wouldn't be hard. Her decisiveness pleased Qin Feng quite a bit. He nodded and agreed to sign the contract. Immediately, the lease agreement was finalized. Qin Feng received 500 years of lifespan. After that, he told them the first floor was theirs to use as they pleased. As for the damaged barrier, there is no need to worry. The magic circle beneath will automatically repair itself. Zhang Jingxuan happily expressed her gratitude. Then, she led the members of Tian away from the academy. At this moment, Qin Feng's face suddenly turned red. He thought to himself in admiration, Zhang Jingxuan is even more lively in person than during her live streams. But he quickly regained his composure. As it was time to handle more important matters. The cooldown for equivalent exchange has ended. Qin Feng immediately opened his inventory and began exchanging items. After consuming one item, he unexpectedly received the emerald-grade Crimson Blade, a powerful finishing skill designed for the assassin class. This move deals massive blood elemental damage at close range. The lower the target's health, the more devastating the damage. It can even reach 200 Fun Taram when the target is below 30 Fun Taram health. Even more terrifying, after unleashing the move, it restores a massive amount of health. Any excess is converted into a shield. Qin Feng immediately realized that this was a rare limit break-type finisher, strong enough to turn the tide in an instant. Without hesitation, he used evolution points to upgrade this skill straight from Emerald to Legendary. This caused the blood elemental damage to skyrocket from 4,800 to 9,000. The lifesteal effect also increased to 600 Fun Taram. Just looking at it was terrifying. Qin Feng couldn't help but feel excited. If other damage buffs were added, the power of this move could even exceed 100,000 damage. Afterward, he continued to consume 500 evolution points to upgrade Deep Darkness to Mythic grade. The skill was immediately enhanced in every aspect. Increased stealth level, increased damage when breaking stealth, and, most importantly, while in stealth, the rate of lifespan consumption is reduced by 90 Fun Taram. Qin Feng was extremely satisfied with this effect. After entering the Berserk Zone, the pressure on his lifespan was almost gone. Since he had reached level 17, he also took the opportunity to replace all the emerald-grade equipment he had accumulated, from blindfolds and gloves to boots, rings, and all assassin-class equipment. Everything was renewed. His combat power increased sharply, but in return, his appearance became extremely hard to look at. Looking at himself flashing in multiple colors like a mobile stage light, Qin Feng was speechless. He shook his head and sighed. High-level equipment in this game is truly ugly, to an unacceptable degree. Finally, he decided to switch back to the familiar shadow outfit and smoothed his messy hair, preparing to set off to attack the next hideout. The scene quickly shifts to the real world, in the outskirts of A car just stopped in front of a luxurious villa. Outside was a group of heavily armed guards. 4 people got out of the car to sell their lifespan. This group immediately began grumbling about being forced to wait outside. They even mocked the owner of the villa for being a wealthy person who liked to show off. Not long after, the villa doors opened. Dong Feng Yu and her son slowly walked out. She looked at the group below with cold eyes and gave an arrogant order. If you want to sell your lifespan, convert it into light orbs and throw them down first. Hearing this, the man with the scar immediately felt annoyed. He wasn't stupid enough to hand over the goods before seeing the money. But Dong Feng Yu showed even more contempt. Her voice cold and threatening. Either hand over the lifespan immediately, or die. As soon as she finished speaking, the guards pointed their guns at the 4 people. The atmosphere instantly became as tense as a bowstring. But contrary to the fear Dong Feng Yu expected, the man wearing black glasses only smiled eerily. He calmly asked back, "Are you planning to blatantly rob us today?" In that exact moment, a cold light flashed. In the blink of an eye, the heads of the guards fell to the ground simultaneously. Dong Feng Yu's expression instantly changed, and she instinctively pulled her son behind her for protection. The atmosphere was terrifyingly quiet. The man in black glasses wore a sinister smile, his voice full of killing intent. "It seems that this time, we have found a very fat prey." As soon as he finished speaking, he released countless eerie insects that crawled around. The others also revealed their cruel nature, their eyes full of lust and malice, as they looked towards Dong Feng Yu. As the atmosphere became suffocating to the extreme, a figure clad in a black cloak slowly walked out. In that person's eyes was a hatred that went down to the very bone. This person is very likely Gui Ling. The battle at Dong Feng Yu's villa immediately exploded violently. A member of Gui Ling's group immediately raised a platinum shield. The golden rampart blocked all incoming bullets from the security team. The guards were frustrated because their concentrated fire still couldn't pierce the defense. Immediately after, the man holding the shield charged forward with the Golden Peak Earthshaker skill, knocking down 2 people in an instant. The force was so terrifying that the ground itself caved in. From another direction, a young man with a hidden archer class constantly dodged bullets with extreme agility. While moving, he raised 2 fingers like a gun and coldly pulled the trigger. Bullets fired continuously from his fingertips, piercing through the guards' bodies in an instant. The corners of his mouth curled up in triumph, as smoke still rose from his fingertips. At the same time, Gui Ling had quietly entered stealth to approach the battlefield. She glided through the defensive line without anyone noticing, directly closing in on Dong Feng Yu with daggers in hand. Killing intent flared up intensely. But just as the blade was about to touch the target, a terrifying kick suddenly landed squarely on her face. Gui Ling was kicked flying far away, her whole body slamming hard against the ground. A wave of cold, deathly aura followed, covering the entire area. The one who had just acted was a bald man, someone carrying an extremely fearsome aura of death. He warned Dong Feng Yu in a deep voice that the opponent had someone with stealth abilities. Hearing this, Dong Feng Yu immediately ordered to capture everyone alive, because she wanted to turn them into slaves to earn lifespan for her son. The bald man only replied indifferently that the probability of success was only about half. He quickly saw through the abilities of Gui Ling's group, recognizing them as a gang of bandits who specialized in hunting the wealthy to rob their resources. The deathly aura around him grew thicker and thicker. His killing intent also rose steadily. Right then, a high insect suddenly charged from behind to ambush him. But the bald man's reaction was terrifyingly fast. He ducked to dodge and then flipped his body, using his legs to trap the insect that was charging at a speed of nearly 200 kilometers per hour. With a single pop sound, the insect was immediately crushed like a deflating ball. All of Guiling's group were stunned. The bald man stood up coldly, stating that he had set up a barrier around himself beforehand, so he could feel even the smallest vibration. He also immediately identified the one controlling the insects as a plague source, hidden class. As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped powerfully off the ground, soaring into the air with incredible speed. The shield bearer just barely managed to raise his shield, using the Iron Wall skill, when his eyes widened in horror. With just one kick, the bald man crushed the shield into scrap metal, and then landed a blow directly on his head. The terrifying kick caused his head to sink in on the spot, not giving the opponent time to breathe. The bald man stepped hard on his body for momentum to continue charging toward the remaining two. The archer immediately raised his hand and showered bullets like rain, concentrating all fire to block the path. But the bald man moved too eerily, constantly somersaulting, placing his hands on the ground, and slipping through every gap in the thick curtain of bullets. Seeing the opponent jump into the air, the archer thought he had victory in his grasp, since one cannot dodge bullets in midair. He smiled coldly and prepared to finish the opponent. But at that exact moment, the bald man unleashed the resonant scream skill. A terrifying sonic wave immediately exploded in midair. The shockwave swept across the entire area. The archer couldn't react in time. Blood flowed from his 7 orifices simultaneously. His glasses shattered, and his body collapsed instantly. The bald man landed on the ground, looked at his corpse, and coldly said, "You died from just that. It seems your extraction level was far too low." Witnessing to teammates being defeated in an instant, the last person completely panicked and turned to run. The bald man quickly noticed the last one alive. In the blink of an eye, he rushed over and grabbed the opponent's head. The glasses fell to the ground. The man was pale with fear and immediately fell to his knees, begging for his life. But the bald man only coldly replied that he wouldn't kill him. 2 dead, 2 alive. Just enough to fulfill the promise to Madame Dongfeng. However, he suddenly realized something was wrong. According to his calculations, that stealth users should have been defeated by now as well. When questioned, the man in the black cloak tremblingly confessed that they didn't have any teammates who possessed stealth abilities. The only suspicious person was a short man who shared their car. But in truth, he was just a stranger who also came to sell lifespan. During that time, Guiling had taken the opportunity to hide in stealth and escaped from the scene. The scene shifts to the outskirts of inside the leaning magic tower. Qin Feng had now appeared in a state of stealth. Seeing that the door ahead was no longer guarded by monsters, he immediately guessed that someone had gone in before him. Inside the tower was a giant library with complex mechanisms, no different from a deep 3-dimensional maze. Inside, a terrifying monster was also sealed. Legend says she was a princess, transformed into a monster by an evil white dragon. After observing his surroundings and confirming that the outer floor had been completely looted, Qin Feng understood that those people must have gone deep inside. Relying on memories from his past life, he quickly found the secret teleportation mechanism. He only needed to touch a book with an extremely weird name. Postpartum Sao Care. The teleportation circle was immediately activated. A beam of light enveloped his body, even displaying the image of a sow, making the scene both funny and bizarre. In the blink of an eye, Qin Feng appeared on the highest floor. Here, many people were besieging the boss. Guardian named the Princess of Despair. The boss's health bar was still thick, while players were constantly being knocked away. Looking at the equipment of these people, Qin Feng immediately realized they weren't strong. Yet they could still make it this far, which surprised him quite a bit. He soon realized the commander was Huang Hufan, the guild leader of the Fike Industry Guild. This was a famous power in Mo, backed by an industrial conglomerate. After the descent of God's game, Huang Hufan had very decisively exchanged assets for lifespan and then established her own guild. Her class was illusionist, famous for the ability to create teleportation portals. Thanks to this skill, she could connect the respawn point to the boss battlefield, allowing members who died to immediately return and continue fighting. This human wave tactic once helped the Fight Guild rise to the top in his previous life, but unfortunately, this time they met the wrong opponent. The Princess of Despair is a level 18 platinum grade boss, extremely special. Every player she kills, their consumed lifespan will be absorbed immediately to convert into strength for the boss herself. That meant the longer the battle lasted, the stronger the boss became. If they continued this attrition style, she would soon evolve to emerald grade and restore full health. And when that happened, the entire Fight Guild would surely be wiped out. Without hesitation, Qin Feng immediately cancelled his stealth and appeared right in front of Huang Hufan. He went straight to the point. For just 1,000 years of lifespan, I will deal with the boss for you. In exchange, all dropped assassin-class items will belong to me. Huang Hufan was startled when she realized the person standing in front of her was none other than Shadow. Qin Feng calmly warned them that they couldn't possibly defeat this boss if they didn't accept his conditions. The only other way was to retreat immediately. Hearing that, the entire guild was in an uproar. A hot-tempered member immediately jumped out, pointing directly at Qin Feng's face and cursing. He was disdainful, thinking that Qin Feng was just taking the opportunity to extort them. As soon as he spoke, demanding 1,000 years of lifespan was truly insane. But Huang Hufan's expression changed instantly, and she hurried to stop him, not allowing any further disrespect toward Shadow. Just as the atmosphere was as tense as a drawn bowstring, Qin Feng suddenly made his move. He tightly gripped Huang Ziking's mouth and casually threw him straight into the teleportation portal. But before his body could pass through the gate, Qin Feng immediately unleashed the skill, Dark Knight's Circular Blade, slicing him into two halves, midair. Not stopping there, he even destroyed the guild's teleportation portal. Witnessing that scene, the Fike members were stunned. Huang Hufan screamed in panic, calling for her son. Both in pain and fury, she questioned Qin Feng, thinking that her son was only being slightly disrespectful, and a lesson should have been enough. He didn't deserve such a cruel fate, and there was certainly no need to destroy the portal. But Qin Feng only gave her a cold glance, and replied that very soon she would understand the reason. He repeated exactly one sentence. Just 1,000 years of lifespan, and I will deal with the boss for you. Having said that, Qin Feng immediately used stealth and vanished. Huang Hufan could only stand there frozen in place. Leaving the tower, Qin Feng thought to himself that those people hadn't realized at all that the boss was about to level up. If he hadn't destroyed the teleportation portal, those young people would have just kept rushing in to their deaths until the boss devoured all their lifespan. He snapped his fingers to summon the ghostly night corridor and immediately departed. In his mind, he calculated clearly. Whether the fight guild was annihilated or not was a minor matter, but losing the chance to earn 1,000 years of lifespan was the most regrettable thing. As he landed on the ground, Qin Feng looked up at the tower. The purple light on the tower's summit had now become significantly denser. He immediately knew his guess was correct. Those remaining inside had ultimately become the nutrients to help the boss level up. The purple light, that was the sign that the Princess of Despair had evolved into a boss of the emerald grade. But Qin Feng wasn't worried at all. On the contrary, he was quite satisfied because killing a boss after its evolution would yield much more valuable rewards. Just then, a message from Guiling arrived. She reported that she had found the whereabouts of Dongfeng Yu. She was hiding in a manor near Finyan Mountain. However, there was an extremely powerful class user protecting her. Guiling almost lost her life at his hands. Hearing this, Qin Feng immediately told her to come to the desolate bone cemetery to discuss the details. Not long after, the two met at the rendezvous point. Qin Feng went straight to the point, asking for the characteristics of that protector. Guiling immediately described him as a melee combatant, possessing terrifying strength and speed. He could even see, through her invisibility ability, a zone of skeletal mist always surrounded him, within a range of about 10 meters. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng understood immediately. He was the user of the unique hidden class, known as the Plague Source. The plague space around his body gave him the ability to sense all objects within range. So, Guiling's invisibility power was completely countered. Not only that, this class could also use diseases to strengthen the body and recover at an incredibly fast speed. If developed to a high level, it could even reach a state of near immortality. Hearing this, Guiling's expression changed instantly. She asked in panic, "If he is truly immortal, then wouldn't it mean that for the rest of my life, I will never be able to have my revenge?" But Qin Feng shook his head in denial. No class is perfect. Although the plague helps strengthen the body, it also simultaneously erodes the spirit and amplifies desires. The fatal weakness of the plague source is mental power. Then Qin Feng looked at Guiling and continued, "Your Yellow Spring Blade class isn't weak at all. When you reach rank 2, it will evolve into a completely new form, called the Yellow Spring Demon." As soon as he finished speaking, a cold aura suddenly appeared behind Guiling. A blurry ghostly shadow slowly took shape behind her. At the same time, Guiling's eyes slowly turned a cold, icy blue. Qin Feng immediately said, "Guiling, you must quickly advance your class to rank 2, because that is the key to your revenge." Guiling felt as if she had suddenly woken up, but she still couldn't help being curious, and asked, "Why do you understand my class so well?" Qin Feng just casually picked up a tombstone and calmly replied, "This game world still has too many things to explore. If you want to become stronger, you must truly study, train, and accumulate bit by bit." Hearing those words, Guiling's admiration grew even more. In her heart, she silently vowed to become stronger. Qin Feng continued to guide her, pointing out that the desolate bone cemetery was the perfect place for leveling. Monsters here respawned quickly, and furthermore, it could help upgrade her unique weapon into the Yellow Spring chain. But in return, This place was extremely dangerous, because they were all elite monsters, with strength far exceeding normal ones. At that moment, the demonic creatures began crawling out of their graves. Qin Feng just lightly charged forward. With a single strike, he wiped out everything. His departing figure was as cold as a god of war. He didn't even bother to look back. He said that as long as you hit the weak point, destroying them is not difficult at all. Gui Ling flushed with astonishment. Before leaving, Tan Feng patted her on the shoulder. He reminded her that to seek revenge, one must give their all, risking everything to fight. After saying that, he vanished into stealth, leaving Gui Ling standing still, her mind filled with countless thoughts. Shifting to the ruined city of Jianghai, Zhao He was exhausted, wandering around to explore the map, when she suddenly discovered a type of red-black fruit, scattered all over the ground. Curious, she tried eating one. Unexpectedly, it was delicious and even granted 50 EXP. So, she joyfully started picking and eating them continuously, completely unaware of what she was eating. At that moment, an Wu sent a message saying Ma Naliang had been captured by a boss, requesting Zhao He to assemble immediately to rescue him. While waiting for Zhao He to follow the trail of those strange fruits, they finally discovered a giant boss, sitting on the edge of a rotten beach. In its hands, it held Ma Naliang and another person, while its body was covered in terrifying mouths. This boss was the soul-swallowing Andrij, level 20, Jade grade. Zhao He was terrified, witnessing it directly swallow a monster alive, then grind the rest into a pulp as if needing something. Not long after, An Wu and Wang Meng arrived. Seeing the jade grade of the boss, both immediately decided not to act rashly but to call for backup. But just then, the boss suddenly stood up, its body shaking strangely as if exerting effort. Before anyone could understand what was happening, it began to excrete round, plump fruits identical to the ones Zhao He had just eaten. An Wu and Wang Meng turned in unison to look at Zhao He. At this moment, she was still holding a pile in her hand, her mouth still chewing. Zhao He froze for a few seconds, turned pale, and screamed in horror, because she finally realized what she had just eaten. What on earth was it? But before she could recover, the boss turned its head to look straight at them. An Wu immediately knew the situation was critical. The very next second, the boss roared and unleashed the gluttony ancient god's allure skill. Zhao He turned pale, only managing to blurt out, "We're dead." The boss's roar shook the entire area. An Wu and Wang Meng immediately covered their heads and ears, but they couldn't withstand the terrifying pressure. In the blink of an eye, their eyes turned blood-red as if they had lost their minds, and they yelled in unison that they were hungry. Both immediately charged madly toward the boss. Zhao He stood stunned, completely failing to understand what was happening. Even Ma Naliang and the person captured earlier woke up, then instinctively lunged at the large pan filled with the disgusting mixture that the boss had just ground up. The group began eating ravenously, like mad. The more they ate, the more their bodies swelled up, fattening at a terrifying speed. Zhao He's scalp tingled as she watched, not understanding why everyone was hit by the skill, while she remained unaffected. But the boss now appeared extremely excited, as if enjoying the sight of prey fattening itself up. Not long after, it grabbed Ma Naliang, the fattest one, and opened its mouth wide to swallow him whole. Zhao He turned pale, instantly realizing the boss would prioritize eating the fattest one. She knew the elite team couldn't hold out anymore. and her only option was to call Qin Feng for help. Just then, Qin Feng was farming monsters when he received an urgent message from Zhao He. Hearing the name, soul-swallowing he immediately paused. This was the bloodline monster he had been searching for. Without a moment's hesitation, he told Zhao He to send the coordinates and immediately set off. On the way, Qin Feng thought to himself, besides the magic leaning tower, the keys to the other 3 platinum-grade hideouts in Maid were now in his hands. Now, he might as well deal with this bloodline monster too. A few minutes later, he appeared in front of Zhao He. Seeing him arrive, Zhao He was overjoyed as if she had met a savior. She hurriedly pointed forward, where the boss was still shaking strangely. Just then, a giant mass of waste containing Ma Naliang was pushed out by the boss. Zhao He saw that scene and turned pale, retching repeatedly. Qin Feng then explained. The Soul Swallower is a subordinate of the Gluttony ancient god, capable of emitting an allure spell that forces players into a state of collective eating. The more they eat, the fatter they get. And the fatter they become, the more perfect they are as food for it. To be immune to this effect, there is only one way: eat its waste. Hearing this, Zhao He froze like a statue, tears welling up. Finally, she understood why she wasn't entranced. She was so ashamed she just wanted to dig a hole and crawl into it. She almost burst into tears, but still hurriedly urged Qin Feng to save them first. As soon as she finished speaking, Qin Feng vanished. He charged straight ahead, grabbed the waste mass containing Mon, and slammed it hard against the boss's body. The massive impact caused the boss's giant body to sink deep. Because it was stuffed too full, the boss immediately vomited everything out. An Wu and Wang Meng, now as fat as sumo wrestlers, were spat straight out of its mouth, in a disheveled state covered in saliva. After saving them, Qin Feng immediately counterattacked. He unleashed Gift of Liberation, then followed up with Shadow Blade / A series of massive damage numbers appeared repeatedly, each hit far exceeding 50,000 or 60,000. When the finishing energy bar was full, Qin Feng did not hesitate anymore. He activated Crimson Blade. A blood-red blade tore through the air, lashing straight through the boss. In an instant, a damage number of over 1.32 million appeared, leaving everyone stunned. The soul-swallowing androgen was one-shotted on the spot. A notification resounded throughout the entire server. Player Shadow of Dasha is the first in the world to eliminate a boss of this level. Fei Kui Zhao He's eyes widened in shock, her buck teeth exposed by her sheer terror. A single strike dealing over 1 million damage. This strength is truly too terrifying. Players across the world were simultaneously stunned. Everyone realized that, in Dasha, a true monster named Shadow had emerged. After the battle, rewards poured down continuously. Qin Feng received a massive amount of experience, hundreds of evolution points, and countless quintupled items. Most importantly, he also obtained the Spirit Devourer bloodline. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Feng immediately activated the bloodline's power. It instantly refreshed all his attribute coefficients, significantly boosting his attack, defense, health, and speed. At the same time, he gained the skill Spirit Devourer bloodline. It allows the absorption of an opponent's skills and enhances power based on their quality. Additionally, there is the wide mouth skill, capable of swallowing incoming attacks, projectile-type strikes, and converting them into recovery ability. Looking at all the newly emerged effects, the corner of Qin Feng's mouth curled up. His combat power had once again surged by a significant margin. Qin Feng quickly discovered that the boss had dropped a skill, Poison Blade, Bronze Grade. The skill itself wasn't very remarkable, but he immediately thought of his new Spirit Devourer ability. After absorbing the strength stat, his stats increased from 3 points to 3.3 physical attack per point. Qin Feng was slightly disappointed as the increase was too small. But then he realized something important. Absorbed skills become passive skills. And once they are passive, they can be continuously evolved. Without hesitation, he spent 242 evolution points to upgrade the Poison Blade from Bronze to Legendary Grade. The effect surged instantly. Each point of strength now directly converted into 5 points of physical attack. Qin Feng clenched his fist, his eyes gleaming. If he continued to absorb and evolve like this, eventually, his attributes would surpass every other player by hundreds, or even thousands of times. However, that was the true path to invincibility. At the same time, An Vu and Vuong Man woke up after the battle. Both immediately thanked Qin Feng for saving their lives. Tu Hei ran over to hug An Vu, trying to console her by saying that even if she gained weight, she was still beautiful in her own unique way. An Vu completely ignored the comment. Turning to ask Qin Feng about the rewards, since the Jianghai authorities currently didn't have any surplus lifespan, Qin Feng calmly replied that he didn't need lifespan. He only needed them to help find an assassin class skill book. Having said that, he immediately departed in stealth mode. Before leaving, An Vu seriously warned the group never to tell anyone about what had just happened. But no one noticed that the encrypted core, Nai Luong, was still left behind at the scene. Scene change back to the Magic Leaning Tower. At the moment after Qin Feng had left. At this point, the boss had less than 13 of its HP remaining. Hong Tuesday Fan continuously encouraged everyone, urging them to push a little harder, because victory was near. Thanks to Tuyutu's Area Effect healing skill, the guild members were still barely holding on. Everyone went all out, continuously throwing skills at the boss. Hong Tuesday Fan even believed that victory was within her grasp. But at that very moment, a tentacle unexpectedly lashed out, one-shotting a player. The boss immediately absorbed all the victim's lifespan. Right after, its eyes erupted with a strange golden light. Hong Tuesday Fan hadn't even had time to react when the boss began to release a terrifying surge of energy. A horrific explosion occurred at the top of the tower. All players nearby were wiped out in an instant. Not a single one survived. When the light faded, the boss had completely transformed. Its health bar was fully restored, and its entire body shrunk into a giant egg, named Egg of Despair. Level 30, Emerald Grade. Possessing 10 million HP. At the Fei Koa Guild base, all members were resurrected and returned. Hong Tuthan immediately shouted, asking what had just happened. Hong Tuesday Fan recounted the entire process in a low voice. Especially the moment the boss suddenly fully restored its HP and evolved. Hearing this, she suddenly remembered Qin Feng's previous warning. Only then did she fully realize that Shadow had known all along that the boss would evolve. Their Humancia strategy from the very beginning was destined for failure. A platinum boss evolving into Emerald Grade was completely beyond the capability of the Phi Koa Guild. To take it down, they would likely have to beg Shadow for help. At the same time, Qin Feng had returned to the top of the tower, in his stealth state. Looking at the giant egg in front of him, he felt extremely strange. The boss had just evolved, But its appearance didn't carry any aggressive traits. It was as if it were hatching something even more terrifying. Not wanting to let it continue to develop, Qin Feng immediately took action. A sneak attack landed, dealing nearly 30,000 damage, even though its health bar was absurdly thick. The boss was completely unable to detect him. This meant that as long as he had enough time, Qin Feng could definitely grind it to death. Thinking this, he began unleashing a flurry of crimson blade skills, hacking down repeatedly. Each hit dealt over 100,000 damage. Under the barrage of attacks, large cracks began to appear on the eggshell. Finally, after one more powerful strike, the entire egg shattered. But the thing that appeared inside made Qin Feng freeze. Before him wasn't some giant monster, but a young girl lying on the ground. The information that popped up shocked him. Princess of Despair, Level 1, HP 1010. Qin Feng immediately remembered the legend about the princess, cursed by the white dragon. Could that story be true? What made him hesitate even more was that this girl looked exactly like a real human being. If he wanted to finish the boss killing objective, he would have to strike this girl who only had 10 HP left. Qin Feng raised his blade, then hesitated. But at that very moment,